Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. We are about to start. The first panel is ready, and audience should do so. Thank you. Your Excellency, State President, Honorable Rīga Conference guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Toms Baumanis. I'm Vice Rector of Riga Stradiņš University and former Chairman of Latvian Transatlantic Organization, and my pleasure is to welcome all of you today on behalf of organizers to Rīga Conference 2022. In recent history, we have experienced a lot. The return of Eastern Europe to Europe after joining NATO and EU, Russia's aggression against Georgia in 2008, annexation of Crimea in 2014, and since February 24th of this year, we have been witness to the full-scale Russian military aggression against Ukraine. Despite appeasements towards Russia and political correctness that was determined by economic interests and conformity of political elites, full-scale war has returned to Europe. We can also call this appeasement or political idealism, but in the minds of Baltic nations, political naivety, if you like. Today we all suffer from consequences of flawed policy towards Russia, fooled by a combination of arrogance, vanity, and greed. Objectively, Europe, outside Ukraine, doesn't suffer too much, simply because there is no war in our countries. The energy crisis and rising inflation cannot be compared to suffering of innocent people in Ukraine have to endure every day. Before our eyes, Ukraine has turned from post-Soviet republic into a nation that defends the values of Europe, the values of democratic world, our values in weapons in hand. I think it was not a mistake to admit Eastern Europe to NATO and EU. Rather, it was a mistake to consider Russia as a reliable partner that will follow UN Charter, fulfill international agreements, respect democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and international borders. Where are now these Russlands Versteher? That's the question. Have we learned nothing from mistakes of the past? This is just one of the questions the conference participants will seek answers to during these panel discussions, networking events, and coffee breaks. More than 640 conference guests are here, the same number online from about 40 countries, and more than 90 journalists have registered. During these two-day conferences, we have more than 20 panels, side events, and the Future Young Leaders Forum. We'll cover topics of international security, economic policy concerns. In upcoming sessions, we'll discuss European strategic interests, Germany, the impact of the war, the energy crisis, growing inflation of our countries, Ukraine and Russia, the NATO strategic concept and interest, Arctic and Baltic Sea security, cyber security, data governance, intelligence, NATO threats, and others. We'll also have an online session on global powerhouses organized together with the Global Boston Forum. And we are also very honored this year with a list of speakers, just to name few: Prime Minister of Latvia, Mr. Kariņš, Foreign Minister of Latvia, Mr. Rikevič, Valdis Dombrovskis from European Commission, former President of Croatia, Madame Kolinda Grabar-Kitarović, and Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy, Baiba Braža, whom you know very well, Defense Minister of Portugal, Madame Helena Carreiras, Defense Minister of Latvia, Foreign Prime Minister of Sweden, and many others distinguished scholars, experts, and analysts. And please excuse me for not being able to name all of them here. Someone said on Facebook that Rīga Conference is an event we attend a celebration for foreign and security experts. We may have different expectations, including the joy of celebration, networking, holidays, intellectual exchange, active group learning, or Riga sightseeing, and I hope your expectations will be fulfilled. Now, let me please welcome the first panel with the President of Latvia, Mr. Egils Levits, with the Chairman of Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Heusgen, his former Prime Minister of Sweden, Carl Bildt, and our moderator, Madame Sandra Kalniete. I also would like to underline that Sandra Kalniete was a popular activist who worked very much for revival of Latvian statehood. In 1988, she was elected as deputy chairwoman on the board of Latvian People's Front. She was also responsible for revival of foreign ministry and has had a long career in diplomacy. Sandra was appointed ambassador to the United Nations in France. She was a foreign minister from 2002 to 2004, and since 2009, she has been member of the European Parliament. Madame Kalniete, floor is yours. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Toms, for this very gentle, general introduction of me. It was too much, but I also would like to thank you for outlining the scope of the discussion of this year's conference and saving me from the lengthy explanation of why in this opening session we will not debate in depth Russian aggression against Ukraine and issues like climate change or migration. Dear all, in this opening panel we will discuss how to navigate the balance between realpolitik versus idealpolitik after the 24th of February. And the panelists of opening session are outstanding personalities. And I have immense pleasure to present to you, to repeat what Tom's already said, the President of Latvia, former Prime Minister of Sweden, Carl Bildt, and Chair of Munich Security Conference, Ambassador Christoph Heusgen. Let's look back in the previous conference, Rīga Conference. At the conference, Prime Minister Krišjānis Kariņš, he spoke about 8 challenges the EU is facing in coming years. Allow me to remind you the list. Pandemics, the potential escalation of conflict in Ukraine, democracy challenged by autocratic regimes, dependency on one energy supplier, climate policy, Russia, China, and transatlantic relations. A year later, these issues are still there. Yet, in addition, we are facing a war in Europe, which is fundamentally altering the international order. There are so many issues that we need to contend with. In other words, we are still at the very beginning of grappling with the magnitude of the problems we face globally. Mr. President, when we take a global view, democracy and the rule of law are in retreat in many parts of the world. There is fight between democracies and autocratic regimes, dictatorships. Totalitarian states like Russia and China are strengthening their foothold in Africa, Latin America, and using hybrid warfare instruments to destabilize governments, capture political elites, expand influence, extract resources, and strengthen non-democratic regimes. Mr. President, what can democracy do more to effectively counter the autocratic temptations supported by Russian and Chinese interference in the global south, and not only there?
Yeah, thank you very much. Also, first I welcome all participants to this Riga Conference. The main conference of this kind in Europe is Munich Security Conference, and you are also here, but there are a few regional conferences also in Europe, and the Riga Conference is one of the most important regional conferences on security issues. The title of this panel is Realpolitik versus Idealpolitik. And I would define these two kinds of politics as follows. First, ideal politics, or politics of ideals, I would say, is to set goals which are in line with our values. Our values, or values in general, are in principle axiomatic, are not questioned further. We have our values, and then ideal politics is to set these values as goals of our politics, goals for diplomacy, for foreign policy, and so on. Real politics is, in the best sense of the word, is practical politics, how to achieve these goals, which are in line with our values. And there is, of course, danger of hypocrisy, that we are sometimes betraying our goals, our ideals, and this is, this is of, excuse me, this is, of course, then compromising the ideal politics. And this is also the case in the relation between the so-called West and so-called Global South. 2 years ago, the title of the Munich Security Conference was Westlessness. So that means global world without visible West. West was there, but visible West. So without a specific profile, or this profile was disappearing from also in time, if we compare it maybe 20 or 30 years ago. I think this actual crisis shows that the West is again there on the stage. It is also more than only Europe, and more than only Europe and North America, which are members of NATO and other European states, but also includes, it was, I think, symptomatic that in the NATO summit in June, also 4 other states were invited, Japan, South Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. I think it is a demonstration of the West. It's not complete. There are more states which are sharing the same values as we Europeans. And we should make this West more visible. Why it is important? Because the Global South, Latin America and Africa and Asia, is also in searching of their values and their place in the world. And we should recognize the just assertions of Global South, but also to deny or not to agree with certain demands or politics which are against that. I think we should, the first point is to be sure of our values. We should define it, be sure, and demonstrate it. And then we can say that the Global South has also some just demands. For example, climate issues. The so-called West is polluting much more than the I wanted to say third world, but the new term is Global South. Also, and we should recognize just demands. Also, global justice is one issue we should take as one of our foreign politics goals. But also there are several issues which we cannot agree, and we should also to say this openly. For example, Europe and also US and Canada are, I think, bringing 90% of development aid in the world. And it is taken as granted. I think we should cope with, we should link this development aid with good governance. And it would of course, show that it is much more effective if the good governance would be introduced in development aid. Also, concerning Chinese influence, I think we should say that not China is giving also the main development aid without conditions to the benefit of this country. There are very egoistic part of Chinese influence investments. And Europe is doing so rather for ideal reasons, not so much also for real economic reasons, but also for ideal reasons. And this is one point which is different from European development aid and China. So I think, and the third, and I will conclude, the third point is Ukraine. We see that there are some hesitations to recognize clearly who is the aggressor and who is the victim. But it is absolutely clear from the point of view of international law and international peace order and multilateralism. And I would say we should convey this message also for the Global South, and to try to explain why it is in the interest of the Global South, and I would say for all countries in the world, for all 192 countries which are members of the United Nations, to maintain this international order, which is based on international law, because without such a kind of order, there would be a military and aggressive chaos in the world. And it is in each country, and I would say also independently from the state form, also autocratic states are interested in world peace and involved in international law. I think I will stop here concerning this relations between the global West or European Union in most narrow sense to the global South. Thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. President, for assuring us that West is back. Before I would ask Ambassador Huisgen to elaborate on restlessness, I would like to mention that there are several coincidences linking you and Mr. President. You were both born at the same year. Then you spent your green years in North Westphalia. And you both, being in Germany, experienced the fall of Berlin Wall. I presume that it had a major influence on your formation as personality and diplomat deeply rooted in democratic Western values. And so, Mr. Ambassador, as President already mentioned 2 years ago in Munich Security Conference, spoke of restlessness. Of course, we are now in a rapidly transforming world, as Putin's invasion in Ukraine has completely altered the security landscape and revived fears of nuclear conflict. Furthermore, on November 15th, there are midterm elections to the US Congress, and Trump is preparing his comeback. In your view, Ambassador, has the collective support for Ukraine sufficiently galvanized transatlantic alliance to overcome such restlessness? Is it still a relevant label?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. I'd like to make 3 remarks. First, it's wonderful to be in Riga. I was here with Chancellor Merkel as her advisor first time in 2006 for the NATO summit. And at that time, Riga for me was kind of a Sleeping Beauty. Now, on the advice of my friend, the Latvian ambassador to New York, Andres, who I asked what to do here and where to run, he told me I should run along the canal, which I did this morning, and I must say it's just absolutely beautiful, and it's a wonderful city, and again, thank you very much for having me. Number two, Westlessness, West, and what the President said. I hardly ever use the expression West anymore, because coming from this experience as 4 years of ambassador at the UN, when you talk about the West and about the Western values, the countries of the global South tell you, well, you know, what does the West stand for? The West stood and defended the US intervention in Iraq, which was the second war was against international law. The West stands for Latin American ambassadors say, well, how about, you know, the invasion in Panama and Grenada and Nicaragua? These were all violation of international law. And there are many examples where Western countries are violating international law, and we are accused of double standards, and we have to be aware of this. And therefore, I think we should continue to do and emphasize what the President said at the end of his remarks, and this is, we have to stand for the rules-based international order. We have to stand for the UN Charter. We have to stand for the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. These are universal values. These are everybody in the United Nations signed up to this, and this is what we have to stand for. And this is where we then have, and this is my third remark, have to work together. We have to work together as a West. Yes, I think the alliance is working perfectly. I think when you look at the different packages of sanctions, we stand together, we do a lot in terms of military aid, but we are not doing enough yet. As Europeans, we have to step up to the place more. My country has, I mean, we took the decision in 2014 already in the Wales summit to spend 2% on defense, but we didn't deliver. Now we have a decision to spend 100 billion on defense. We have to deliver in our country, and we have to do more in Europe, because while right now the relationship with our American friends is at its best, I think we have not had over the last years or decades even a closer relationship as we have with the Biden administration. But I don't know if you have seen this, but when the former President Trump's campaigns, he is now campaigning and saying, well, should we spend so much money on Ukraine? Shouldn't we rather spend it on domestic issues? So we have to, in any case, we have also to do our homework, we have to spend. And on the Global South, we have to pick up the fight with China. Let's be honest on this. I have seen it at the UN that African ambassadors read Chinese speaking notes, even if they get a lot of development aid from us. And what you said before, yes, we are idealistic, but in the end, it counts when, you know, when the votes are counted at the UN, and when it comes about, will we defend an order that is based on the Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, or will in the end we have votes in the General Assembly where Chinese values get a majority, and then they'll turn around and say, why don't you now follow the rule of law? And this is sovereignty first and human rights second. And therefore I see the Vice President of the Commission here, Mr. Dombrovskis, who I had the pleasure to work with for many, many years in different functions. The global gateway problem is the right thing, but we have to get it on the ground. What I read is that still a lot of things in the European Commission with regard to how do we deal. We have to get it on the ground. We have to act, otherwise China is winning this game.
Thank you, Ambassador, and thank you for reminding us about China's immense influence in Global South. And if I may express my wish to Germany, to the government of Germany, that in its trying to escape one immense mistake, making itself dependent on one
I'm not
supplier.
part of the government
I know
anymore,
that you are
so-
not, but you can pass the message. They would not make themselves and Germany and German people and also Europe dependent on the other giant, global giant, and not a democratic country. Thank you, dear Carl Bildt. First, congratulations on your recently published book, My Wars. I personally, and I believe that international society...
It's in Swedish.
I know, that's what I'm going to say, that we all are impatiently waiting it to be translated into English. And I hope you will do that, because if it's translated into Latvian, we would be happy to accept it, but what about others? Let me say again how grateful we are in the Baltic states for your strong support of restoration of our independence. I still vividly remember your visit to Latvian Popular Front headquarters and our conversations there. And it was a very bold message for international community still hesitating to de facto recognize independence of Baltic states. And during your long political career, you have always stood on the right side of history, and you are doing so once again by supporting Ukraine today. And again about Putin, he is not only waging military aggression against Ukraine, but also escalating an energy war against the entire European Union. And there is a clear and urgent momentum to divest from Russian oil and gas, and Europe is searching for alternative suppliers elsewhere, all around the world. And at the same time, this difficult adaptation is forced to take place simultaneously with long-term transition to sustainable energy. And my question to you is, how should Europe navigate the geopolitical dilemmas of cooperation with non-democratic regimes? How can we find the right balance between realpolitik and the risks involved to lose the value compass when we are seeking new resources for our energy?
Thanks, and great to be in Riga. As you pointed out, I've been here before, mildly speaking. On our sort of energy policy and values, I don't think you can accuse our energy policies in the past for having been particularly value-driven. We got the Norwegians, thanks, that can supply something. But otherwise, let's be honest. Europe, the US, has been dependent upon a couple of less democratic regimes in the Arabian Peninsula that are not sort of standard bearers of our values. And we still are to some extent. And they are not advocating our interests. Look at what the Saudis did the other day. First, they sort of invite the American president to come there, and he goes there and be somewhat humiliated. And he wanted them to take down the oil prices. Then they line up with the Russians and increase the oil prices, or seek to increase the oil prices. That's the way the world is, and we are dependent upon the energy. We are, as long as we have this energy dependence, and we'll have it for a long time, let's be realistic, we have to have, it's got to be a more interest-driven approach than a value-driven approach. The problem with the gas dependence on Russia was less than that Russia was a nasty regime. It was less nasty in those days when those contracts were signed, let's be honest. But the problem was that we were too dependent upon them. And the same we have, of course, with these particular regimes that I mentioned. That is a major problem. And we will have it further on, to be quite realistic. We're now having an energy transition, hopefully, non-fossil fuels. Well, where do we get the cobalt? Where do we get the rare earth minerals? I wish they were from Norway, or Denmark, to be generous. But they are not. They're also coming from parts of the world that are somewhat problematic. The God Almighty, when he once upon a time distributed the energy resources of the world. Wasn't value-driven, obviously. I'm not holding it against him, but it is problematic. But let me finally just say a couple of remarks quickly on the other point. I agree, the West is back. I agree with Christoph as well. The West is not white as snow in terms of our history, and we should be somewhat careful with it. But no question, the West is back. The Atlantic West primarily. The East, I would argue, is in trouble. West is back, and the East is troubled. And the South is divided, I would argue. The East is in deep, the part of East that is Russia is in deep, probably terminal trouble. The Chinese are in trouble, and I would say that the Chinese and the Russians are in trouble for the same reason, different troubles, as to be said, for the same reason. Two authoritarian regimes, when you concentrate too much power in an individual, that individual tends to make major mistakes. Putin has made an insane decision. Xi Jinping has made a couple of decisions that has taken China on the wrong trajectory. So the East is in trouble, if we look at it in the longer term. The South is divided, we should not forget that. If we take the Southern Hemisphere, two of the biggest countries, or perhaps even the two biggest countries, if you take the Southern Hemisphere in geographical terms, are Indonesia and Brazil. They are on our side on this particular thing. The Indians are wavering, and a lot of Africans, as Christoph said, on the other side. But it's not that the South is united. The South is divided, the East is in trouble, and the West is back, would be my slightly simplistic summary of the global situation. And the North is cold.
Thank you. I love your expression that God was not value-driven when he distributed the energy resources on the globe. But it reassures me, and I believe also your assessment that West is back. Unfortunately, East is in trouble and South is divided. So, but for us, the most important is that we are back and we are conscious who we are and what we want to do. I hope we are. So thank you for being so, let's say, pertinent and straight. Mr. President, again, it's to you. When we speak of foreign security policy here in the Baltic states, a term often evoked is windows of opportunity. We all know that the first major historic window of opportunity enabled us to restore our independence. And the second made it possible for us to join EU and NATO. And do you think that Putin's aggression against Ukraine has potentially presented us with yet another window of opportunity to reimagine Europe, including by advancing in integration process of countries like Ukraine into EU and NATO? And then I also would like to ask, will Europe be brave and ambitious enough to seize this window of opportunity? How can we ensure that it is not wasted? Many already suggest that one of the consequences of this war will be the formation of a second European center of gravity in Central Eastern Europe, to go along with the traditional Franco-German axis. Do you share this assessment, Mr. President?
Yeah, thank you. I am particularly thankful to Carl Bildt on his picture, because of his picture that the West is back and the East is in trouble. And this is also a kind of window of opportunity for the West. The main slogan, general slogan of the West in the beginning of the 2000s was globalization. Now, I think the main slogan, I would say, is resilience. Resilience of our democracies, of our values, of our way of life. You know that Mr. Dombrovskis' colleague is, as a commissioner, responsible for European way of life. This is a kind of portfolio in the European, in European Commission. But this is seriously because we want not to change our system, but to develop our systems. There is no attractivity to maybe to Chinese to Chinese system in Spain or in Latvia or in other countries, but vice versa it is. There are this soft power of Western values. And I would say that this is also a window of opportunities to, in order to make more resilient or resilient our Western system, also to take on the board such countries which are ready and willing to join the Western values. And of course, European Union is one very reliable Western Union. European Union is a very reliable instrument to do that. We can see that after 2004, when 10 new member states joined European Union, also it is not only an economic and political result for that, but also the values. I think there is, of course, to take over the values, it is not for 1 year, but for 10, for 20 years. And in Europe, the West includes also the previous eastern part of Europe. And I think we should go further. It is our strategic goal. If we want to be resilient and if we are believing in our system, and this is so, whether it would be the case, I am a little bit not very optimistic, but in general optimistic. I think it is in long term or in middle term not avoidable. We should help Ukraine and Georgia and Moldova, of course, to join the European Union. We should take the candidate status seriously, not as I would say it was the case with Turkey since 60 years. We should take this seriously and to help to manage all the necessary reforms. But one small point again. We should prepare also the European Union for the enlarged number of member states. Because currently it is maybe on the limit, 27 member states, and if we would have 30 and more, it would be difficult. I should mention also Western Balkans. Also, there are 5 candidate countries. We should reorganize. I will not explain more to that, but we should revisit also decision-making system in the European Union in order to cope with this strategic goal, enlargement of the European Union, which is in the same time included in the more broader goal, resilience of democracy, resilience of the West, and the global at least to keep the influence or the role of the West in global issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for bringing in 4 posts the importance of resilience, which for last, let's say, 4 or 5 years, we are beginning to understand the importance of that. And I also thank you for support for enlargement and incorporation to the Union of those countries willing. And you perfectly are right that in long term it is inevitable. It is a strategic goal also for the security, stability and influence of Europe. Thank you. Dear Karl, certainly you know that here in Riga we are absolutely happy and enthusiastic about the news of Swedish decision to apply for NATO membership and also for Finnish, but you are former Swedish Prime Minister. And at the same time, make no mistake, we understand that for Sweden, this represents a shift in policy of truly historic proportions. Sweden remained non-aligned even during the most dangerous years of Cold War. And what I would like to ask you, does Sweden's decision to seek membership in alliance signal that non-alignment is no longer sustainable? Since the return of great power geopolitics, is it possible to remain neutral for a country?
I think we should be aware that the neutrality that different countries have had means very different things to them and has different historical backgrounds. The neutrality or policy of being freedom of alliance in peace, the aim at neutrality in war, which is the formal one, that Sweden had during the Cold War was, in my opinion, a highly justified policy. It was very much motivated by concern about the position of Finland, because we should not forget that Finland came out of the Second World War. They had been fighting on the side of Hitler. They were under an Allied-controlled commission, controlled by one of the lieutenants of Stalin. If you look at the American diplomatic cables from the time, they were all convinced that Finland would go the way of Czechoslovakia in 1948. So Sweden sort of decided to have that position in order to increase historically the room for maneuver of Finland. You can argue that policy also succeeded. And the historic shift was really when Finland and Sweden joined the European Union in 1995. Because then we went into an alliance. The EU is a political alliance. It's not a military alliance. It pretends sometimes, but isn't. And since then we have been, in my opinion, on a glide path towards NATO that was turbocharged by Mr. Putin the other day. If you look at the Irish neutrality, of course the historical content is completely different. Has nothing to do with anything of what we are discussing here. If you look at Swiss neutrality, which is perhaps the most sort of intellectually consistent policy of neutrality that you can find, it is very much motivated by the composition of the nation and the surrounding nations, and the risk that if Switzerland was going to take the side in the European wars, it would tear Switzerland apart. So it's a different, Austrian neutrality, I think, defies intellectual description. But I leave that to the Austrians. So what I'm saying is that the world has changed. It changed fundamentally for Finland and Sweden. Even if you took the Swiss, I was there the other day discussing these things, they now talk about what they call kooperative neutralitet. Cooperative neutrality, I haven't a clue what it is. But it means that they see that you can't be only neutral, you also have to cooperate. So we all have to change. And of course, we are in a situation where, particularly in Europe, the Russian aggression is, of course, an aggression against sort of the fundamental, not only values, that's fairly obvious, but the fundamental interests of any European order of peace. And that, I think, long term will influence also the Irish or the Austrian or the Maltese or the Cypriot or whatever debate. But leave it to each nation according to their historical backgrounds and their actual geographical situation.
Thank you. Thank you. Cooperative neutrality, I will ask my husband. He is citizen of Switzerland. Okay. He must know it.
It's got to be a long answer.
Yeah, okay. But it's true. I think we all agree that Putin's aggression is against the interest of any country in the European Union, and seeing the food crisis even beyond. It's a global disaster. So thank you for being so pertinent. Christopher Heusgen, some 25 years ago, I served as Latvia's permanent representative to UN in Geneva. And this experience, I regret, made me skeptical about the capacity of UN to be instrumental in maintaining international peace and security, or acting as a center for harmonizing the actions of the nation. Over the last decades, there have been we witnessed numerous unsuccessful initiatives and attempts to reform the UN. Since the founding of the UN, the number of member states have quadrupled, while the Security Council has remained unchanged, 15, including the veto powers for permanent 5, which mostly are blocking any action because of composition of this permanent 5. And Ambassador, drawing to your experience as Germany's permanent representative at the time, and you share some insight already, when you served, Germany served on the UN Council, what can we, democracies, do to revitalize multilateralism in this time of power politics? And how can the UN security be made fit for purpose? I heard that Germany is supporting enlargement of Security Council, so please elaborate on it.
Yes, let me come back to what I said earlier. We need the UN because the UN and the Charter of the UN, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, these are universal laws. If we say we give up on that, we give up on the rule of law as the guiding principle for the world order. So even if we have all these problems, we must not give up. It was the basic condition of US and Russia and China that they joined this international order, that they subscribed to the UN Charter. The condition was that they have a veto right. Otherwise, they would have not signed it. So all the ideas of, well, we should strip Russia of the veto right, yes, I would sign it immediately, but then they would leave the UN and the UN would not have. So we have to continue to try and work with this body. And if we work with this body, we have to engage in the body and we have to try to reform. With regard to engaging in the body, I think for countries, I know that in your country, I've not followed it in detail, but there was a discussion, should Latvia, and I think Latvia is running for the Security Council. I can only ask you to please go forward, because countries like Latvia, and I was served together with Estonia, they have very clear views, they make their views known in the Security Council, and Estonia was one of the most outspoken in the Security Council, for instance, on Russian aggression. And I can imagine that Latvia would do the same already today. Latvia, I'm a bit biased because I'm a friend with your ambassador there, but Latvia, for instance, was a key in promoting a move in the UN to prevent, in the Eastern group, Belarus, to get a seat on the Security Council. It was Latvia that was the driving force. So small countries can do something. People in Germany don't believe that on accountability to prevent impunity. In the UN, it's the country of Liechtenstein that takes the lead. So small countries have a very important role, can play a role. Albania right now did a very important role. So please stay engaged in the UN. Reform of the UN Security Council, if we believe in the UN, if we believe that the legitimacy goes through the Security Council also on security issues, we have to continue to work and reform it. You have to spend a lot of energy, you have to, but one should not give up. And there I come back, I see we don't have much time left, I come back to what I said before. Africa is a continent you mentioned about, the development in the UN after it was founded. Africa is the continent that is less privileged there because no permanent member in Africa. Africa should have every interest to drive the reform process forward. But our Chinese friends succeed in convincing the Africans to slow the process down. This is how far we have gotten. For UN people here, they know this. It's for normal people, you cannot imagine where we stand. China prevents to just have text-based negotiations, that you have a text with different options in there, how to expand, how more permanent members, non-permanent, semi-permanent. China prevents just to have text-based negotiations with the support of Africa, who would benefit most. So we sit here in Riga, we sit in the warm West, so to speak, and we are among like-minded, but there is a very cold wind outside, and we must not be naive on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I hope we are not naive, and I wish that European countries and other democratic countries, they have enough energy to reform Security Council and to make UN again instrumental to keep the peace. And thank you. I understand that you, as a diplomat and chair of Munich Security Conference, you support Latvia's candidature to the Security Council of UN. But before I will ask about its president, I still would like to address you, Karl. Certainly, you, like we know that recent NATO summit in Madrid adopted a very clear declaration that Russia of today is the greatest threat to security and peace. And in light of recent carpet bombing of Ukrainian cities and civil infrastructure, Russia should be recognized as a terrorist state. And to continue, we must see Ukraine's military victory against Russia as a positive force, which will open a door for Russia's transformation within, which can generate also security on the European continent. But we should not be naive, like Ambassador just said. We will still inherit the threat posed by Russia, a country of 140 million that has been thoroughly poisoned by Putin's regime, Russia's ideology, censorship and repression. Karl, do you have the advice how we must approach the challenge of the deputinization of Russia? And do you support the establishment of special international tribunal on the crime of aggression, which will immediately bring to international legal accountability the highest authorities of Russia, including Putin himself? And if I may ask, I would like to ask Ambassador Heusgen to say a few sentences how Germany made this transformation from totalitarian regime to the pillar of democracy in the world. Karl, please.
Well, small questions. But
important one.
So, yeah. 2 points, really. One is sort of this accountability for war crimes. Or I start with the other one first. I think we won't get peace in Europe until Russia gives up the imperial temptation and concentrates on building a decent nation state. I think that will happen at some point in time, but it might take a long time. And of course, Russia has all of the conditions for building a nation state. As you say, 140 million people, 11 time zones. It's a big place. You can build a very powerful state out of that. But as long as they believe that they must safeguard some sort of imperial temptation, they will stumble into the one problem after the other, to the detriment of all of us, but also to the fundamental detriment of Russia itself, needless to say, because it takes them off the path of a decent development for their own country. Second, this responsibility in war crimes, I think, is extremely important that we set up some sort of mechanism. It's not easy, preferably a Security Council, not going to happen. So it has to be some other mechanism with as much legitimacy as we can do, both for the ordinary war crimes and for the ultimate war crime of aggression. We should not forget that Nuremberg and Tokyo defined aggression as the supreme crime against international law, above all other war crimes. And no question they are guilty of that. But we should also remember the fundamental principles that we've had before. We don't assign collective responsibility. We assign individual responsibility. We did not make Germany responsible for Hitler. We made the Germans that committed crimes responsible for those particular crimes. We did not make Serbia responsible for Milosevic. We made Milosevic and Mladic and others responsible for the crimes they had committed in the names. And this irrespective of the fact that Hitler did have support in Germany, irrespective of the fact that Milosevic did have support in Serbia. And that is why, from that point of view, long term, also the setting up of mechanisms for accountability is so enormously important for the long term, avoiding the collective responsibility and assigning the individual responsibility. That's sort of a long-term basis for a peace that might, at some point in time, be possible. It's not for next week, to put it mildly.
Thank you.
If I can just add, number one, totally agree. When you look back at the history of my own country, accountability is key. The Nuremberg trials were key. The Nuremberg trials were also giving the example kind of to the International Criminal Court. And we have to have accountability for the war crimes and the crimes against humanity committed by Putin's Russia. Putin will not, as you said, will not go to the International Criminal Court. I think we have to work very hard to set up a special court for the crimes of aggression. And there, again, it's not going to be enough that the Western countries agree. It has to have a mandate by the General Assembly of the UN, and for this to achieve, we have to go out, again, what I said before, we have to invest in Africa, Latin America, Asia, so that we get the votes for the special court. But again, accountability, totally agree, is absolutely necessary. We have, in Germany, we have Nuremberg, but also today we have the principle of universal jurisdiction. We have now, in Germany, had the first people responsible for torture in Syria stand trial in Germany and have been sentenced. So this is number one. Number two, what was important in my country was the individual responsibility, but then a kind of denazification. We need a de-Putinization, as you mentioned before, in Russia's, because I believe today still a large number of Russians support Putin. And I think we have to, somehow it's going to be a long process that people also normally understand the values of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, of democracy, and get away of this view of Russian imperialism. There has to be, as we have in the center of Berlin, right next to the Brandenburg Gate, we have the Holocaust Memorial. And at some stage in Moscow, there has to be a memorial for the victims of Stalinism and Putinism. So we are not there yet, but I think this is... And number three, we were very fortunate in Germany that after the war, instead of Second World after putting all Germans in prisons, our American, British, French allies committed to stay in Germany, to help build up a modern country, to help us write a constitution. And, you know, a French President de Gaulle, who was, you know, attacked Germany, occupied France, he said, no, I forgive them. I worked with Konrad Adenauer to build a new Germany, and then the European integration started. And that was the best thing that happened to my country, that then those who won the Second World War said, okay, we're going to help these guys. And this is what I think also we then at some stage, I hope we still live this, Carl, that we can have, you know, open our arms also to Russians.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you. I'm afraid that I will not live as long to see the memorial in the center of Moscow for the victims of Stalin and Putin. But I know that, Mr. President, you want to continue on this subject.
Yeah. I think you both have absolutely right that there is a need for special tribunal on the crime of aggression of Russia against Ukraine. It is not possible by Security Council. Maybe it's possible by General Assembly. We should work on that. But it is in principle possible also by other international organizations like Council of Europe or by a group, possibly large group of like-minded states. This is the possibilities. Why it is important? It is important in order to set clearly that the international law is violated, and you said that the crime of aggression is not comparable with ordinary war crimes which are committed by ordinary soldiers or officers. This is something with the responsibility of the state. And how, what means responsibility of the state? That means, of course, responsible person's responsibility, and also the state is responsible for reparations. And after the Second World War, there was also reparations which Germany should pay to other countries. And I think this is very important also in this case, because a lot of assets are seized outside Russia of $300 or $400 billion in general, and we should work how these assets should be given to the rebuilding of Ukraine. It would take a huge sums, and this is also some kind of, not some kind, but this is a state responsibility, not only to recognize that it was a crime of and responsibility of certain persons, but also this material responsibility. And on last word, there is sometimes to hear objections that Putin will not sit on this court. It is not relevant because we know also court proceedings in absentia, and necessary is a very ordinary, very precise court trial. I think this is in order to give the credibility for this special tribunal, and also to give an example for this global south that yes, we are so on the side of international law, and this is in the interest of all countries.
Thank you. It was not only the president speaking, but it was also a high-level legal expert speaking on international, special international court. I know that we are out of the time, but still, my intention to ask you, Mr. President, about our candidature to the permanent seat of UN Security Council is very high. Please tell everybody how we are planning to contribute to the UN and to the magnitude of the global problems we are seeing, please.
If he would be elected to
yes,
5.
We already have almost German support.
So, I think Latvia, as a small country, has several points to put forward. First, by the global south, also when I come back. Latvia is not involved in the previous colonial politics, colonialism. And I think one important part of the objections, I would say rather, or also unconscious objections against the argumentation of the West is the colonial past. And this creates resentments already generations after. We can see that it is. But Latvia is not part of this colonial history of Europe. Rather in the opposite, that we were colonized at a certain time. So, but this is one. So we can speak relatively free with this global south. Second, we are committed also because of our history to international law. I should not explain this further. This is very important. And this would be, of course, one of the main points of our politics there. Third, global justice and law. So if I would say this in 2 words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to apologize for many questions I have seen on this screen, but the discussion was so interesting and passionate that my heart did not allow to cut it short. I thank you all, Carl Bildt, Christoph Heusgen, and Mr. President, you, for this very interesting discussion we had on realpolitik versus ideal politik. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Eternal wisdom has been discussed.
Sorry, the?
Very much welcome you to return to your seats and get some order into place. We are not in the British Parliament here, where lettuce trumps prime ministers. We are an orderly event here. So, and I want to make this actually a very entertaining and joyful event for you, so that you don't regret that you're here with us and not with the cakes and cookies outside. Thank you very much for joining us. Our session is called Where Do European Strategic Interests Lead? So that means that we need to identify European strategic interests first, then identify the direction and make sure that these interests are not too much diverging. I am very happy that I don't need to do this on my own, but that I have this excellent panel with me. I'll introduce it now to you. So to my right is Alice Guiton. She is Director General for International Relations and Strategy at the Ministry for the Armed Forces of France. To my further right is Robert Zīle, who is the Vice President of the European Parliament, but also, I guess, known to many of you here in the audience for his previous positions in the Latvian government. We have Madam President Kolinda Graba-Kitarovic, the former President of Croatia, and we have Michal Baranovsky, who directs the Warsaw office of the German Marshall Fund and is a dear colleague of mine. So, yeah, my name is Jana Polierin. I am a German think tanker. I'm working for the European Council on Foreign Relations and had its Berlin office. I think So one of the guiding questions for this panel in the program was that we should talk about how the threat and risk perceptions of the EU member states can consolidate or did consolidate over the war, and whether we see a clear strategic direction for Europe. And in order to make sense of it, I thought that we dive deeper into the national views in our first round, and I would like all panelists to basically reflect on the question, like me coming from Germany, living through a Zeitenwende, whether there is such a Zeitenwende also in your country. So my question to you is, and I start with you, Alice, how much did the war change the strategic thinking in France, the defense spending, the posture, everything? So do you feel vindicated? Or kind of do you think you need to do major readjustments?
Well, thank you very much, Jana. It's really a privilege to be part of such a panel and intervening in this conference. Honestly, in France, defense matters, and this is not new, obviously, because not only we bear responsibility for our nuclear deterrence, but also because we have already set in stone in 2019 the objective of 2% of GDP devoted to defense, and we were deploying forces abroad and including in injuries and losses, including in Mali. So high intensity was already part of our DNA, but this is even more true now that the war is back on Europe, and that is representing an irreversible shift. I would say that there are additional elements. The fact that obviously in 2017 our president was stating in a famous statement in La Sorbonne the priority that should be devoted by all European countries to reinvest in defense and obviously to do more in order to become security providers. I think that challenge is now more relevant than ever, and obviously at national level we are taking up additional tasks. Our minister made clear that we should move to an economy of war, which means that our industries should also adjust to the need of developing faster, cheaper, more reliable equipments and making sure that we can replenish our stocks efficiently. Secondly, the fact that we cannot act together, so we need to be interoperable, well-trained, so the preparedness and reactivity of our forces should be enhanced. And finally, resilience, not only applied to the three domains, but also to cyber and space and the informational domain, which is perhaps a new one. So resilience becomes key, and you would not be surprised to hear that obviously all that war in Ukraine has awakened also in Europe and across our citizens a greater sense of what NATO means and how important collective defense for NATO is and should be in the future. So not a Zeitenwende, because defense, again, is part of our DNA and will remain so. Our commitment to invest in defense remains high, but certainly new challenges to take up.
Alice, just a 20-second additional question, because I think there is a lot of speculation, especially in this region, about France's take on Russia. Is there a major repositioning? Did the government's position on Russia change? Is it more negative now? Is there disillusionment?
I don't think there is a major shift. In fact, we were quite clear and lucid about how Russia was evolving, and there was genuine involvement in trying to make sure that Russia would get our messages right before taking any kind of dramatic decision. And that's the reason why our president committed so heavily through a number of calls, including to Vladimir Putin, to try to avoid the war. But at the same time, now the war has happened. This is an irreversible shift. I think nobody doubts it. And we need to now confront with the fact that strategic stability in Europe cannot be the same, despite of which, and notwithstanding how this war will end, and obviously we stand behind the Ukrainian armed forces and we will be supportive of their efforts constantly. Obviously, we will have to figure out at some point how we can coexist as Europeans with Russia in the longer term, because we cannot afford having just, a country like Russia becoming just North Korea in Europe, and we need to coexist in one way or another.
Thank you. Kulinda, coming to you, and myself coming from a country where its Russia policy, its security and defense policy, its economic, especially energy policy, has turned upside down through the wars. How is the situation in your country if you compare it to mine?
Good morning. Well, first of all, I'm former president of Croatia, so I'm not speaking officially on behalf of Croatia, but as a Croatian, as a European, and as a transatlanticist. Well, certainly this has been a huge wake-up call for everyone. Obviously, in the European Union, there is diversity of nations. We do not share the same geography, nor the same history, nor the same experiences. So even if we perceive the same threats, our perception or the nuances of the perception of the threat differ based on our experiences. So for Croatia, as a country that relatively recently experienced aggression, war, occupation, and much of what Ukraine has been going through today, albeit on a different level, we do remember the times of war and division. But for most of Europe, especially for liberal democracies before the end of the Cold War, and in particular for the young generations, they did not know war. They did not know instability. And I think sometimes they need to be reminded of what alternatives to democracy, to liberal democracy and our values is. And this situation is a reminder to everyone. Now, again, looking at the relationship with Russia, for Europeans who lived on the other side of the Iron Curtain, Russia was mostly the stuff out of spy movies, maybe Armageddon type of movies. But for countries behind the Iron Curtain, it was a reality that they had to deal with every day. And throughout those experiences and trying to become part of the liberal aligned nations world of democracies and market economies, they have learned a lot about the mindset, the structures in Russia, the perception of security, and the goals and the interests that very much refer to or comply with the traditional spheres of influence complex that we will have to start rethinking again, as well as deterrence, a word that many people did not like before this war, but deterrence is certainly one of the concepts that we have to think about. One of the biggest lessons learned is that peace and security cannot be taken for granted. Just because there is absence of threat, it doesn't mean that it's not out there. It only means that there are men and women who are very hardly working to eliminate the threat, to prevent it from becoming reality. However, the world has become a lot more complicated, and it will never be the same with Russia's invasion against Ukraine. Russia has definitely been defined by the EU now as a direct and immediate threat. Previously, one of the problems in the relationship to Russia was that a number of countries looked through to that through a bilateral relationship and bilateral interests rather than the common European policies. And just referring back to what Carl Bildt said earlier, and that in particular goes to energy policy. Not only was it not value-driven, it was not even driven by geopolitical considerations. It was purely economically driven. So we see today, and we can replicate that kind of lesson learned to other parts of the world, where what we thought previously was soft power, such as investment, trade, technology, etc., are becoming instruments of hard power and coercion. And we have to be ready not just for territorial threats, but really to respond to threats in multiple frontier domains. And looking ahead, of course, we will have to coordinate a lot more our policies. I believe that this has been a strong catalyst for the common defense, security and defense policy as well, but for a number of policies in the EU as well, and we do have to be able to apply these lessons learned in the specific way forward.
We come to the EU level in a moment, but first I want to hear from Poland. You're planning to spend 3%, so I would call this a definite change. Maybe you can explain this a bit further, Michał.
Sure. First of all, it's wonderful to be back in Riga, and it's such a beautiful town, even though the weather could be a little bit better, but no one is perfect. What we hear a lot in Warsaw and frankly in the Baltic states on the eastern frontier flank, but maybe even the front, is that many tell us, well, you guys were right. you guys were right in
So you feel
recognizing-
vindicated?
Yes, though that is not a good news at all, right? And actually, I like the description of Zeitenwende for Poland. And there is absolutely, so we have gone through a Zeitenwende, even though we started at a different position than many of our allies. It's, what you said is very clear. Poland is now going to go to 3% and eventually to 4.2% of GDP for military modernization. And why is that? It is because the reality or realization that, you know, the only thing between us and the Russian army are the brave Ukrainians. Mm-hmm. And on February 24th, it could have gone different ways, right? I mean, we are in enormous debt to our Ukrainian brothers and sisters that took on this brunt of the attack. But if they didn't manage to do it, we would, in Poland and in the Baltic states, we would have Russia much, much closer. And in fact, if you counted, and I did, that our borders with Russia would be almost between Kaliningrad, Belarus, which is very much part of the Russian military space. And if they were on the Ukrainian-Polish border, we would have almost as long of a border as Finland has with Russia. So there is this very deep change. There is also a change in Polish society. This is not we are fighting almost about anything except when it comes to spending a lot on defense. People are also very, you know, I would say the Polish society in particular was very open to understanding both the threat and what the society needs to do for our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. And I think this comes really, you know, I'm sure we'll come back to this, and a lot of colleagues, especially further west, even though we're not going to engage in Germany bashing just yet, we'll come back to this, Jana, for sure.
Yeah.
But
hold your horses.
You know,
and I'm the moderator.
That's
I'm
right.
the German
That's right. But we know each other well, so we'll take some. You know, people are saying winter is coming, right? And they are concerned about energy prices, about what it means for the societies. But I think in Poland, and I expect that this is the same case in the Baltic states, we know that there are worse things than winter that can come from the east. And that's what we are going to be preparing for, because it's not a short-term problem that we are facing.
Okay, you think you're next on the shopping list, maybe, one
Yes.
day. Roberts, I turn to you in your role as Vice President of the European Parliament. You've just heard that there are that security and defense is back big time, that Russia has been clearly identified as an enemy for the European Union, but also already Michal hinted at the Polish perspective might be different to the German perspective. But how is it sitting in Brussels, looking at the chatters in the corridors? Did the mood in Brussels shift significantly after the war started? And in what way, if so?
Yeah, well, I also have an honor to be here and representing in some sense also Roberta Metsola, President of the European Parliament, because she is coming to Riga actually next week for 100 years of celebration of National Parliament in Latvia. So she will be here, but today of course I have to somehow to sit in two roles, I would say, as a Vice President of the European Parliament and also as a Latvian politician here, and it's my country. And on this issue, I can start with this European aspect. So I'm proud about this Parliament, how it reacted after 24th of February. Roberta Metsola called immediately for some demonstration. She was one of the first leaders who went to Kiev. It was even a really dangerous time when she went there. And also President Zelensky was on a remote meeting with the European Parliament, also one of the first. And it was really good start. All the resolutions which came from Parliament that time, also as a candidate status, pressure to the Council side to give a candidate status for Ukraine as a European Union member. It is a very important Parliament position. So in general, I can say I'm really positive on how, in general, Parliament reacted. But of course, let's be honest, there are some differences, not only political, but geographical as well in the European Parliament. And definitely what already we discussed that Baltic states and Poland and some I would say other Central Eastern European countries, representatives are in a different view. So we knew here in Baltics and in Poland, I think we knew that what can happen from Russia. So, and I a bit was confused that even High Representative Borrell recently said that we didn't expect that the war happened. If the United States already made the warning signals, perhaps it's a bit worrying to start about the situation. And I think here in Latvia, everybody remembers the situation, how we felt in the morning of 24th of February. As I'm sometimes saying to my colleagues from Western Europe, pandemic stopped on 24th of February in our area because it was no more issue, because the issue was a real military threat, and we understand that we are on the border with Russia, so and Belarus as well here in Latvia, for example, for both countries. I think it's really important, and I think what is different also. Threshold of pain, but public is ready to take on in different countries. And I know from some of my colleagues from Western Europe, let's be honest, so they understand that it's politically very difficult to manage this winter and also maybe next winter, how much pain public is ready to take in some of those countries. Here in Baltics, I think, and in Poland and in other Central Eastern European countries, I think people are ready to take more pain, economical pain, social pain even, but to be safe from military threats, and this is the difference. And also, I think threat of conventional or some kind of unconventional military intervention of Russia. Of course, that also is different. Here, close to Russia, we understand the conventional threat could be for some of the, let's say, on the outside, the former post-Soviet influence areas, they understand there is no conventional threats. There could be some other threats, but not. And it's also this differentiate our political views.
Thank you, Roberts. Let's stay at the EU level for once. There has been talking about a geopolitical awakening of the European Union, and we could think about the European Peace Facility, the sheer fact that the EU for the first time allows basically member states to buy arms with European money and to send it into a war. This is, I think, for Brussels standards, quite a revolution. The training mission now for Ukraine, the various sanctions packages, also the enablement for by now over 7 million Ukrainians to come to Europe and to find asylum here. So all that is great. At the other hand, if you compare it to what the United States has done, you can say that the United States has outperformed the European Union, has done more than all EU member states combined, plus the EU institutions. I think, that's my thesis, that they did a great job, the Biden administration, and that they brought the Europeans also together. So if you look at it, if you look at what the EU did, which is quite impressive, as I said, my question would be first, is this enough? Do you think that we really are doing and will be doing enough, or could we do more? And the second question is, if you compare it to what the United States is doing, if you look at them being back big time, as Biden has said, if you look at NATO's revival, like no longer talking about brain dead. I think that is a relief for you, so you don't need to explain your president's thinking all the time. But so are we doing enough? And is there a new, is the burden sharing between the EU and the US the right one or not? And maybe, Kulinda, you were kind of so European in your introductory remarks.
For clarification, are we doing enough, you mean in the context of Ukraine or for European defense in general? Both.
You can do both.
Yes, well, certainly the speed and the depth of reactions of the European Union to this open invasion of Ukraine on the 24th February was surprisingly quick. I believe that we will continue to stand together. We need to maintain solidarity. The sanctions are working. It's not true that they're not. The full effect will be seen in about a year or two. But yes, they are depriving the Russian war machine of the capabilities to rebuild the war machinery, even to acquire weapons abroad. They have been reduced to 4 nations who will still do business with them. Secondly, when you look at European defense, what the invasion has done, again, it's been a strong catalyst for several processes. It has created this unity of purpose, and practically overnight, it has bridged that asymmetry of expectations within Europe and between the European Union and the North American, or rather the United States, across the Atlantic, expectations on the value and the purpose of the transatlantic alliance. Through previous experience, Europeans had learned that the United States might not necessarily be aligned with the European Union on all issues automatically. So the attempts at reaching some kind of self-capabilities and self-capacities that is also put in the context of strategic autonomy or strategic sovereignty or European sovereignty has been a driving force of a lot of processes in the EU. Now, across the Atlantic, there was another bridge that was asymmetry that was closed, and that was the contributions gap. All of our countries are now contributing more than 2% of the GDP to defense. And Michal mentioned 3% in Poland, and more, everybody's investing into defense. But we come to the third point, and that is the asymmetry of capabilities, how we invest and where we invest. The mechanisms of cooperation between the EU and the United States, or NATO, rather, in not duplicating and replicating, but really investing into the areas that will be of strategic importance. Now, looking forward, I already have said that we must not consider just territorial threats or geographical frontiers, but domain frontiers that go into cyberspace, artificial intelligence, but also the previously soft power, like the economic tools of coercion, disinformation, build resilience of societies, etc. So we have to invest into all that. We also have to keep in mind that the war in Ukraine and helping Ukraine in their right to self-defense, we're also depleting our own resources that need to be refilled and need to be rebuilt. So we need to see stronger coordination of defense and deterrence planning within the European Union or the EU continent and with the United States. And in that, I have to say something from my personal experience, that first of all, we shouldn't be looking at the EU and NATO separately, because with Sweden and Finland's accession, about 95% of the EU population will be living in NATO countries. So obviously, we have huge overlapping. But when it comes to working across Brussels and even working across our own administrative systems in planning the resources, you have some kind of a disconnect between those who look at NATO and NATO requirements, what we need to do, and those who look at all the initiatives for European defense. So we need to merge those. We cannot create silo systems. We need to cooperate in order to be able to use the resources most efficiently.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So, Michal, isn't this in a way kind of the Polish dream having come true? Poland was always very skeptical about the notion of strategic autonomy, always was afraid of transatlantic cleavages. Now the United States is back. Your country buys a lot of the shelf from the United States. So is it all going in the right direction from your personal, or maybe also if you kind of try to echo your government here, direction?
Thank you, Jana. I will try to stay sort of non-governmental in all this, but there is a lot of unity in thinking about the issues that you just raised in Warsaw. Is it dream come true? I would put it a little bit different way. Let's imagine that US did not show up to this fight, both in Ukraine and in Europe. Where would we be? I don't even have to say it here, because we understand it very, very well. And you have talked about the disproportional help from the US when it comes to military aid. Yeah, they remind us it's 17 billion. What have you guys done? But it also, in the run-up to the war, in Poland, for example, we saw very quick increase of presence of the US. So, 82nd was there right like this. By the time the war started, we have gone up to over 11,000 US troops, Patriot batteries, so it was all ready to go. So in that sense, the dream that has come true in a way is that Putin made us all say check, and the US said, okay, we are there. The rest of NATO is catching up as well. So it's, even though I would say in the US we trust, playing this a little bit maybe more than necessary, there is definitely, I fully agree here with Corinda, that we need to avoid this, on one hand, duplication, but also making sure that we use the resources together, that there is a strong European pillar of NATO.
Does there also need to be a strong European defense pillar inside the EU? You said a strong European pillar in NATO is the...
So here, my personal view is absolutely yes. But this is where you would have actually quite a very clear cleavage in Warsaw, where half of the political spectrum would say, let's just keep it all at NATO, let's just work with Americans, let's just buy everything from Americans, it's them who showed up. And the other ones, the other part, myself including, would point out, well, we actually need to develop European capabilities. We look to US national security strategy. We see what their pacing threat is, and it is not Russia, it is China, even though we have time. Sometimes this time needs to be used to develop European capabilities. But that's something that would require changes of thinking, or changes maybe even in the government in Warsaw, for Poland to be part of the European solution, and I'm sure we'll talk about it a little bit more, maybe even European engine for Europe's security policy.
Thank you. So coming from Poland to France is sometimes a long way. When it comes to the assessment of strategic autonomy, certainly so. Are you worried, Alice, that now, with all the developments, I mean, with the geopolitical awakening of the EU, but still this kind of strong role that the United States is playing, the strong role that NATO is playing, I mean, we're all doing well, but that there is an imbalance, and that we tend to forget to maybe look at what kind of the Europeans need to do in terms of defense and security, or would you take it more from a positive angle?
I think we have to take it from a positive angle, especially because we are observing that strategic awakening, and this is happening now. The point is that over the last few months, we have managed to take the right decisions collectively and to put on good track not only the strategic compass, but all the different tasks that it represents, including on the operational domain, the rapid capacity of deployment, but also, of course, trying to enhance our ability to access to global commons, contested areas, be more relevant, including in responding to the challenges posed by the systemic rival, which is China, and this is coming up. So I think the greatest part of our effort will have to be focused on budget, making sure that the decisions taken today will be sustained over time, and honestly, we've been lagging behind for the last few years. That will require determination, because of course there is the impact of inflation, there are a number of other concerns, and including ones deriving from the COVID crisis. And secondly, restructuring our European industrial basis, which means that we need to invest in innovation, making sure that we do not lag behind technologically, and in the end, that we are able to take up some responsibilities in defense, including if there are crises that may emerge in addition to the current war in Ukraine. We cannot forget about the many other challenges existing not only in Africa, but also in the Middle East and in the Pacific, and we will have responsibilities to take up in that respect as well. So I would guess our dependencies on our American friends remain, but we should be including within NATO as Europeans taking up more responsibilities. I think France is doing that, precisely that, including by reducing the ability of its forces to move at short notice, by being able to play the role of framework nation in Romania, and doing a number of other additional efforts. So that's clear, and then making sure that that old issue about EU-NATO duplications versus complementarity, that we leave it behind us and move on with a clear assessment that we will need to combine the assets of the two organizations in order to match the many challenges ahead of us. There is no other way around.
Can I just have a follow-up question? Do you think that the strategic compass and the strategic concept work towards that goal? Do you think that we are on a good path towards overcoming these divisions between the EU and NATO? That was also one of the questions that was asked via Slido previously. So
I think we're precisely realizing and including, I mean, because our American friends were a little bit caught by surprise, good surprise to see how much the Europeans were ready to take the real decisions, the meaningful decisions required by the return of war in Europe. So I think indeed the fact that we were working already before the war on the strategic compass, that we were planning to have a strategic concept adapting to the strategic competition that we're confronted with, this is good, this is a good start, but now we have to implement it genuinely. And then that's the moment when we have to realize that, for instance, we still have homeworks to do at the European level that may have been forgotten in the meantime, but looking at how we withdrew from Afghanistan, we realized that we were heavily dependent on the Americans for many capabilities, and we need to do more in terms of strategic transport, ISR. That was also true in the Sahel region, where we were also relying and very much appreciating the American support. So, I mean, we have to work hand in glove, EU and NATO, not only because of the cross-cutting competencies that has the EU. Honestly, if you speak about lawfare, if you speak about securing supplies, about hybrid, counter-hybrid strategies or disinformation campaigns, obviously the EU stands in the right place to do it, and this is not NATO's business. And I think the Americans do realize that. My point would be to say, all right, EU-NATO is key, but let's make sure that also we take to the next level the EU-US dialogue on security. I think, for instance, topics like China may be extremely relevant for that purpose.
Mm-hmm. So I think with all this harmony between EU and NATO, maybe we should talk about basically the mother-in-law in this marriage between EU and NATO, which would be capability development, defense industry, and whether the contracts go to the United States or go to Europe. Maybe, Roberts, you want to comment on this? But before I give the floor to you, I just want to announce that I'm, after this, opening it up to your questions. I have many more, but I would like to bring you in, and 3 lucky ones if you can be heard. So prepare your questions and be quick raising your arm. But first, yes. Roberts.
Yes, thank you, Jana. So if you are, well, because the absolute majority of EU member states are in NATO now, so or almost in NATO, like also Sweden and Finland, which is, of course, actually it's an interesting point that Sweden and Finland, being for a long years, of course, EU member state, decided to make security in NATO. This is also partly of answer about how politicians and public reacted on these threats from 24th of February particularly. So, and about this so-called strategic autonomy and European sovereignty, well, I had some informal conversation with one of the also participants of this conference here in Riga, my good colleague, who said, look, actually this, what's happened, so it was strategic autonomy from Russia, what's happened after 24th of February. It's strategic autonomy from Russian energy sources and other things, so, and to understand where is the threats and so on. That is a bit different angle, of course, but how strategic autonomy was created and European sovereignty concept. So it was more how to deal without the United States involvement, which I think it doesn't work in this situation. It's my personal opinion, and I think we have to be sure that it's the most important is not to create well, dependent strategic from not only from Russia, which is, I hope it will be over in a reasonable time from now, but there are some dangerous movements as well if we are looking on this direction. There is a possible German government chancellor and some business community visit to China, which could be also not so much about how to sell in the market, but how to survive in an input level from different kind of minerals, which is necessary from the Green Deal and other issues. This is a dangerous, and also I think we have to understand that dependency could happen from other sides. So, and it's not easy to understand what is the key priority in this situation. Also, strategic compass, which is a part of this strategic autonomy, If you look, of course, before 24th of February, there was a totally different concept. So in March, when it was approved, it was already something a bit different. But anyway, it doesn't address security from a threat of Russia. It's more NATO issue, not strategic compass issue. It is more developed for other needs. So I think it's particularly here in our area, we have to be sure that for us it's the most important security, and security with a good transatlantic relationships here in this area in Baltic states it's a core. If you will ask for general public where security is coming, they are following what's going on in Ukraine, war in Ukraine, and how United States and also even UK, with all the turbulences in the government, but they, according to the Ukrainian side, they are supporting, they are more satisfied with the support from UK sometimes than from support of EU, which is the case. So not for member state by member state they are evaluating, but this is reality, and let's look on this reality with wide open eyes and to think what we can do in the best.
Thank you, Roberts. And as a good German, I note that you're already the second person on a panel who mentions Germany and its tendency to sell critical infrastructure to not so friendly powers. So I take that back home for sure, that this has been a big topic here. But as I promised, I would like to open it up now. I see 1, 2. So we start with 1, 2. Claudia Major, my dear colleague, sitting in the middle of the room over there. And then the gentleman over there. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Thank you for the Claudia Major from the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. And thanks for the excellent exchange, and Jana for leading this panel so wonderfully. You mentioned the Zeitenwende in Germany, so Germany rethinking its foreign defense policy. And our defense minister recently said Germany should be a leading military power, so a leading power in Europe in defense questions. I know that not always anybody, we don't need all advice, but I was wondering what your dreams would be for Germany to do as a leading military power. So what are the 3 ideas or the 3 hopes or the 3 wishes you would have for Germany to do if we were to develop into a leading European military power? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman over there at the very right. Yeah. Could you introduce yourself? I fail, my eyes fail me, I cannot.
Tim Riley from the Scott Perler Research Institute at Cambridge in UK.
Apologies for the jokes about the UK Parliament in the beginning.
It's a long queue. My question really is one about, the panel has been discussing the role of more involvement of Europe in NATO. And my simple question is, what are you going to do about the intelligence aspect? The background to the question, and by that I mean, with the absence of Britain in Europe as a Five Eyes agency, how is that going to be overcome? Germany is the obvious candidate, but its relationship after unification and Stasi personnel now working in Europe will not be looked on lightly by the United States. And if Ukraine were to come into either EU or NATO, it's pretty certain that a lot of intelligence, Five Eyes intelligence, would go straight back to Moscow first. So the question really is, and the fourth part of the question, I suppose, is how are you going to pay to build intelligence capability and capacity around the world when the target, Russia, in response to that will be further relationships with China. In other words, you get dragged further into geopolitical, geostrategic relationships with China and Russia, which means the bill for setting up intelligence within European NATO gets utterly astronomical. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you want, I could offer, this gentleman the third opportunity.
Thanks. So sorry, another Brit, Patrick Turner. I used to work at NATO, so
you all came here.
Familiar friends. That's right. We escaped. So a simple question. We're in a generation-long, certainly decade-long conflict, if you want to use that word, contest with Russia and China. Are European countries actually going to have the stomach, given all the impacts, the direct impacts, other things which are happening anyway, to maintain this year's momentum over the next 10 or 15 years? Because if the extra defence spending is going to mean something, for example, it's going to take a long time for it to mean something. So will there be the stomach to stay in the fight?
Thank you very much. I turn back to the panel, and I already announced that we bite into your coffee break, but that is entirely the first panel's fault, not my fault as a moderator, because they went over time, and I don't want to cut our discussion short. So blame the others, not me. Michael, I think you are the perfect person to ask about Germany as a leading power. I think looking at the dynamics into the European Union and the EU's reaction to Russia's war in Ukraine, I think personally we've seen a new power camp emerging, a new leadership camp in the European Union, very much driven by Poland, the Czech Republic, the Baltic states, joined by Finland and Sweden, at least with a lot of sympathy. So now when you look at Germany as a leading power and Poland as an aspiring leading power, is there competition? How do you look at the German ambitions? Do you welcome them? Do you think this is needed? Is it threatening you?
I will definitely answer this one in personal capacity, because not that I'm representing anyone, but there are as many views on this question, well, not almost as many as Paul's, but there is a lot of views on these questions in Poland. Let me just say that I think this is it would be a perfect moment for a strong Polish, German, Central European German new engine for European security policy, for European Eastern policy. It is not happening, and I'm going to first, turn to you in a way. It is not happening because what I see is it's Zeitwende that it is happening, but perhaps a bit too slow. That's on you as Germany for the purpose of this panel. But it's also not happening on our side because especially the Polish-German relationship is used for domestic purposes. So there's a great opportunity to look forward, but instead of this, we are looking backwards. This is something that can change only with election, frankly. But there is a real opportunity, and of course, Claudia asked an excellent question: what are the hopes? And if Germany can maintain the sense of urgency, which some good German friends of mine tell me that this sense of urgency might be dwindling, then the hope would be that Germany actually takes a real role in the defense of whole of NATO, but including eastern flank, for example, by being present on the ground and not being supporting Lithuania from further away, by making sure that we have the right enablers, that we don't have to always rely only on the Americans. Then in the end, that you have a functioning Bundeswehr. Right now, the 100 billion that is there with the Zeitwende is just to get Bundeswehr to a functioning level. And I really hope that this continues beyond this 5-year plan that we have right now. So there is openness, even though it may not be universal in my dear capital.
Thank you. I think I do a speed dating round on Germany now. We're running a bit out of time, but if you want, I don't force you, but if you want to comment on Germany's leadership role, and then we come to the intelligence and China-Russia questions. But Roberts, you are already jumping.
I think a lot already has been said about this German issue. I think it's good that Germany started to invest about this 100 billion euros announcement and so on. But of course, we have to understand, I think, a reality that it's not so easy to catch up, for example, US military technologies in at least this level. And also, if we see that what recently United States announced, they will make a high-performance semiconductors chips to support and to put it back to United States from other abroad countries. In Europe, there is still discussions to go also lower-level microchips to support them through the financial methods. It means also there is a big gap, to my opinion, it shows, and also some procurements of strategic jet fighters for Germany, which shows that it is not so easy to create their own level of this. And we are in a time where we cannot wait 10, 15 years from now security threats will be now, and how we finalize these threats, it's very important. It should be before this 10 years time, definitely. And that's why I think I had some doubts, but it's good direction, so let's hope that Germany will do. But if the main idea is just to change the industry, which is currently, to my opinion, in German industry is changing significantly. It's a revolution, I would say, so because of the
energy industry.
Yeah, because of inputs like relatively cheap energy
Yeah.
sources from Russian minerals and so on. It would be difficult and to catch up very quickly on high-level technology. I think it's really difficult in a reasonable time.
Okay. Do you want to add to that, or should we?
No.
Yeah.
Happy very quickly, perhaps just to say that obviously we have France and Germany, the Aachen Treaty, which represents some kind of a roadmap of all the different efforts that we need to carry out together. And I hope that indeed Zeitenwende will just offer that opportunity to accelerate, amplify the joint agenda, and then to make sure that it is translated into Europe. But from a very personal basis, and to put it very briefly, I would say we would like Zeitenwende not to lead to a scenario where we would see our German friends buying on American shelves to put the stuff on German shelves, but to try to buy American and European equipments and then to use them and make sure that they are available when we need to deploy them. And that's been one of the issues I think that we have been addressing jointly, including in the context of the European Intervention Initiative, which at some point Germany was contemplating with hesitation because there was the appetite to deploy forces and to do it, including in less permissive environment. And obviously the war in Ukraine is demonstrating that indeed we need investments, we need defense budgets, we need equipments, but we also need to be able to use them and take the risk. And I hope that this is going to be the case.
Thank you. So 2 clear messages kind of towards the German defense industry and the German procurement ideas, and also to, I think, German readiness and, the readiness to deploy forces. Thank you. Gulinda?
Let me just tie all of these 3 questions
That's
together.
A perfect bridge then.
Well, first of all, obviously, not just Germany, but everybody here in Europe needs to invest in the proper defense capabilities. And I think one of the ways to go forward is to invest into the defense industrial base here in Europe, into research, development, startups, etc. Now, nevertheless, although we need to stop being free riders, as we used to be called, and we need to strengthen the European pillar of the transatlantic defense, NATO remains crucial, essential to the defense of Europe. And thus, contribution of the non-EU NATO member countries, such as the United States, the UK, which is not a member of the EU any longer, but is a member of NATO, and that goes for intelligence and other capabilities where we need to be sharing together and be complementary, coherent, and mutually reinforcing. And the third point, looking at the choice whether NATO, the EU, or everybody who is standing up to Russia's aggression, whether we'll have stomach to continue to do it, we simply won't have a choice. This has become a war of global stamina. We need to address the systemic challenges posed in the world, and again, they come not just from the territorial domain, but from other frontier domains as well.
Thank you. So I think we really need to enter kind of the final round now, and there are still the China-Russia, or the 2 elements in the room left, and also the intelligence aspect. Alice, could I ask you to talk about the intelligence?
Of course. Thank you for raising that question. Honestly, as part of the lessons learned from this war is the importance, of course, of intelligence. And I think we can be proud that the strategic compass was built on a first ever threat assessment, joint threat assessment among European countries, European member states. Obviously, intelligence plays a key role in paving the way to autonomy, because this is the autonomy of making your own mind about what is the situation, attributing, and of course taking decisions. So I don't think there is a discrepancy between what the EU can do in terms of action because of the lack of joint intelligence mechanism. There are a number of countries around Europe that are able to share intelligence, and I'm sure that this is not confined to the Five Eyes format. So, and in addition, of course, a number of the countries that are members of the EU do have a relationship, and including very dense, intense relationship, including with Five Eyes countries, and that's the case for France with the UK and the US.
And because I want to end on a positive note, the question about Russia and China was whether the European countries will have the stomach to endure this, to stay united. And I don't want you to question this. I want you to tell me how to make it happen in the final round in an elevator pitch. So I'm with you in an elevator, we go up, and you need to explain to me how we manage to stay united vis-a-vis Russia and China. They don't kind of do divide and rule and eat us for breakfast. How do we do this? Who wants to go first? Michal?
Yeah, we have a solution, right? No, this is, we talked about it last night also, Patrick, and this is clearly the test of our times. I think the key, whether we can have the stomach, is whether we recognize it as such. And here we have a little bit of differences geographically, but if we recognize it as the existential moment that it is, and the pivotal place that the war in Ukraine is playing in this, if we understand it, then we have to communicate it to our public. And then only we have the chance to stomach this, because as I fully agree, this is not something, despite what, it sounds sometimes in the media, this is not something that ends this winter or next spring. This is a long-term conflict, whether we call it a world war or not, that's a different story, but that's what we have to understand and then bring our societies along by having this great political ability, but great political talents to do this. So I'll turn to someone who has done this with their society. How do we actually do that?
Your elevator pitch.
Yes, I already responded to that. But, if I had somebody in the elevator, I would say, I'd rather not have power today for a few hours than have my kids go to war and fret about lives, be scared about their lives, because this doesn't stop with Ukraine. Let's not delude ourselves, and let's not perform any wishful thinking. Let's be smart, forward-looking, and geopolitical.
Thank you. And also for being very quick. That was a very quick elevator run. Thank you. Robert?
Yeah, what I'm really afraid is this, does you has a stomach to not to continue to work with Russia, for example, after some years? Well, I had, it's, let's put like a realistic view on this. It depends how the war in Ukraine, what's happened with the war in Ukraine. So what would be the frozen war at the end, or some kind of peace, which is not a peace, but just frozen war in the future. So how strong EU and also West will be in the situation when I believe that Ukrainians will be winners of this war. But does it enough for a change of narrative in Russian society, and not only in Russian?
I want you to tell me how we make that happen.
And that's why I think there would be attention, to my opinion, and at least in part of EU member states, because of the public reaction to the politicians, that if it's possible to make kind of peace, and maybe we can find some benefits to make our pains a bit lower than we experience this winter and next winter. So this is dangerous.
Yeah, that would actually be more the elevator crashing entirely, I think. Alice?
Extremely quickly, I think everything was mentioned. I would just add on top of that the fact that we need long-term strategic convergence among European countries in light of what we're seeing. That means, at the core of the project of the European political community and the recent summit that took place beginning of October, there was the need to make sure that all European countries in the continent, except Russia and Belarus, and I can tell you this is a great message of unity vis-à-vis those countries, can gather and indeed address some of the issues that are burning issues at the highest level, and start defining genuinely over the horizon what are their political goals. And I think we need that kind of political convergence to take place in an informal manner, because again, the European political community is not to be institutionalized. This is not another organization. This is really a political mechanism that will allow us potentially to converge over the coming years.
Thank you very much. And I also thank you for, giving us hope in the end that this is doable. Also warning against kind of the biggest threats. I think that should encourage us really to work towards a united, strong West, Europeans, Americans together in the long run, and I think that should also be the guiding narrative for this conference. You now will have your well-deserved coffee breaks. Thank you so much for your patience and for your willingness to listen. Thanks to my great panel.
Good afternoon. So we're resuming with the session this afternoon after a coffee break with the focus on the Eastern Partnership. The topic of the title of the panel that we'll be talking in is the room for maneuver in the Eastern Partnership and incorporating different degrees of integration with the EU. We will have the panel, which will consist of 4 speakers. 2 of them will be online. We will have Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze. She will join us online from Kyiv. As you well know, she is the head of the European Integration Committee at the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. We see her. Hello, Ivana. We will also have Igor Zhovkva, who will join us a bit later from Kyiv as well, Deputy Head of the Office of the President of Ukraine. And we have 2 speakers here in the House, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Georgia, Temur Janjalia, and Julian Groza, Director of the European Policy and Reform Institute from Moldova. So without further ado, let's just jump straight into the topic. I will start from Ivana. I think she can hear us. And the first question I want to ask the participants here is about their expectations with regard to the next steps with the European Union. The heroic struggle of the Ukrainian people for their independence and for their freedom not only destroyed the myths of Russian might and the strength of the so-called second army in the world, but it also created new opportunities in terms of European integration for the Eastern Partnership states. And we saw the decisions of this year by the European Council, which effectively provided all 3 states of the Eastern Partnership European perspective, but gave the candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova. So my question is, what do you see are the next steps for Ukraine in this strive towards the European integration? The floor is yours, Ivana.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for this invitation, and thank you for having this opportunity to talk at this very important forum and to render some of the thoughts we have here in Ukraine with regard to the future developments. But let me, before answering your question, very briefly, actually resolve to something that struck me with this panel, because this panel is about Eastern Partnership and the whole conference is about realpolitik versus idealpolitik. And I was thinking that, I don't in particular like realpolitik because many people who wanted to use it, they are predominantly kind of focusing on even argumenting and agreeing and ready to justify the right of the might, and who are ready to discuss the spheres of influence of the bigger states. And with regard to idealpolitik, that's probably not even the goal, but that's something that is a reality that is not possible today. And probably this idealpolitik is definitely different for everybody who is working on this or other issue. And so when I saw this topic of Eastern Partnership, I thought that it's kind of a strange and bigger problem that we are discussing something that is neither realpolitik nor the idealpolitik, because it's I thought that we are going to discuss something that is not existent anymore, and that is continuously being still discussed, even the suspension of the Belarusian participation in the EAP, even after the 24th of February, and after the next steps or next round of conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, and after Ukraine and Moldova receiving the candidate status and Georgia receiving the European perspective. So I understand that's probably part of the kind of bureaucracy that is difficult to stop something that exists already as an instrument. But I think we have to be very honest and very sincere with ourselves. And if something is dead, we have to declare something dead. And I think that we have to agree among ourselves, among the friends, that Eastern Partnership is not existent anymore. As American Indians are saying, if the horse is dead, dismount. So it's exactly what we have to do. And we have to think how actually, and how we have to focus on the future through probably totally other instruments and through totally other possibilities. And if we are talking today about the future of relationship between the European Union and Ukraine, definitely I should start from gratitude to all the European nations for taking this very, very important for Ukrainian people, for Ukrainian society decision of providing us with the candidate status along with Moldova. And I'm very saddened by the fact that our Georgian friends have not received it simultaneously with our two countries. But I think we also have to be sincere in understanding and in agreeing why this is happening. This has happened this way, and maybe think through some of the instruments to help Georgia to reach this point together with us.
One follow-up before I move on to the other friends here. Ukraine expects to start the negotiations, basic accession negotiations, as some of your high-level officials have declared, sometime next year. How realistic it is from your perspective? Because you just got the candidate status this year and betting on starting the negotiations next year. So real politic-wise, how realistic do you think that could happen?
Yes, there is a big desire here in Ukraine to move very promptly from the step of receiving the candidate status to start of the negotiations on the accession. And I think you are very right here that we have to use the realistic approach and have to understand how that it's dependent on Ukrainian speed and deliverables on all those 7 conditions that Ukraine has received together with the candidate status, but also it depends on the ability and readiness of the EU institutions to deliver their feedback on urgent matters where we need some of the assessments, some of the expertise from the European Union. And that is not there yet. And that is not going with such a optimistic speed as Ukrainian government has seen up till now. So I always did belong to those people who were trying to assess and take into consideration all the aspects of this other move. So I do not really expect that we can break through with start of the accession negotiations in 2023. But I want to be mistaken, and I want to assure you that here in the Ukrainian parliament, and I hope also in the Ukrainian government, we are ready to work on our part of the homework, irrespectively or on the top of having to fight this bloody war at this particular moment. So our expectation is that in the meantime, the EU will build actually the capacity and will straighten up its internal procedures to the extent that it will have the vis-a-vis for Ukrainian counterparts to respond promptly, efficiently, and adequately to any of the requests for assessments, for screening, for monitoring with the speed and resolve that is also present on the Ukrainian side.
Thank you. Coming back to this issue which Ivanka raised here, which Joanna raised here about the Eastern Partnership basically being dead, and there's being a new process, which is the candidate status for Ukraine and Moldova and European perspective for Georgia, but basically putting them in the same kind of enlargement basket, just a bit a step away from each other. Julian, to follow up on that, do you think that TRIO is also dead? I understand that the TRIO was created as a political region, basically. Geographically, it's not really a region. We know that all the European enlargements have happened on a geographic logic, geographic basis, and TRIO was created, manufactured, basically, by the politicians and the diplomats of these three states with that purpose. And now, with Ukraine and Moldova being a step ahead, and with seeing that there might not be that much appetite in Kiev to associate, or some problems with Georgia, I'll come back to this question later to Temur. Do you think TRIO as a political region is still a viable entity, or do you think that now it's Ukraine and Moldova already in a different speed of integration with the EU?
Sergei, Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia have a lot of things in common. And we had various formats where we have been looking at enhancing our political, economic, sectoral cooperation. Eastern Partnership policy framework has provided a new impetus, a new objective, association with European Union, association agreements, economic integration. This is what made us to be TRIO. Last year, there were a lot of attempts to set up this type of more enhanced political kind of cooperation in the format of TRIO in Batumi, in Brussels, ahead of the Eastern Partnership Summit in December. There were a lot of initiatives trying to shape this new approach, trying to zoom in a bit the policy, which happened in a way. We have Guam as well, which continues in a way or another way, where we have also Azerbaijan involved. So I think today, with the new European political community, there are even more kind of platforms, political, intergovernmental interactions where our countries can interact. But the short answer to your question is the TRIO is here, basically, at this panel too. Yeah. We have, as mentioned, a lot of things in common, and most importantly, we have something in common in terms of the future. All of our countries are countries with clear European perspectives recognized. Ukraine, Moldova, indeed, is a bit further in terms of getting the candidate status. I'm sure Georgia, when ready, will get the candidate status as well. But what is important is that the speed towards EU may differ, but the direction is clear. And we also have to face the reality. The Eastern Partnership, as it was established, I think it has managed to reach its main objectives. And as it looks today in the region, the challenges we face and the new realities in terms of our interaction also with the EU and the new approach of the European Union towards our countries indicates to the fact that Eastern Partnership is obsolete, even though it was updated recently in December last year. But many things have happened in between. This means that I think what should matter in terms of our future developments is our future, which is European future. Without any doubts, Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia will be part of the European Union. We need to do our homework. We need to increase our resilience. Ukraine is fighting. Ukrainian people are fighting for their integrity, for their sovereignty against the Russian aggression, the brutal aggression. And Ukraine is defending Europe. Ukraine is defending us. Moldova is the most vulnerable country in the region. Even though Moldova is not today conventionally under Russian aggression, Moldova has been under hybrid aggression of Russia for years. And Moldova understands what Russian aggression means. 12% of our territory is still occupied by Russian illegal troops in the Eastern region, which today poses additional security concerns and imminent security risks to my country. Today, Moldova is not alone. Moldova is supported by Western partners, by the EU. Moldova is a country to become a member of the European Union. We have a lot of things to do internally. We face a lot of challenges, crises. A part of the war, which is at our border, the economic crisis, the energy crisis, which unfortunately is used by Russia in blackmailing Moldova as we are entering into winter and as we speak today. So a part of that, what it is important is that we increase our resilience, domestic resilience, keep our track on reforms, democratic transformation, rule of law. Moldova has been vulnerabilized for years due to kleptocratic influence, which was using the state institutions for their purpose. And now the real challenge for us is to clean the justice system from corruption and from corrupt.
I will come back to this. That's another thing I wanted to discuss. But I would move now to Igor, who is joining us from Kyiv. So we're talking here about the Eastern Partnership and potential different speeds of integration with the EU. But obviously, Ukraine right now has a serious challenge or a serious security issue at hand. It's fighting war for survival with Russia. And we all follow the news on a daily basis, seeing what Russia has been doing in the last, not just months, but now in the last days, bombing civilian infrastructure. So maybe we can move to that aspect of Ukrainian daily life, basically. So what is it that Ukraine needs right now from the European Union, from the West, to defeat this imminent challenge that Russia is providing to Ukraine, the attacks on the civilian infrastructure, kind of attacking the energy objects and trying to basically turn the lights off in Ukraine? Igor?
Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues. First of all, thank you for having me. Really, it's important to have such a conference, such a hectic time. Sorry for being a little bit late. Just was meeting with my president, with the EBRD president who came to Kyiv today, despite the bombings, right? Despite the shellings. You know, we usually start the mornings, we even don't break our nights with air raid sirens. Today we were lucky to have a rather short air raid siren, like for half an hour. It's a miracle, you know, throughout the last 2 weeks or even throughout almost 8 months of the war, 240th day today. You know, we have a little bit different calendar probably than you are now. In your normal life, it's 21st of October, first day of Riga Conference, and for us it's 240th day on the war. I will come back to this, but really, I joined your discussion when you asked Julian about whether TRIO is alive or not. Let me react on this, because this is also a subject, a topic, which is connected to fighting Russian aggression together. I remember exactly a year ago, 22nd of October, I was sitting in peaceful Kyiv with foreign policy advisors, my fellow colleagues from Moldova, my friend Kristina Gerasimov, there were representatives from Georgia, and myself from Ukraine. We're sitting in Kyiv discussing actually the perspectives for TRIO. Yes, right, yeah, there was a few or even less than a month after the Batumi summit, which we prepared also thoroughly. I still remember how we drafted this Batumi declaration. It was really quite good, still good. But then war happened. The open war against Ukraine, which started on the 24th of February, because the war actually started in 2014, as you well remember. And you know, many were asking also, probably not the question, where is the TRIO? But the question about where are our partners and friends in the first days of war? Because many of our partners reacted whimsically. You know, you probably heard this narrative about 3 or 5 days throughout which Kyiv had to be captured together with, if not all, but the most part of Ukraine. And what we needed more in those first days, then it became first weeks, then it became first months, and now tomorrow there will be 8 months of the war. We had 3 main, and still having, 3 main demands to our partners: weapon, sanctions, financial support. In 5 days, we added another pillar. After 28th of February, when on the 5th day of war, my president summoned an application for membership, was pillar number 4, or general pillar. It's about support of Ukraine in its bid for European Union. So you're asking me where is trio, and I would ask you, where was Georgia and Moldova in the first days of war? Weapons, sanctions, financial support. I will probably stop on this, though I can elaborate. So we would really appreciate if your countries, like you're rightfully saying, striving for the European Union as well as Ukraine is striving, would take the behavior pattern of each and every European Union member. Not all of them are supporting us with those 3 pillars, because obviously the countries are different in their size, in their financial capacities, but each and every of them support us in at least one of this pillar. I like this example of, sorry for my Estonian colleagues, but a small country of Estonia who gave almost half of its military budget to support Ukraine in terms of weaponry. I hear from my Czech colleagues, you know, you almost emptied our military warehouses. We gave you all we had, starting from ammunition to other equipment. But we do know that unfortunately it will last for a certain period of time. So let's start already now to produce more ammunition, more artillery, more heavy weaponry to support you, because right here, we are not only fighting for ourselves, we are fighting for all of you, for Georgia, for Moldova, for France, for Germany, for the rest 25 only European Union members. But we're also fighting for non-European Union members who are situated on the European continent. And that's where we get the support from all of them. Either equipment, I mean military equipment, or sanctions, unanimous support, despite the difficulties, despite the tough discussions, 8 packages of sanctions adopted by the European Union. Yesterday, my president was speaking at this regular European Union summit. You know, it became a good habit. The president is speaking on each and every European summit, president of Ukraine. And he already talked about 9th package of sanctions. He thanked president of the EU as well as each and every leader present in the whole room for the Iranian sanctions, anti-Iran sanctions, which were introduced yesterday by the European Union immediately as a reaction on Iran selling the drones, which are killing Ukrainians more and more, because this is not a new tactics, but rather a new weapon. They started to use drones, which are primitive, which are Mesozoic era drones, but they carry bombs, which kill my people each and every day in almost all cities of Ukraine. So my president thanked for Iranian sanctions, but said this is too far, too little, and asked for more anti-Iran sanctions from the European Union. And from what I heard, the European Union countries are starting also the activities in this regard. So this is the support. If you can tell me about sanctions introduced by Georgia against Russia, or sanctions Moldova against Russia, or maybe you're also following the tendency in the EU. We asked them to deprive Russians from entry visas to each and every capital, to each and every country of the European Union. Yes, they've done something. They abolished this visa facilitation agreement for Russians. It's now much more difficult for Russians to, or almost next to impossible for tourists, so-called tourists, who entered some sites in Czech Republic, you might remember, in United Kingdom, still it is not a member of the EU, but it's on the European continent, and made the blast or used this poisoning. but they are working in that direction. And when I'm asking my Georgian colleagues about, would you follow this tendency of limiting, let's call it like this, number of Russians entering Georgia now? Because yes, Georgia now is one of the places where Russians are hiding, or hiding, I don't know, their assets. I don't know.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I feel no answer. Sorry, let me finish. Let me finish.
Sure, go ahead.
When you asking me about what is going on in the Ukraine, everyone in the world is watching what is going on in Ukraine. I mean, I'm appearing like 5 or 6 times in different channels every day and every night. So I can tell you that we are freezing now. 30% of Ukrainian electricity grids and systems are ruined, but we're managing to repair them very quickly. And European Union supporting us. They already gave us diesel generators and other items, but we need more. And that's what we talked with President of the EU, Commissioner Narcic was here, we talked with him, just talked with President of the EBRD, so that's what we need. And there are another potential areas when Russia can also do disasters. You know about their blackmailing about nuclear power. I mean, they can now, and my president was speaking yesterday on the European Union summit about this, they are now planning to blow up the hydropower plant in Kakhovka, which may have direct consequences, not only for the southern region of Ukraine, but may hit the nuclear power plants, which are situated on the south of my country. And this is also maybe a nuclear disaster. So that's where we live. I will finish this by saying we need each and every support from each and every state. Even smallest support counts, feels, is seen by Ukrainians, will be greeted by my president. But only united, we can win. If you think that if we wouldn't stop the aggression in Ukraine, aggressor will stop in Ukraine, you definitely in your countries know that this is not happening. This will not happen. Our neighbors in Poland, in Baltic states, in Slovakia, Romania, and other countries do know this. So my appeal to you and my answering to your question about trio, I don't know whether trio is alive, but I know that Ukraine will win.
Thank you. Thank you, Igor. Well, obviously, when we talk about the Eastern Partnership, there's a big elephant in the room which you cannot avoid, and that is the extremely cold relations between Georgia and Ukraine at this stage. And Igor referred to some of the concerns that he has, and it has been repeated on a number of occasions by many, including in Georgia, as well as we've heard those things from Kiev. So I'm going to go to Temur now with basically the request for an explanation. So there is a concern that Georgia did not join sanctions. There is a concern that Georgian rhetoric towards Ukraine is far from friendly. We've seen a number of quite hostile statements from politicians of every country. Yesterday, we saw the decision by President Zelensky to sanction some of the people who are in a close circle of Mr. Ivanishvili, the Georgian oligarch who is the founder of the ruling party. So basically the question is, what is happening there? Is there a perspective of making these relations right from the side of the Georgian government representative? Because obviously, as long as these concerns, legitimate concerns prevail, talking about trio will just be talking, because clearly Ukraine is disappointed. We saw the discussion in the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe several days ago, where Russia was declared a terrorist state, and the Georgian representatives did not vote for the resolution. So what is going on? Can you please provide an explanation on that?
Thank you, Sergey. Thank you. And first of all, as we are relating to the Eastern Partnership and the future of the Eastern Partnership, I would like to react on this at the initial stage. So first and most important thing is that Eastern Partnership already did prove that it has managed many things, and the trio success which we had is on place. So the trio countries already have a European perspective, and we got the message that we are going to be the members of the European Union. So we as well, Georgia, got our own job to be done at home, and we are doing this job, and we do hope that end of the next year, so we will join our friends from Ukraine and Moldova, and we will get the candidacy status as well from the European Union, and we will continue our devoted reform process, which we have and never stopped it. When we are talking about the Eastern Partnership, we should not forget that we only not trio in this Eastern Partnership, and we have other partners within the format. So, and we always were advocating that the Eastern Partnership, it's of course a mutual endeavor, but as well there should be some tailored-based approach, and we're always advocating that the countries which are specially located in our region, so we have to see how we can use, how Europe can be useful for them, and this country can be useful for Europe. And we have seen it recently that President of the Commission arrived in our neighboring country, and really important decisions have been taken regarding the energy security and transportation security of the European continent. So it means that these countries still matter, and Eastern Partnership still matter. I think that what we have now, the new developments as well regarding the economic and investment plan within this format, it's one of the main generators of cooperation within the Eastern Partnership, because we see that countries have our own priorities, so-called flagship initiatives, and these flagship initiatives, so we have the main directions which are energy, which are transportation, which are the connectivity, direct contacts between the Georgia and the European markets, and I'm talking about the direct ferry connection between the Georgian ports and the Romanian port, which brings Europe much more closer to Georgia and much more closer to the countries which are located in our region. So because of this, so we are considering that we see some prospects in the future as well to be developed within the initiative. And of course, as I mentioned already, we have to have this tailored based approach and project-oriented approach within the Eastern Partnership format. Now regarding the war in Ukraine, and of course I have to once again express my people's, my government's support toward Ukrainian independence, sovereignty, and support to the brave people, brave Ukrainian people, and it was several times mentioned already that the Ukrainians are standing and defending not only themselves, but defending whole Europe, defending maybe the whole world, that if not Ukraine, that could be some developments, what we have seen as well and discussed in the previous panels as well. But we have to pay attention as well when we are talking about Georgia and when we are talking about the aggression. So we have to remember always that Georgia was the first country when full-fledged military aggression we got from the Russian Federation in 2008. Before the 2008, we got 2 wars in Georgia. Before 2008, we got full economic embargo on Georgia. Before 2008, we got the full energy cut when we 100% were depending on Russian Federation gas supplies to Georgian markets. And unfortunately, again, and we are repeating, and not only we, but the international community now, and we are happy really, and it's a really strong understanding that it was a mistake when from 2008 till 2014, there was no reaction, proper reaction, maybe some single countries, single governments reacted on this, but international community, the democratic Western world didn't react properly on this. In opposite, we have some opposite movements toward Russia and saying that maybe more prospects Russia have just to interact, and we have seen already this in 2014 in Ukraine. Even Ukraine did not teach us a lesson, teach us, I'm meaning about the international democratic community. Even 2014 was not the lesson which we should to learn. And unfortunately, what is happening and what is happening now in our region, in our countries, is a result of this. And I have to underline that war in Georgia didn't finish. We have still in war. We have still occupation forces in both regions, both occupied regions of Georgia. We have still occupied forces, so from 5,000 to 6,000 permanently based Russian soldiers and permanently based rockets, which can reach not only Tbilisi, but some in other capitals in our region. So we have a huge challenge as well in front of us, and we are fighting for. And we should to survive, and we should to survive together. And as I mentioned at my initial beginning of my speech, that Ukraine should be victorious, and we should be victorious just to make this world more safe and more developed.
Just a brief follow-up there. But still the question is, can Georgia as a country or as a government of Georgia do more to alleviate the concerns that Ukrainian partners have? Because obviously what you said, it all makes sense, but it really does not remove the concerns. Because the concerns that Igor and the other Ukrainian friends air is that there are things you could do and you're not doing that. So the question is why, and can that be changed?
Yeah, things what Igor mentioned. It's ammunition, military, things are the sanctions, and things are support. Regarding the ammunition, everybody knows what the situation is in Georgia regarding the military equipment, and what was the reaction of the international community after the war of 2008 for Georgia. So we were deprived just even to get some defense equipment, military equipment, till, if I rightly remember, till 2015, after the Crimean annexation, occupation. So somehow these things changed. So we ourselves will in quite a need just to have such an equipment and to provide for our military forces. And unfortunately, we don't have any opportunity just to have something to resend somewhere. Regarding the sanctions, we several times already announced that the sanctions which are in place now, so again and again, so we have to consider the situation and what is happening now in Georgia, what is happening now at occupied territories, what signals we got after war started in Ukraine, what signals we got in Abkhazia, what signals we got in South Ossetia region. And of course, when we are talking about the concrete actions from the Georgian government, you have seen clearly that at the initial stage, in the first days of the war, we already implemented the financial ones, which are in line with the international sanctions, and it was recognized by our European and US friends. When State Department in August, if I'm not mistaken, of this year, declared that Georgia, in line with all the financial sanctions which international community pledged towards Ukraine. So it was the concrete actions regarding the commercial goods transiting or importing to Georgia. Even these days, so there is a strict control at the borders. Would it be the Georgia-Russian border, Georgia-Armenian, Georgian-Turkey, or Georgian-Azerbaijani border? There is a strong control. And you know that we have a statistics that the many trailers, many ships from the Georgian ports have been returned in their places of origin because we consider it that it could be some either sanctioned goods or there could be against of sanctions which are implemented by the international community. It does not mean that if we are not officially joining the sanctions, that we are not acting like our partners in Europe and like our partners in other continents. So, and of course, when we are talking about this, please consider as well what opportunities, what power we have just to do and how we are doing everything to support our Ukrainian friends. I'm not talking about the humanitarian support because we are one of the biggest supporters in case of the humanitarian aid to Ukraine, and many other things. But what we can do at this moment, we are doing our maximum, and we will continue in this manner. We will continue to be with our Ukrainian friends in this terrible war.
Thank you, Timur. I'm going to go to Julian now, and maybe if there are questions in the audience, you can kind of prepare. But the question I have to you is that, so Moldova also did not join sanctions. Nonetheless, the criticism towards Moldova is a lot less than it is towards Georgia from the side of Kyiv. We all know the high degree of dependence of Moldova on Russia in terms of gas. We all know how precarious politically the situation is inside, but nonetheless, you still managed to get the candidate status. So how did that happen? In other words, what is the secret where you did not join sanctions, nonetheless you're still together in the same pool with Ukraine, you still have this kind of a pressure point from Russia, but nonetheless you still kind of manage to go through. Yes, there's winter ahead, but so are you concerned? So how do you manage to maneuver through these extremely kind of challenging problems, I might dare say, unlike Georgia?
Well, first of all, Igor mentioned about the panel in Kyiv. I was honored to moderate that panel in Kyiv together with Igor and Christina. And indeed, we were talking about trio. And at that time, I also had the feeling that there was no trio in the air. But to answer to your question, Sergei, and to Igor at the same time, I can answer as active member of Moldovan think tank community and civil society, and say the following about defense support. From Moldova. Moldova is the country that needs more defense support than other countries in the region, for sure. And that's one of the mistakes of our political elites for years. Since the war in 1992 with Russia, the political elites decided to take the policy of neutrality as the one to protect our security. But not considering the fact that neutrality means also enforcing. But the politicians, unfortunately, have not invested in defense and security in the country to the point that 0.05% of our GDP represents investments to defense. But that is not, probably it's not an excuse to say that Moldova cannot provide, I don't know, whatever military support, because we don't really have it. And I remember the exchanges about the planes, which are not flying, and there was a lot of fuss about that discussion and so on and so forth. I mean, this MiGs we had as well. Anyways, but Moldova is, of course, maybe with less speed and less awareness at the beginning, but Moldova took the criticism, and politicians in the country took also the reality on the ground. And now we have a serious discussion about the need to enhance our defense and security capabilities with the support of our partners. Moldova joined the Rammstein coalition and see what we can do. Again, a country with limited defense and military capabilities, probably very little can do, but I think still can be done. A lot of things in terms of transportation, infrastructure, and this is exactly what Moldova is doing. Moldova is the main transit country for Ukrainian products on land. One of the main exports from Ukraine go through Moldova. That's a huge pressure, huge, at the same time, challenge for us, which we face together and try to find better ways, including on railways, together with our Ukrainian friends and colleagues. Sanctions. Moldova was hesitant at the very beginning to politically align to the EU CFSP declarations. That was the case traditionally before. But that didn't stop Moldova to be active and take real positions in terms of condemning the Russian aggression, taking co-sponsorship of various initiatives in UN, Council of Europe, OSCE, and other international formats, bilaterally recognizing whatever decisions to be taken in terms of against Russia, and de facto, basically, the financial system of Russia is also under sanctions in Moldova because SWIFT cannot be used by our banks as well, for example. But even that is not enough. I, as a member of the civil society, think I also can recognize that all countries have to provide support to Ukraine, because Ukraine indeed is fighting not only for themselves, but they're fighting for us, and especially for a country like Moldova. And one of the first contributions that the country has done, and the society as a whole has done, is the fact that we have basically provided shelter to our Ukrainian fellows running from the war. A country that is affected by huge economic issues. We now have one of the highest inflation rates in Europe, 35% of inflation rate, impacted by the energy crisis, impacted by the massive trade disruptions and so on and so forth. With that, today, over 85,000 of Ukrainians are hosted in our houses. So I think this is the contribution that we can make as a vulnerable neighbor of Ukraine. And I think what it is important today is very much to seek ways how we can learn from our mistakes, both in Kyiv and Chisinau, to enhance our cooperation, to see how we can stand together in the future, to see how we can face the challenge of today of Russian hybrid aggression in Moldova as well, and so on and so forth. And I think based on that, I think we can learn much more and we can achieve much more together with Ukraine. And I think this is the secret of today that we have between Ukraine and Chisinau, even though we have hiccups in both capitals politically. But I think what is important is that we both have courage to recognize and I think diligence to find things, what we can do together and help each other. Because Ukraine is doing a lot today also not to let our country to get freezed. Russia, Kremlin is blackmailing us, is reducing every month the supply of gas. We are very much grateful for the support that the EU is providing to us, but also Ukraine that is provided to us, which is storing gas that we're buying today, just to make sure that we don't freeze in the wintertime. Every month, Gazprom is diminishing the supply against the provisions of the contract with our company Moldova Gas, with 30%. I think it was last month, 30% decrease of supply. Next month, it is announced that there will be another 40% of decrease of supply, and so on and so forth. So even now, I think we have a lot of things ahead of us in terms of challenges. I think the winter is coming, and the winter is coming for all of us. But what is important today is to stay strong together and see how we can help each other.
Thank you. So I'll pick up 2 or 3 questions. So I saw Frederick Lundberg back there, I think one of the first to raise the hands. Please introduce yourself and also say who you're addressing the question to. Yes, Frederick.
Thank you. My name is Fredrik Löjdqvist. I'm director for the Stockholm Center for Eastern European Studies. And we are trying to help the Swedish government now prepare for the Swedish EU presidency next spring. I think the Eastern Partnership has served its purpose very well, but history now has moved on, and we have big tasks in terms of EU accession and reconstruction of Ukraine ahead. My question is to all the panelists, and the first one is, how can Georgia move from being a candidate state to achieve a candidate status? What concrete steps and what do you think is a feasible timeline for that? For our Moldovan, Ukrainian friends, the question is, what do you think is the timeline for moving from candidate status to the opening of membership negotiations, and what concrete intermediary steps can we take from both sides in the meanwhile?
And there's a colleague in here within the... Yes. Over there.
Hello, thank you. My name is Viesturs Bērziņš. I represent Jata Latvia here today. And I actually had a question for Dr. Julian Groza. So you very confidently express that one day Moldova, Ukraine and Georgia will join the EU. I, myself, as many other Europeans, would very much support this initiative. But we all know that there are also many who oppose further EU expansions. So I wanted to ask you, what would you say to these people who oppose the EU expansion, who are opposed to Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova in the EU? Thank you.
Please make note of the questions, because then I have to answer them together. And the final question here from the first row, I think you had a question. Yes. And so we will stop questions here because we're also running out of time, and then give to the speakers time to respond.
Hi, I'm Nina Kotelashvili. I'm from Georgia, Ilia State University. Today I represent Soviet Past Research Laboratory, and I have one question for Anton. And the second question for all of the panelists. First question is about Moldova. Why is still Moldova the part of CIS when Georgia left in 2008 and Moldova still wants to be part of EU and is kind of getting candidate status when Georgia is not getting? And the second question is that Georgia was the leader in this trio and Georgia did really much towards the reforms and has the best results concerning to corruption reforms and many other reforms that Georgia did really great institutional job towards the reforms and still is considered as the best candidate for the getting status, but Georgia was left backwards. And why is that? It's kind of really political decision, not this and this decision was not based on these reforms results.
Thank you. So we get that. So let's start answering to this in the same order we started. There was not really a question towards Ivana, as I understand, the direct one, but I'm sure you want to respond to some of the things which have been said here, as well as the question which was raised from the audience. So please, I'll give the floor to you just to have your comments.
Thank you. Well, I probably first start with reacting to some of the things, and I think that my last name that has a Georgian part in it allows me to be also very sincere with in our conversation with our Georgian friends and our Moldovan friends as well. I really agree that back in 2008, probably Ukraine was not also among the strongest respondents to the challenge that you have seen in your history from the Russian Federation. And I'm grateful to President Yushchenko, who had actually taken the lead and did everything possible to show our support to Georgian people then. Unfortunately, yes, there have been politicians here in Ukraine, in the parliament, that we are ashamed of at this particular moment. And I think that we should have reacted much stronger, but everybody has to work on lessons learned. We learned our lesson. And therefore, we hope the Georgians and Moldovans do understand that if Ukraine fails to win this war, you do not have any chance for your security, for your independence, and for your statehood. And I'm sorry to say this, that it's not only about our survival. If we all together won't be able to defeat the Russian aggressor, unfortunately, that will have dire consequences, first and foremost for your countries, but it will also have dire consequences for the whole geopolitical security order in the whole world. But that's just a footnote. And I really think that a lot additional efforts could be done, and it could be started from the counteraction on information and propaganda. It could be started on personal sanctions. It could be also done with regard to limiting number of those Russian deserters that are fleeing from the Russian Federation to safe haven of different countries, as opposed to actually taking care of their responsibility and standing up to the regime if they are really against the war as they claim they are, or not just being afraid of their own lives. But with regard to the question from the gentleman from Sweden, I really think that it's very important right now that the EU institutions, especially the European Commission, would build the capacity internally to quickly, promptly respond to all the calls from Ukraine in terms of giving feedback for the different assessments that we are on the steps that we are trying to make in order to fulfill those 7 recommendations or 7 conditions that we have received along with the candidate status. And I think that Swedish presidency can take the lead in this particular field in order to have the EU being equipped with the instruments to help us to move faster on the track of getting from the candidate status to opening the accession negotiations. In the meantime, definitely a lot can be done, but with regard to access to internal markets, with regard to additional prolongation of the lifting of trade quotas and other different things in the economic sphere on the top of all the military financial support that is being rendered and that needs to be not only maintained, but unfortunately needs to be increased as well. And there a lot can be done by the presidency. I'll be happy to share some of our thoughts even directly in our communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ivana. Igor, to you. There have been some things raised here that I'm sure you want to respond to, including the concrete questions.
I will try to respond not only questions, but to the discussion which followed. 2008 aggression against Georgia. Just a simple example how Ukraine reacted to aggression in Georgia, of aggression of Russia in Georgia in 2008. Right, Ivan is right. President Yushchenko was one of the first leaders who came to Tbilisi, to the central square. He was speaking to your people, to your leadership, clearly supporting, and that's what practically in the first days of aggression. Then I remember a delegation of Ukrainian government also went to your country. This was a response of Ukraine to aggression in Georgia. By the way, when my president was visiting Batumi last year, you remember when we had this trio, we mentioned this meeting already. Before heading to the meeting of trio leaders, he went to the contact line in your country and he visited the site. He talked to the soldiers. They showed him how close the aggressors are. I haven't seen any Georgian leader in 2022 in my capital, as well as I haven't seen any Georgian leader in the contact line before the open war. That's about reacting. But I agree completely that the world overslept the aggression of Russia against Georgia in 2008. Yes. As well as the world overslept the aggression of Russia against Ukraine in 2014, when they first captured Crimea, made this attempt at illegal annexation. Then they started in Donbass, and the world started to be awakened only after these tragic events with the plane, with the MH17. Only after that, when it hit the citizens, unfortunately, the citizens of some European Union countries, the European Union started to be awakened, the rest of the world. So this is about reaction to the aggression. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Lessons learned. Hopefully the world has learned the lessons. And that's where we see the unanimous reaction of the international community in 2022. You know, Putin made several miscalculations. He overestimated the strength of his armed forces. He underestimated the strength of Ukraine and the strength and courage of Ukrainian armed forces, and the knowledge and the level of how to use the equipment, the modern sophisticated equipment, which is now so happily given to us by some of our partners in EU and NATO. You probably saw that according to the Pentagon estimations, 12 out of 10 points are given to Ukrainian armed forces for using state-of-the-art Western weaponry. So this is, by the way, about planes which were not flying. Believe me, Ukrainian magicians, Ukrainian constructors, technicians, soldiers, pilots would make them fly. But when it was needed, immediately in the first days of war, you just said no to us. You in Moldova said no to us. Go and fight by your own resources. That's what we did. And so I here completely agree with Ivana. Don't think you will sit behind the screen or behind the TV screen and say, well, we're here, we're sitting quiet. I mean, Ukrainians will fight, Ukrainians will win, and we will fight for you. Everything will be good in Transnistria until Ukrainians are in Odessa, the south of Ukraine, and when they're controlling the situation. So this is about reaction. By the way, I haven't heard the answer from esteemed Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs why Georgian delegation was not voting in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe when the resolution was passed after the speech of my president. And among one of the demands he asked from the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe was, please recognize Russia as a terrorist regime. And that's what was inserted into the resolution. And I don't understand why Georgian delegation was not voting. You are not supporting the statement. You don't think that the Russian regime is a terrorist regime. Several countries already in the European Union, on the level of their parliaments, adopted the similar resolutions. The draft resolutions is in the European Parliament already now. And believe me, in November, unanimously, they will support it. So what is wrong with the Georgian delegation in the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe? Very simple way to join to the sanctions, to introduce sanctions against Russia, just to join the EU package of sanctions. There are already 8 of them, I remind you, and the 9th is being prepared. Answering your question about when Ukraine will move to the next stage. Yes, immediately, with this high Ukrainian speed which we demonstrated when preparing our documents for the candidacy. Now we are working on the 7 recommendations which were provided by the European Commission. We will finalize this work by the end of the year, but we are already working with the member states of the European Union as well as with the leadership of the EU, with both presidents, President Michel, President von der Leyen, that as soon as Ukraine will fulfill its home task, and Ukraine is fulfilling its home task despite the war and despite difficult economic situation, the parliament is working, the government is working, the president is working and fighting, and Ukrainians are working and fighting. So the timetable would be very quick. And the last point, I cannot agree, sorry, I don't remember the name of the lady, who told that Georgia was leader of the trio. Probably I missed something. But, you know, maybe later on in some memoirs, the diplomats from the European Union would tell you how impatiently President Michel was asking my president to be present in person during this Batumi summit, because without Ukraine, this trio would not fly. Thank you.
Thank you, Igor. Thank you. So brief remarks, because we're ending now. Basically, the time has expired. Julian and then Temur, you had the questions. Basically, what needs to be done for Moldova to go further in terms of the conditions that have to be met? And same question basically to Temur, as well as to comment to some of the things which you said. But please be brief, because we're already cutting to the lunchtime.
Try to be very brief. Next steps. We have to implement 9 conditionalities, which has been introduced by the European Commission in the opinion, but sort of conditionalities linked to the candidate status. In the meantime, Commission is preparing another opinion on the 33 chapters of the questionnaire. But the main milestone is the next European Commission report in autumn next year in the enlargement group, enlargement package. Basically the objective is that by that time Moldova to fulfill the 9 conditions that would create the basis and arguments for Moldova being ready to start negotiations on the fundamentals cluster, which according to the enlargement methodology, it's opened first and closed final, most difficult one, most complex, and I think that is reasonably enough to be started as soon as possible. On briefly on the intermediary steps, we have in the association agreements with the EU and in the current formats of the EU have a lot of instruments that can be used, which have been started. Most important, I think, is to aim to single market accession, already based on our the DCFTAs with the EU. What to say about EU expansion? Just to say one anecdote. When I was part of the negotiations of the association agreement back in 2011, 2014. What I was telling to my counterparts in EU capitals and in Brussels, I was saying, Give us a clear European perspective. Don't wait for a war to start before changing your mind. Since then, Ukraine has been aggressed by Russia twice. Strategic ambiguity didn't help to preserve imperial ambitions of Russia. So I think this is the lesson that I think we all have learned. We understand that we are a European country in terms of language, culture, and we belong to Europe, and we should be part of Europe. We have a process in which we are engaged now. It's the accession negotiations, which has to be started. It will be a long process. There will be no shortcuts. But that process will help us to transform and get ready for the moment when we will be part of the European Union. In the meantime, we will be a stronger, more democratic, more developed country, and more secure country in the region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, very shortly as well, I will react on. So first of all, reaction on the comments that it wasn't my intention to say any concrete country or to blame any concrete country on something. So I brought some facts which were not responded properly from international community, and because of this we got quite a deteriorated situation now in our continent, in our region, and it was a reason why I have mentioned it, first of all. Secondly, what we need now, and what's most important thing is that we feel that there is, again, if we are not united, if we are not standing together, it's again the, how to say it, water on the walnut of some countries which really are seeking just to divide us and somehow to see that division can be used for them to implement their aggressive policy. I think that unity, what's most important thing is nowadays, and we are following this process and we will continue to be in line of this. The question which was about the timelines and implementation of the recommendations which we got from the Commission. So we got the 12 recommendations from the Commission, and immediately we have reacted on. So we created 9 working groups, and within these working groups, the members of the parliament, government, non-governmental organizations, experts are working together. And the task is just to implement this 12 recommendations till the end of this year. So of course we are not expecting that the official assessment of these recommendations will be till the end of this year, but still, as we have pledged to do this till the end of this year, we are going to implement it. And of course, we are expecting that from the next year, official assessment process will be started, and at the end of the year, somehow we will get already our deserved candidacy status with European Union. And of course, when we are talking about the implementation of association agreement and DCFTA, and it was mentioned that Georgia was the leader among the associated countries. It was not our conclusion. It was a conclusion of the Brussels-based non-governmental institutions which were assessing the process of implementation of the association agreement and DCFTA, and it still continues. So at this moment, it's not our, again, assessment. We have implemented about 50% of our association agreement and around 60-65% of the DCFTA, which is really good process, and we are devoted again to continue, notwithstanding of the recommendations and obligations which we taken by this, but as well as obligations which we have taken by the new association agenda with the European Union. We are going to implement the association agreement, and we are going to implement it up to maybe 90% because it will give us more prospect to become a full-fledged member of the European Union. And of course, it doesn't envisage the membership, but the reforms which we are doing is going to be for this target and for this thing.
Thank you, Timur. I wish we had another hour to talk about the concrete conditionalities, whether it's the de-oligarchization or the freedom of media or the corruption or the other things. Unfortunately, we don't. We have to end here. Thank you, everybody, for the active participation, for interesting comments, and I think we have to break for lunch now. Once again, thank you for our Ukrainian friends.
Hello and welcome everyone to our panel, Ukraine's Victory Before Peace. I want to thank Lato for sponsoring this debate, and we're going to have hopefully a lively discussion amongst us on stage, plus we have a participant dialing in from Ukraine as well. I'm Kim Dozier. I am a contributor to Time magazine, and I did get to visit Ukraine briefly in the spring, and at that point, people were very worried about Russia's progress. And there was a lot of talk about potentially or possibly being forced into negotiating with Moscow. Now, after the surge and what looks like Moscow on the back foot, that seems to be receding. Some wars end in negotiation, some in surrender. From what I learned on the ground, I can't see anyone in Ukraine ever surrendering. Even if the traditional conventional army is broken, then the people would keep fighting in an unconventional war. And everything we hear out of Moscow indicates that Putin would raise Ukraine to seize it. And he will break his own country if necessary to do that. We're hearing news reports and seeing home video of men being literally seized off the streets of Moscow from shopping malls to fight in Ukraine. It seems that President Vladimir Putin has decided that at least being perceived by his own people to win the war in Ukraine is existential for him. So how you get from where we are now to negotiations is a complicated and it's almost impossible to conceive. So we'll discuss that in a moment, but first we have a video address from Ukraine from Mrs. Olga Stefanishina. She's Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration. So if you can watch the screens.
More than 230 days have passed since Russia has started a full-scale war on the territory of my country, Ukraine. Massive missile attacks by the Russian Federation have been ongoing since October 10th throughout all of the area of Ukraine. The aggressor state and the terrorist state has purposefully systemically shooting at energy infrastructure facilities as well as the civilian and cultural objects all over Ukraine. Losing on the battlefield, Russia continues to do what it does, insidiously terrorize and kill civilians. Do the paper annexations. 19 people have been killed and 105 injured as a result of Russian missile strikes on Ukraine only on 10th of October. This Monday, as a result of the occupiers' attack on the residential building in Kiev, 4 people have already died. Among them is a young family that is expecting a child, was expecting a child. Since October 10th, 30% of Ukrainian power stations have been destroyed, causing massive blackouts across the country. The goal is very simple: to sow panic, demoralize population, frightened to leave Ukrainians without light and heat, basically to freeze us to death. New Holodomor, isn't it? We all understand that upcoming winter will be extremely difficult for Ukraine, for all of the Europe, and especially for the people of Ukraine. We will win the battle with the terrorist state. We need to stay strong. We need to stay united. For Ukrainians, it is the issue of survival, and we will survive anything to overcome the evil. For Europe, it's preserving democracy, basic values, unity, and principles we all stand for, to overcome with those strengths. By carrying out energy terror against Ukraine, Russia also increases the energy pressure on the European Union. Starts with the blackmail and nuclear threats. As a result of the large-scale strikes, Ukraine was forced to stop exporting electricity to EU from October 11th. Whereas Ukrainian electricity, which we exported to EU after synchronization and via separate lines to Moldova and Poland, helped Europe to replace Russian gas, to build more sustainable strategies, to maintain the stability of European energy system. So now we are here to discuss what must be done. First, we need to deepen our cooperation and solidarity in the energy field. We need to act decisively to be on top of the agenda, but not to be part of the Russian agenda. We must act decisively to restore the destructions caused by Russian missiles attacks. 4 months, Ukraine advocated for a modern air defense system and missile defense system. So secondly, closing Ukrainian sky. Now we feel that finally our pleas has been heard. Urgent measures and decisions need to be taken now. Third, Russian Federation can no longer be part of international organizations established to promote peace, to promote and ensure security, cooperation between states. And this should be also met with the unity of all democratic world. Fourth, new sanctions must be aimed to the most important sectors of the Russian economy, in particular nuclear energy. Fifth, Russia is a terrorist state. It is a fact, and it should be officially recognized as such. In their recent address to NATO, Ukrainian leaders, President, Prime Minister and a Speaker of Ukrainian Parliament stressed that active measures to deter Russia should be taken, and recognition of the obvious is now in time, which is needed. Democratic world should retake geopolitical initiative. Taking this opportunity, I would like to thank Latvia and our Baltic friends for standing with Ukraine from day one, from minute one. And especially, I would like to express our strong appreciation for your strong position to support Ukraine's NATO membership, to support the security guarantees, and to be the leader of the geopolitical agenda. This war, which is now lasting for more than 230 days, is the first chapter of the new world history. And now it's us who will make the decision, who will be the authors of the next chapters, and hope this will be those democratic countries and those democratic alliances who have managed to build democracy, peace, and respect to the principles and the rights of the people, who managed over the last 80 years after the end of the Second War to build the world which is now better, prosperous, and the world built on respect, unity, and cohesion. So let's make sure that the discussions you're having today will pave the way towards the new chapter of the modern history, which will allow all of us to live in a peaceful and secure Europe, resilient and strong against the threats of individual totalitarian regimes of other countries. Wishing you fruitful discussion and a successful event. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you to the Deputy Prime Minister for providing that address. Now, I'm going to put questions to our panel and introduce everyone as I call on them. I want to start with a lightning round based on some of what we just heard, beginning with President Zelensky's advisor, Alexei Arestovich, joining us from Ukraine. Now, the Deputy Prime Minister just talked about wanting to see a peaceful Europe at some point. Peace will require negotiation at some point. But 3 days ago, President Zelensky tweeted, since October 10th, 30% of Ukraine's power stations have been destroyed, causing massive blackouts across the country. No space left for negotiations with Putin's regime. Mr. Arestovich, where does that leave the negotiation of peace?
Problem is it's one more argument from President against the negotiations with Mr. Putin. Because before, a few weeks before, he says no negotiations exactly with Mr. Putin, like a president, like a leader of Russian Federations, and even stressed this decision by the decision of the Council of National Security of Ukraine. After the massive cruise and drones attack of our heating energy on the 10th of October, President just stressed one more time that he couldn't provide any discussion or any negotiations with a person who providing like such a war crimes against the civilian infrastructure here in Ukraine. There's one more argument for will not have discussion with Mr. Putin.
But is that calling for Putin's ouster before any sort of talks can happen?
No, I don't think so, really.
Okay. I want to go to Claudia at the far end. What do you think?
I think the title of this panel is actually quite telling. I think it needs victory to come to real peace first. You will always have negotiations, but the negotiations come or they are built on the military reality on the ground. So I think we need to make a big difference. So kind of the military reality first and then come negotiations. And we also need to make a difference between negotiations and talks. Negotiations is about the future relationship of the status of Ukraine, about the territory, about reparations and all those kind of things. And this can only come after, as this panel title says, victory. But until then, you need on a totally different level talks in order to have some kind of risk reduction. But I think we need to make very clear the difference between talking like the Americans do with the Russians about risk reduction and negotiation that can only come after, as this panel says, a victory.
And I should have said, Claudia Major is the head of the International Security Division at the German Institute for International Security. And next to her, Hannah Shelest. You are, among other things, editor-in-chief at Ukraine Analytica. What do you think?
You know, first of all, negotiations is just the instrument. Let's not overestimate or underestimate. It is not the final goal or something more. It is just the instrument. And for me, it's really strange how we frame it. Negotiations about status of Ukraine. Why not negotiations about status of Russia? Peace is not about Ukraine surrendering something. And peace is the certain conditions in which Ukraine as a state will be able to functioning, first of all. The question is with what we are coming to negotiations. Ukraine had negotiations in February, in March. Let's remember Belarus. Let's remember March in Istanbul. Anything changed from the Russian perspective since then? Absolutely not. The conditions they are setting are completely the same. Their statements becoming even more Nazi type, because you hear more and more from the top politicians about the elimination of Ukrainian nation, re-education of Ukrainian kids. Sorry, that is not about peace. It is about the elimination of the nation, most of all. So here it seems to me that we should not make the negotiations as the holy cow of this. We need to understand what is the ultimate goal, where we would like to be, what is the future. We would like to be in the future where the Russian Federation is allowed, or somebody like the Russian Federation is allowed such type of the behavior. Okay, let's see to talk about what. What is on the table, on the agenda of negotiations? That is the biggest issue. I absolutely agree with you with one thing, that is the question with what positions we are coming there. If we are coming when Ukraine was just a few days as attacked, and we didn't know what to predict, how our partners will react. We had German ministers saying, why to support you, you would have just 3 days and then everything will finish. With these, definitely it was one situation, what to negotiate, and some risk minimizing or something. When Ukraine demonstrated that we are capable for liberating our territories, where we are demonstrating the huge resistance of the civilians at the occupied territories, that is absolutely different type of the negotiations. The talks, they are happening about the exchange of the prisoners of war, for example, or the grain talks. They are happening, but that is the individual cases, let's say, that are always present. In such case, you can say that you're negotiating.
Tactical, not strategic.
Absolutely, it's not even tactical. It's like, do you negotiate with terrorists? Theoretically, no, but then you understand that when somebody just kidnapped, let's say, the building of the bank, you still have these talks about, for example, releasing few people. Is it negotiations? No, it is just what you need to do to minimize some risk around. So that's why let's just be a little bit more, I don't know, careful or open about the words that we're using. Negotiations just instrument.
So let's go to Thomas Kleine-Brockhoff, who is with the Berlin office of the German Marshall Fund. What do you think? Can talks happen with Putin in office?
Well,
I mean strategic talks.
First of all, it's not only about Putin. I mean, as far as I can see, the Ukrainians have put 4 conditions on the table: territorial integrity, reparations, war crimes tribunals, and no Putin. I would actually, if I was there, add a 5th, which is the return of the abducted individuals, especially children. But of course, that is the position before conversations, talks, eventually negotiations have happened. Wars tend to end with negotiations unless they end with complete surrender. So the conditions under which that happens are unknowable. I think I'm with Claudia that we have to do 2 things. One is pave the way and enable conversations for risk reduction. And then there is a second element that I would like to add. We have to, and we can at this point, have to have a conception of what a post-war Ukraine might look like in order to start conceptualizing a world in which Ukraine could be living in after this war, in order to make it more possible, to imagine more of those things that we can't imagine right now because it's so hard to get to that moment that you're talking about.
So before we get into a discussion of the post-war Ukraine and rebuilding, let's talk about what Ukraine is facing right now. Mr. Arestovich, you're right there in the middle of it. I see in it with a background that reveals nothing about where you are, which is a good thing for your own security. But we've been hearing and seeing in the news daily airstrikes hitting Kyiv and many other major cities. What are you and Ukrainians on the ground facing right now? What is a daily experience like?
I will say about what we all face right now, because the formula that Mr. Putin using right now looks like, for me, like just using the European and West economical crisis in this winter, freezing to the dead Ukraine and making a great blackout for Ukraine, using a lot of Iranian drones, a lot of Iranian rockets, probably missile rockets, ballistic rockets, which is one he negotiated with Iran to buy, and use the mobilized personnel for stopped our offensive, or even providing counter-offensive on the some direction on the front line. And Putin do not think, as for me, he don't think about winning this war. He's thinking about how do not lose this war, because it's mean political death for him, just in the Russia, because in Russia people do not legitimize leaders who usually lost the war. And I think we face them together about this. And the main problem for us, it's the same problem. We just have three problems at all: weapon, and weapon. If we had enough weapon, we decide the problem of the Russian Federation, the problem of the Mr. Putin here on the battlefield, just by ourselves. We could and we were capable to decide this problem. We need just weapon, and it will be enough for Mr. Putin. Main problem, as for me, is I think it's the problem we do not have cognitive model of future of the world after the Ukrainian victory. Nobody can say how it could be, what could be with Russia, what is the next Russian Federation without Mr. Putin, and what is the level of the relationship between new Ukraine and new Russia. This is the main problem. So as for me, we have to build or design the cognitive model of future Russian and Ukrainian relationship after our winning. And
but before
I even say more, just problem of the East Europe at all. what is problem of security, economy, and political life in Europe after Mr. Putin will be defeated by Ukrainians.
But before you get to defining the relationship between a new Ukraine and a new Russia, you've got to get through this upcoming winter. I mean, I understand, and I've heard you all ask for weapons over and over, but can you repair the electricity grid fast enough to keep people in their homes this winter? Because when I looked at the forecast, it looks like it's going to be like last winter. Not much precipitation, temps mostly around freezing, which means you're going to have families in freezing homes, especially in urban centers. They can't light a fire in the fireplace in an apartment building. How are you going to keep another exodus of people leaving Ukraine just to find warmth?
It will be a great problem for us, but we still, most of us, still people who managed to survive in 19s, which is the situation in the winters looks like today, without any heating, without any electricity for hours and something like this. It's the first step. Second topic, it's we are the country which has 16 nuclear units here. It's Mr. Putin can't manage to take out all our electricity at all. We could have great problems with electricity and heating, but I don't think really we completely lost electricity for all the winter. It could be 12 hours without electricity per day, 6 hours, 4, but I don't think really it could be total blackout for us.
Got it. So you can find a way, you're saying, to parcel the electricity out to keep people somewhat warm. Thomas, you wanted to jump in.
Mr. Putin has been inventive in throwing new things at the Ukrainians, and the idea that he could destroy or harm 30% of Ukraine's electricity infrastructure within 10 days, while before Ukraine was an energy exporting country, even during war, lets you understand how you project this forward in the coming weeks and months. So therefore, I think there needs to be a quick reaction to this. What Western countries, in my view, need to do now is identify what I would call survival projects for Ukraine, and the energy grid is such a thing. And one has to get over the idea that we will only repair what can never be destroyed again. So I think what we need to do is you're going to need a quick, rapid reaction force to the energy grid in order not to allow this to go forward at this speed and help repair what can be repaired now.
Claudia.
I think that's a really valid point, but that points to a bigger kind of question, is that we are in the situation where we see Ukraine militarily winning, but losing economically in an enormous amount. I mean, we have seen, according to estimations, that the GDP is falling up to 35 or 40%. And according to earlier IMF estimations, Ukraine needs $5 billion a month to keep the state going from paying salaries, which is a lot. And so far, the money is not coming in enough. So the Western countries they don't fill the hole. So I think if you think about the next winter, it's about supporting Ukraine with the things Thomas mentioned in a very practical sense. In the military sense, this is what the advisor just told us, so weapons, weapons, weapons. But it also applies to us in Western Europe. All the 3 points. It applies to us that we are able to continue to deliver military equipment, but that we also keep the political support for Ukraine going. So I think the winter is a challenge much bigger to Ukraine, obviously, but it's for us, Western society, the challenge also to maintain the political support, which is a precondition for the support packages Thomas mentioned, for the continued military support and the continued financial support. So it's really going to be a testing moment, which you have to take very seriously. But this challenge of winning militarily, but losing economically is something we have to keep in mind.
Anna, you were nodding when Alexei was talking about Ukrainians have toughed through tough winters before. Like, how do they do it? And what would you like to see coming in from Europe?
You know, that is really interesting how we perceive differently the situation about what is this war and what does mean winning and losing. You're speaking about the military winning. We are thinking about this not from the military perspective. For us, it is the existential war. We are ready for the certain concessions in terms of our daily life. Will I have my latte or will I have my cappuccino? I don't care. Or the price is a little bit higher, because I understand, will my state exist? Will my nation exist or not? Because for us, it is some kind of the war for the independence that we didn't have in 1991, but which we had for the last 300 years de facto. And now it is when we decide this moment. So when I talk with my German friends, they are thinking about that will be a little bit higher price. When I speak with my Ukrainian friends, they are thinking, okay, I already bought 3 additional socks, and probably I will make a little bit warmer for my windows. So you see, it is the different mentality of thinking. We are thinking from the point of view of resilience, about which Olga was talking about. We are talking about how to prepare. We are talking at the local level. I'm in Odessa, yep, so I'm living there. We have better weather, definitely, than Kiev, so we are maybe a little bit relaxed, but we have extreme rains and fogs. Trust me, our zero is like -10 in Kiev. But we are talking about saving electricity, so probably not all street lights should be, so to help. Or we are buying the candles and something for the, how do you call it, like the small gas balance, what you use for the camping, in case something happening. So people are just methodically preparing that situation can be problematic, but not panicking, because we understand why we are doing it, that it's not because the government is bad or something. We understand that that is the situation when the whole country should be united in these difficulties. That's why how we lived, yeah, I'm absolutely agree with Alexei. I also remember when in 1998 I was sitting at the university in the gloves, because it was that cold at the lectures, but the education process was not stopping. And was it normal? Definitely not. But at the same time, that is the reality, and we survived, and everything is okay. We developed, we studied, nobody failed. That's the question is of your perceptions and of your readiness, and that is exactly about the resistance. Support from our partners, that is important, what we already started to have. When several countries who understand that, for example, they cannot provide the military support, maybe they just don't have it, but they already have the electrical cables or some generators or some equipment that can help to repair the damaged stations. Japan is sending cleaning stations for the fresh water, because who knows that Mykolaiv is already several months without any type of the fresh water, because Russians destroyed the station there. So what? The city exists, something is happening there, we are bringing water there and machines.
So that question of support and what to provide, I want to go back to Alexei. And are you getting what you need because in a wartime economy, people are having trouble getting jobs, and also because of what Russia is attacking, people are having trouble getting some of the basics for daily life?
Anna says very, very, very important things. For us, it's existential war. It's a great possibility for us to close the question, which is the 400 years still. And the main problem of the Russian half of the 1,000 years tensions to close Ukrainian questions, to make the Ukrainian nation do not exist without language, without traditions, without our national idea, without anything, without us. They want to transform us to Russians, and we don't want this. And we're ready to pay any prices to win the Russia, any prices. No, there is no condition in the world, nuclear weapon, cold winter, economical crisis, who can stop us in our intentions to win the Russia. But other guest says completely rational things. We really need weapon. We really need economical support. We really need financial support, because the amount what we really need per month is $9 billion, not 5.
Wow, and you're not even getting.
Situation is more worse than we really have, and than we really think. And
Sorry, Alexei, to interrupt you, but how much of that 9 billion are you getting from the outside?
Maybe, I don't know, but there's no months for, we have completely amount they really need. No month from these 8 months. There is no month for $9 billion helping.
Got it.
That's so we still manage to ourselves with the comparably support of other countries. And for me, for my opinion, is a big and not big. It's huge. Claim for Western societies, because what you have to do when Mr. Putin completely get for the terroristic methods against Ukrainian people, because the massive shooting of the heating energy and the electricity energy, it looks like a sign of genocide and war crime. And
so you're
what the
saying,
Western society could answer him for this.
So you're saying it's a moral imperative for the West to make up for not just providing you the weapons to survive the attacks, but to rebuild the damage that Russia has caused?
It's cost, but we still has resources for rebuilding, for repairing our heating energy and electricity energy. It's not so easy, but we can. And we need this type of support for more materials and more devices for rebuild and repair. And I think we will win this winter. We win the challenge against us. We need both economic support with air defense support, first of all. Because,
with air defense.
Because he found a key against our air defense system, which means that a lot of cheaper but dangerous Iranian drones. Russia Federation buy from Iran about 2,400 Iranian drones, and they use it.
I understand you guys have managed to intercept roughly 50% of them, but you need to know which airframe, which technology they're using in order to properly combat them.
Yeah, because my main idea for Mr. Putin to force us spend all our military expensive air defense missiles for the cheapest drones. And after we lost all our air defense missiles, they start against using the cruise missiles and Russian aviation, which is now do not used against Ukraine because they're afraid about our air defense. And this is a big challenge for us, and we need really help for this. So.
And of course, here in the Baltics and across Europe, they're looking at the use of drones against you and thinking about the fact that they could be one day used against Baltic countries, against NATO members.
So it's our common challenge for Mr. Putin. It's just for Respublika, for you, for us, for you, and we have to give our common answer for this.
So I want to pick up on one thing that you said about reconstruction and reconstructing the grid. Thomas, you've done some in-depth work. German Marshall Fund put out a report on what reconstruction would look like. When can, though, you seriously start thinking about reconstruction?
Well, Alexei has already mentioned some of the financial needs. When you add these financial needs up, there's the military that we all are familiar with. There is the about $5 billion per month in the budget gap that Ukraine has to close, projected to be about $3 to $4 billion a month next year, provided the war is ongoing. There is relief efforts that is being invested in. On top of that, we're talking about a bill of several hundred billion, the number is unknowable as the war goes on, of reconstruction investments. Now, these reconstruction investments are not all going to be state, they are not all going to be, they are going to be private, they're not all going to be Western countries, but Ukraine is going to invest in that itself, but these numbers are going to be large. Now, the problem is you even have to get there. Mr. Putin is now after having tried to starve the country, is now trying to freeze the country, abduct its children. You're seeing the character of a war of an extinction here. That is what we're seeing, so you even have to get to the place when you can seriously think about reconstructing. It is much harder to reconstruct a country that is broke and that is destroyed. So therefore, a lot of the investment that Western countries need to make needs to be front-loaded. When you think about it, simply take out the moral dimension, take out the military dimension, take out the political dimension, and just look at it from a financial standpoint of these investments. Probably the best investment in Ukrainian reconstruction is arms right now, because on the front end, that will prevent costs on the back end. If we can't do these numbers will mount. The second stage is macrofinancial. Macrofinancial, the United States has given the bulk of the macrofinancial aid so far and has given it as grants. The European Union has pledged and been slow and only giving it has not been giving it as grants but as loans. So there is an obligo on the EU side. As I understand it, the needs of Ukraine for this budget year are completed, but we're also talking about the next one. So the billions are adding up, and that is what Mr. Putin is hoping for. That is his strategy, as was said here on the panel. It's not about winning this war on the battlefield, but destroying Ukraine as a nation and breaking the will of Western countries by running up the bill. That is, I think, what we're seeing. And what we need to put against this, and we've tried to do what I can say is the first blueprint of what a joint and comprehensive a Western response could be in this document. I got to do this plot because if you see me around, I have more copies of this. Please come see me if you're interested. What we've tried to do is to look at this comprehensively in terms of financial needs, of leadership, of governance, of accountability, and the question, very much disputed, when to start.
Kim, if possible, small addition to this. There are two moments that we also need to understand. First, sometimes it's not the question of quantity of money, amount of money that we receive, but to receive them timely. Because the question is when a lot of billions are pledged but not delivered, you understand how difficult that is for economy, because you cannot plan, you don't understand when you receive, and then suddenly you receive a big amount that you need quickly to understand how to spend. So sometimes with the money, it's not the number of billions, but when you receive it. The second question is that we need to create conditions for Ukrainian economy to work. It's not that Ukraine is just waiting for the money. Like what's happened with the grain deal. We know that the grain export is the significant income for Ukraine, for Ukrainian state budget, and for the agriculture. So as soon as we manage to sign it, it's still very problematic, and we now see the problems of this. But Ukrainian business started to work. It means we started to pay taxes. It means that we started to have some economic activity. It means that we need less support for these people and external support.
Exactly right.
At the same time, now we are at the risk, because in the mid of November, this agreement should be over. The Russians already expressed their concerns that probably they will not continue it. But even without this, Russians are now sabotaging its implementation, because if you look to the marine traffic, how many ships are now waiting for the, how it's called, inspection by the joint team, it's up to 100 ships waiting. Some of them are waiting up to 2 weeks. How many ships will go? Who will do this business? What are the losses of the private companies because of this? But it is only grain, and there are plenty of other spheres where it's easier to help Ukrainian business rather than just to give money that will be added to the budget.
Well, with that, we've got about 15 minutes left, and I do want to call on people from the audience. So I see one that I'll be calling on and another, but I'm just going to pivot to, while people get their questions in order, a question we've gotten in virtually that I want to throw to Claudia and ask from the perspective of the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. There are rumors that Iranians are helping Russians on the ground. Do you expect this could actually help them, and are Western sanctions enough? And a coda to this, Ned Price in the State Department press briefing yesterday did say he said publicly, it's the US assessment that Iranian trainers have been on the ground in Crimea training Russians how to operate these drone systems and helping them launch them. So Claudia, this nexus, Russia-Iran, what does it mean?
Maybe a first quick note that we have no institute's opinion. So I'm not a German government official, neither I'm presenting the opinion of my institute, it's just mine. So I think it's an important point to do. I mean, as you just said, there are confirmations that Iranians are helping the Russians, and it does make a very extremely brutal difference in Ukraine. The question is, I think, what countries are still able and willing to help Russia? And so far, it's in a more subtle way China, and it's a more open way Iran. What are our instruments to stop that? I think they're, particularly in that case of the training on the drones, very limited. So I think it's more the investment and how can we support Ukraine in protecting than really stopping those kind of things. But I really would like to come back to the point, I think that Thomas and you made earlier. I think we're talking on different levels here, and we should make the difference clear. I think Thomas was more talking about the longer strategic perspective, and you were talking about the current moment, and we should clearly make the difference. And if we talk about the longer moment, we really have to pay attention to assure the political support in the Western countries. I totally understand your argument that it's no problem to freeze. But you have to understand that the debates we are having, the further we move away from this region and the further we move to countries like Germany or beyond, we have a different debate. So getting the long-term political support is utterly important. Russia's things, you put it nicely, it can outsuffer Western states in the winter with high energy prices, with inflation, with propaganda, with fake news and all those things. If we don't fight that, if we don't get the political support in those states, the economic, the financial, the military support will suffer. So we should not underestimate the necessity to explain ever and ever again and call for this long-term political support. And as nasty as it sounds,
it's going to become an influence fight for the soul of the
exactly,
public.
but in some publics, there is a war fatigue already. I don't say it's great, I'm just describing reality in many countries. And if you don't take that seriously and explain ever again why it's necessary to keep that support going, it will be reduced. So I think we should not criticize that, but recognize it as a problem and make a clear case.
I want to call on this gentleman in the front row, if one of our microphone runners could get him a microphone. And if you could also, as people stand up and ask their questions, introduce yourself. If you could, the gentleman standing, could you hand him a microphone, please? If you could introduce yourself briefly so we know where you're coming from.
Yes, my name is Klaus Wittmann. I'm a former Bundeswehr general, and I teach contemporary history at Potsdam University. And in this semester, recent history of Ukraine, where, among other things, I try to countervail the habit to look at Ukraine only through Russian eyes. Now, my question is to Mr. Arestovich, who said weapons, weapons, weapons. There are some, also German officials, who seem to take comfort that now anti-air systems are the priority, and this would spare us the necessity to deliver armored personnel carriers and combat tanks. Would you agree to what I keep telling the German government? Yes, of course, Ukraine urgently needs defense against rockets and drones, but it continues to need artillery and multiple rocket launchers, and for advance and protection in the regaining of their territory. Of course, armored combat vehicles are still dearly needed. I would ask you to reinforce this case, perhaps by explaining and illustrating for us this from your perspective. And one remark to what Claudia Major just said. I think it is an eminent leadership task to explain to our Western populations that if Putin wins, the hardship for us will be much greater than what we suffer at the moment.
Thank you for that. So, Alexei, this is your chance to give us your wish list for weapons, weapons, weapons.
Thank you so much. If Mr. Putin wins, it will be absolutely catastrophic for the whole world because little Putins around the world understand they could to use terrorize their neighbors or in other nations, and they could win. It's mean the terrorists win even not on just on the ground, they win in moral sphere, and it was absolutely catastrophic for our values. And it means the terroristic methods will be overvalued in our mind, collective mind, and it's something terrible for whole Western civilizations, for all of us. What about weapon? Just some amounts. Russians still has 1,000 and 1,700 1.52 millimeters cannons or howitzers on our front line. We only has 300 and half. Some of them are need to repair, or some was destroyed in battle. And we has just interior front line from Kharkiv to Kherson. It's 300 kilometers, 1,300 kilometers, which is mean like a distance between Paris and Prague, or maybe even Warsaw. So it's a huge front line, and we have same situation for next 2,500 kilometers, and which, if we're speaking about Belarus border on the north of Ukraine, and border with Transnistria, and sea borders in the Black Sea and Azov Sea. And our conflict is Russia-Ukrainian conflict modern. It's the biggest conflict still World War II in Europe. It's conflict if we want to manage this conflict, we need a lot of weapons. So we need twice or even thirds, even fourth weapons they really West gave us. And the problem is about, we spent a lot of our soldiers and our civilians for retaking our territory. Now we have some problems near the Bakhmut, some problems near the Kherson regions. That's about we do not have enough artillery and enough armored vehicle carrier and tanks, because the base of the offensive is first of all armored vehicles and long-range artillery and long-range missiles. So we was provided by them, but it's still not enough. We need twice or even thirds for liberate our territory before Mr. Putin managed to freeze on us.
Did you say you need twice as many as you've got? Did I understand that?
And twice than we already got, yes.
So when last spring, one of the big headlines, President Zelensky had come out and said that casualty figures were sometimes above 100 a day in death and injury. Has that rate stabilized? Are you training enough people to make up for your battlefield losses?
Problem is every brigade has a combat units, which is professional militaries. And after 8 months of the war, they was just killed or injured. And now we used to, mostly we're fighting by the mobilized people, which is have to be trained and have to has modern weapon who could still against and face Russian amounts of weaponry and amounts of people. And this is a problem which is grows. We already win. We of course we win this war, but I'm speaking about prices for our economy, prices for our civilians, and prices for our militaries, because we spend hundreds of lives per day. We killed Russians 6 or 7 times more, but it's still a great prices for us.
But you're still losing up to 100 people off the battlefield per day.
Yes, now it could be even more because it's very heavy fighting near the Bakhmut and near the Soledar.
Because, of course, winning back territory is traditionally always harder than defending. I want to call on the gentleman standing up. Please wait for the microphone.
My name's Bobo Low. I'm interested in the China angle. What are Ukraine's hopes and expectations of China's role, not just in the war, but in relation to its partnership with Russia and eventually possibly a post-war economic reconstruction?
And before we get to that, can we just take one more question from this gentleman, because we only have about 6 minutes left.
Hello, my name is Anton Lisenkov, Spectre Press online magazine. My question is to Mr. Arestovich. You mentioned that had Ukraine had enough weaponry, you would decide the problem of Putin on your own. Does it mean that you plan to bring the war to the Russian territory and go up to Moscow, capture the capital, and then...
Okay, two excellent questions. All right, Alexei, we're going to let you think about that answer for a minute and deal with the China angle first.
I will be glad to answer about China.
Okay.
For us, neutrality of China was probably the most preferable variant, because from the very beginning we understood perfectly that China will not ally with us due to their difficult relations with the United States. So it's not about us, it is about the Chinese-US relations that been at that time for several years. At the same time, if you look for the Chinese involvement in Ukraine, they were our biggest trade partner, $15 billion trade per year, and increasing almost twice from 19 till 20. But at the same time, almost no investments of China in Ukraine. Very limited, and just bad cases like Motor Siege conflict that you probably aware. So they really tried to get what is beneficial for their strategic industries, airspace industry, intelligence, rather than for real investment and development. So as for now, what Ukraine would appreciate, China not helping Russia, not helping avoiding sanctions, and not supplying with weapons, and voting at least abstain in the United Nations. Definitely would like to see more, but we are realistic. So in this case, for example, I'm much more worried about Indian position rather than Chinese. Because India really helped buying Russian energy sources and many other statements, when India, as for me, was more pro-Russian neutral than China at many of the situations within these months. And India pretend that they're democratic state and they're in our camp, and China not pretending, they just have their own interest. In the future, I can assume that China will come with some reconstruction ideas. That definitely can be some business investments more in the road constructions or agriculture, those spheres when they always were interested in. The question is, and it is still unanswered, and it will not be answered that quickly, will we be welcoming them? Because with the position, this strange position that they have now, partially they are losing the opportunities that they may have after the victory that they could have in terms of economic cooperation.
But of course, I couldn't see Ukraine saying no if China, after the war, wanted to write a big check.
No, you know, it's becoming already a strategic question, as some of the European countries are asking, like what Lithuania did with the 16+1 initiative. So it is, we are not in the situation as 10 years ago, when China One Belt, One Road was seen as something positive for the development. We already have experience and lessons learned with what this money are coming. So even when China is bringing money, we are already reading contracts very attentively. What is there? Not to get to the situation that Sri Lanka or Piraeus port or in Serbia some cases they had. We already have this knowledge. So it's not that it is free money. Everybody already knows that Chinese money also come with the conditions.
Before I go to Ukraine for the Russia question, I wanted to ask Claudia and Thomas, what would happen to European support if Ukraine went onto Russian territory? What would happen to European support if Ukraine started fighting over the border into Russian territory?
Look,
no.
I mean, this question is so far out of left outfield that
I get asked it a lot on CNN, so I figure I can ask it of you here.
But all you can hear from me is my answer, and my answer is that it is so hard for me to imagine this that I'm hard pressed to give you an answer. Of course, it would change the situation dramatically the further you go west, and certainly in the United States. But it is so remote as a concept that I don't think we should spend too much time on it.
Honestly, I mean, if you just look at the facts, almost 20% of Ukrainian territory is still occupied. So we are so far away from any of those scenarios. And I would even say, talking about it as if it were a realistic one is really not helpful in certain national debates, if I might put it this way. So I think we should really concentrate upon the situation we are now in, and do what we should do in military and political and financial terms, but developing a scenario which is really far away and not a helpful one is...
Granted,
I will ask just a simple question. Why do we need to be there?
But looking
and there's
ahead,
no indication. I mean, if you look at all what we talk about, there's no indication that that's a realistic scenario.
It's actually just a simple military calculation. Once you're trying to seize back territory that happens to be close to the border, or if you want to hit supply lines, the supply lines are inside Russia.
But we already did it.
Alexei, the question was to you, though. Is the current Kyiv government, is your intention to go any further than your borders?
No, we will not fight. We will not fight on Russian territory because we are not aggressor state, and we just our main goal is liberate Ukrainian territory, and that's all. We completely understand, and President says we will not speak with Mr. Putin, but we still ready for negotiations after Mr. Putin. We completely understand Russia will never get out from our borders. And after even this terrified war, we have to rebuild our relationship with Russian Federation. So it means we have to defeat Mr. Putin here on our territory, liberate him completely for the borders on the state on the August of the 1991. And after that, with next on new Russian president, Russian government, start to rebuild new relationship.
And with that, I want to thank all the panelists here, and let's hope that next year at this forum, we are discussing the recovery, not the battle to survive. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
rindas ir palikušas retāks, ja salīdzina ar rīta cēlienu.
Jā, daudz atvelk tekstīti un pazūd.
Tā jau nu tas ir. Un tā ir mums, viņa virtuāli pievienojusies, jā?
So, hello everybody. My name is Pēters Strautiņš. I'm an economist for Luminor, also stage performer, talking head, and sometimes also entertainer on serious subjects. So today we are speaking about serious subject, how to save the world. In the current war for saving the world, probably the most important front line is the front line of the hot war in Ukraine. That was just discussed by Alexei Arestovich and other speakers in the previous panel. But there is also another front line which is also very important, and actions on this front helps the good guys on the other one. So a lot of economic pressure is being applied on Russia and its allies to stop what they are doing. Not totally successful so far, but there are definitely results as we see that both the Russian economy and military are being affected by these sanctions. If there is conventional wisdom in media and academic world about economic sanctions, I think I could summarize it as that these sanctions are typically not really very effective. But so far, in this case, perhaps we are the good guys. We are the good guys, of course. We are doing progress. There are some numbers coming out of Russia that kind of confirms that. And here in this discussion, we have great opportunity to gain new insights about that, as we have one of current global leading practitioners of economic sanctions, Mr. Valdis Dombrovskis, Vice President of the European Commission, one of generals in economic war. We have Ana Palacio, former Foreign Minister of Spain, with great experience in matters of war and peace. And we have two leading theoreticians of economic sanctions and global economy, Ms. Maria Shagina and Mr. Jakob von Kierkegaard. So let me ask first Mr. Dombrovskis. Maybe you can very briefly summarize the actions taken in economic war so far by Europe, by its allies, and how do you see prospects in near term? How can we advance in this fight?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of Riga Conference for this possibility to be here and have this discussion. Well, indeed, since Russia's invasion in Ukraine, we are working in two directions. One is to provide all necessary support to Ukraine, and second is to put pressure on aggressor, Russia, also Belarus, in form of sanctions. So all in all, by now we have adopted 8 sanctions packages as a European Union, and we have done so in close coordination with our international partners. And those sanctions cover I would say, is a broad range of issues. Well, first of all, there are personal sanctions against Russia's high-level officials, starting with Putin himself and with Russia's oligarchs. Then there are economic sanctions, including export bans of a number of sensitive technologies, so military technologies, dual-use technologies, high-tech, so export controls. There are sanctions regarding the transport, including air and maritime transport. There are obviously sanctions in the sector of energy, because energy is main source of budgetary revenue for Russia. So we have nearly a complete oil embargo. We have prohibition of imports of Russian coal, and are rapidly phasing out our dependence on Russian gas, so have decreased imports very substantially. So in any case, the strategic direction is clear. We were moving away from Russia's fossil fuels. And we are in coordination, for example, with G7. We are working now on introduction of price cap for Russian oil, which is additional element to significantly reduce Russia's ability to wage this war. If we look at the economic implications, we see both current account and budgetary surpluses on Russia rapidly going down, and according to the IMF forecast, Russia is expected to be in recession both this year and next. And we see a number of sectors basically collapsing. Like, for example, car production in Russia is now 90% down, and one could give many other examples like this.
And maybe you could just very briefly elaborate how do you think how this price cap can be really applied, how market participants can be forced to buy something below market price. Do you think it will work? There are doubts about that, that's why I'm asking.
Well, first of all, it's G7 price cap, so I would say there's a strong international coalition behind this to enforce this price cap. Different players will have probably different instruments to deal with, including possibly through secondary sanctions. And as regards EU, how we prepared ourselves for implementation of this price cap is the prohibition of of EU shipping operators and insurers to ship and insure Russia's oil shipments as long as they do not comply with a price cap. Because as regards EU itself, it's already oil embargo. And as regards deliveries to the third countries, there will be this prohibition, or rather it's like exemption from existing prohibition only for those shipments which do comply with a price cap. And in any case, we already now see that Russia is selling its oil at a substantial discount to compare with international market prices. It had to reorient its supplies to countries like China, like India, but they are doing it at a heavy discount, and we expect that, so to say, probably regardless of the specific rhetorics, at the end of the day, the price will be within the price cap set by G7.
Okay. Now I would like to ask Dr. Maria Shagin, how do you think, how has the sanctions policy performed so far? Has it been more successful than you expected? Does it perform well comparing to historical precedents? How do you think how it could work in the future?
Good afternoon. Happy to join you online from Berlin. It's indeed the most asked question how effective sanctions have been, and that comes down to your expectations and also the objective of sanctions. right? We have the objective of sanctions, which is much more moderate than in comparison with 2014. It's no longer about the behavioral change. This time is about eroding Russia's ability to fund the war, and it's by constraining Russia's capabilities technologically, but also financially, as was pointed out earlier. The type of sanctions that have been imposed will, over a long run, constrain Russia's abilities to wage this war. The short-term impact is less than expected. Indeed, IMF is reducing the contraction of the Russian GDP, and now from -6, I think -3.5% of GDP. But I think the long-term picture is rather bleak for the Russian economy. By 2030, the Russian economy will contract by 20%. And we are looking at a country that will be much more isolated and inward looking. As it was pointed out, the earlier signs of the impact of sanctions have been seen in the car industry, aviation industry, that basically came to a halt, and that will accumulate over time. So for Russia is the big task how to come up with a new economic model and to leapfrog from that degradation that is currently ongoing, or reverse industrialization, as the Central Bank of Russia named it, to some sort of modernization or the survival strategy. And that will be the key, because ultimately in the transforming world, the globalization is changing and everyone needs friends. So Russia is very short on friends, and it's pivoting to those pariah states that Russia has become itself, is Iran, North Korea, to source equipment that it can't procure anymore. And also we see that China isn't really rushing in to help Russia. And that is an indication of their so-called no-limit partnership, that Beijing is very risk-averse to help Russia where there are secondary sanctions risk. And now the US is expanding primary sanctions, not necessarily calling for secondary sanctions, but there are more and more areas where Beijing would be thinking twice whether to engage with Russia or not. And the price cap that was pointed out earlier will be that litmus test for both China and India, whether to help Russia. So far, both countries have capitalized on Russia's isolation, and that was also the case in 2014. But whether they will be happy to risk their insurance, their maritime companies, to be at the risk of being sanctioned is a big question mark.
Thank you. So perhaps the most useful effect of sanctions and immediately important might be a negative impact on military-industrial complex of Russia. Do you see that happening? Prospects for that? Any thoughts?
Absolutely. So in line with the car and aviation industry, we're seeing incremental impact on the defense industry. And the main weakness here, the main vulnerability for the Russian economy is that it can't be self-sufficient in terms of producing chips, semiconductors. No country can be, for a matter of fact. So sourcing them either through illicit procurement network or pivoting to countries that didn't join the quite broad export controls that the US and allies have designed will be quite time-consuming, more expensive, and you also can't do this on mass production. The US has recently issued the leaflet of the impact of the export controls and sanctions on Russia's defense sector, and there are quite a few examples that companies can't keep up with production lines, that anything that is produced doesn't necessarily work in the sense with good quality. So there's a lot of malfunctioning. For example, 40% of any Chinese chips that have been delivered with consumer goods are now being defect and are not operating. So more and more of that will come over time. The main question here is that the main unknown here is we don't know the stockpiles that Russia had, and that will basically predetermine how quickly that export controls will kick in for the defense sector.
Okay, thank you very, very informative answers indeed. Now I will ask Mr. Kierkegaard, what are your thoughts how to follow the success of this sanction regime? Just before we discussed how some people have made mistakes by just maybe looking at the ruble exchange rate or current account surplus of Russia and saying that sanctions do not work, but there are different indicators. Which are the ones as expert you would follow most, and how do you see them to develop in near future?
No, well, thank you for that question. No, I mean, I think, first of all, we should be honest about what financial sanctions and economic sanctions can achieve against a dictatorship that decides to wage war. Historically, it hasn't deterred it. I mean, UN carpet sanctions on Saddam Hussein in 1990 didn't cause the Iraqis to pull out of Kuwait, obviously. So we need to be realistic. But having said that, I certainly believe that we're seeing the way these technology sanctions are very directly impacting the ability of Russia to wage war. I mean, there's a reason why they need to source weapons in another sanctioned dictatorship in Iran and not in China and elsewhere. I think it clearly affects it. So I would say that by and large, the technology sanctions directly impacting the war effort, I think they have been generally pretty effective. We have managed to degrade Russia's ability to wage the kind of war that they perhaps would have liked. On the economic side, again, I mean, it was already mentioned by the Vice President, a country that suffers a 90% decline in car production. In such a country, it doesn't matter, quite frankly, that the current account surplus is up, because it clearly suggests that Russia is incapable of channeling this windfall that it has clearly achieved by also instrumentally weaponizing gas and global oil markets to useful production capacity in the real Russian economy. Basically, they cannot buy what they need for the war, or for that matter, buy what they need to have a normally functioning real economy in Russia. So again, I would say the economic sanctions have achieved largely what you could realistically expect from them at this point. And I guess I would add one component which is actually new in this round of sanctions that we haven't seen historically to the same extent, namely the voluntary withdrawal of the large parts of the private sector from Russia. We should not underestimate what the long-term implications of withdrawals of the vast number of Western companies from Russia, from the Russian economy, will mean for the long-term production capability of the Russian economy. It is a major blow. I mean, the classical example that I like to always use is we already talked about the aviation sector, right, which clearly has been very adversely affected by the sanctions. But Russian railways, what is going to degrade the Russian railway stock more than anything else? It isn't actually the sanctions as decided by the G7. It's the voluntary withdrawal of the Swedish company SKF from the Russian market, which means that there's going to be, indeed there already is by a lot of indicators, a massive shortage of ball bearings, which obviously is pretty important when you have a large railway stock. So again, this, I think, is an indication of very significant and very effective economic sanctions that ultimately, in my opinion, is going to lead to the inability of Russia to be able to reconstitute itself as a major conventional military power even when these sanctions are eventually lifted.
Okay, thank you. And now I will ask Mrs. Palacio, how do you think from your very great background in international politics, how do you think those countries that are currently aligned against the aggressor in this economic war, how they will proceed in the future? Is there political will? Does it differ in different countries, Southern Europe, Northern Europe, United States? What's your view on that?
Thank you. Thank you, and first of all, let me say that I'm so honored to be here today. It's really me coming from the South, I'm Spanish, being here where things are happening is, as I say, is a great pleasure as well. Now, on what you asked me, I could stop saying, I agree with the Vice President, I agree with the expert, I agree with Mr. Jacobs, and that's it, because we all see this in a very similar way. But in order to add from a broader perspective, I think that sanctions is a phenomenal theater of operations. And I'm looking at the military data here. It's because it's where we see how today geopolitics has impacted the geoeconomy. This is an extraordinary example, probably the most important one, and there are others in all, and it has been mentioned that in the restrictions on the trade with China, etc. But allow me to really insist on this idea, because there is another issue which is linked, is that geopolitics conveys values today, and sanctions is a great example. And from there, I will just jump in another. I congratulate the European Commission. I think the European Commission has been beyond the expectation of, at least my expectation. I could never imagine that with the treaty that we have, the European Commission would take the measures that the European Commission has taken. I mean, honestly, the coverage to freeze the assets of the Russian bank is quite flimsy, the coverage in the treaty. But there was political will. There was a conviction that it had to be done. And I think that for us Europeans, this is great news. And it's great news again, and this morning Colinda was explaining this, that, you know, seen from the south, in Spain or in Italy, the image that we had of Russia was little more than Tchaikovsky and Dr. Zhivago. And yes, the backlash of the sanctions are all over the European Union. And yes, and this is something that we have to remind many times to our American friends when they say, oh, we are putting this money, we are putting, yes, but you know what? The sanctions impact principally us, European Union, and we are there, and we are united. Allow me to say one last issue, or maybe one last, and then on these restrictions to trade. The issue here, I think it's fundamental, because Vladimir Putin thinks that the weak link is not military, that the weak link is the fatigue that the countries with different traditions, and I will speak about my own, Spain, my own Spain, that, by the way, has 600 just military today as part of NATO in Latvia, and another contingent of 84 with the most advanced missiles and radars. So this is, but seen from the Kremlin, the idea is that there will be a fatigue. And this is where this conference is extremely important, to highlight how being united on this common endeavor is fundamental. Now, let me say just one word about opening up the prism on restrictions, on trade restrictions. I will take as an example not just the screening that the European Commission has set honestly, without a very big coverage on that as well. But again, to all those gloom and doom sayers, when there is a political will, there is a way. We don't have to just say, oh, if we don't change the treaty, we have to change the treaty, we have to, okay, well, it would be good to be able to address the treaty, but in the meantime, COVID has proven it, but especially I would say more than COVID, because COVID was symmetrical, it was a different story. But more than COVID, what the European Commission is doing under solidarity, I mean, more than solidarity, the common approach of the Europeans is phenomenal. Now, I said at the beginning that, in my opinion, this is a fantastic, round table, and I'm very happy to participate in it, although I'm not an economist. But why? It's because what we are seeing in sanctions is scalable. The approach to trade that the United States has shown in the CHIPS Act, in the restrictions to semiconductors, is exactly values-based. So let's reflect on this idea that, okay, this morning Carl Bildt was saying the West is back, and the West is back on resilience, on values. You know what? Absolutely yes. And there are difficulties, and we are in a difficult economic situation, but we have to keep that message.
Thank you for your very strong and inspiring words. It perhaps it shows that people here in Baltics have historically, for historical reasons, somewhat greater trust in Northern European countries, especially also England, Anglosphere, largely perhaps because of history. England, UK was helping a lot for Latvia to gain independence, but yes, this very strong support for from the European South maybe will change the perspective here. You also mentioned that European Commission has been very, very strong leader in this situation, leading European countries in support of Ukraine. My pet theory why is this so is that Latvians are running the EU. Our friend Valdis Dombrovskis is arguably the most influential vice president of the European Commission, definitely very, very visible in global media, and Latvian Ilze Johansson is running European EC civil service, right? So, as Latvians are running the EU, there's no wonder that European Union has been a very strong supporter of Ukraine in this situation. But perhaps it's not also easy, and there are maybe some political risks. Mr. Dombrovskis, do you see that this rather strong will, unity maybe, except in few instances, countries like Hungary, do you think it can continue? What are your feelings, predictions about that?
Yeah, well, as much as I would like to agree with you that Latvians are running the EU, at the end of the day, to decide sanctions, it requires unanimity. So we need to have everyone on board, and so far everyone is on board. Obviously, those discussions on sanctions are not simple, especially it was visible, for example, when a 6 sanctions package we were discussing oil embargo, and you already referred to the position of Hungary in context of this sanctions package. But at the end of the day, we were able to agree on solutions and to move forward. So what is important is indeed to preserve this unity, to preserve this sense of mobilization vis-à-vis ongoing Russia's aggression. And I would say, so far, we see this political will across the EU to respond, and also we see this understanding. We are not dealing here with a regional conflict somewhere on the sides of EU. Here we are dealing with a clash of so to say, 2 world views, with authoritarian Russia invading and trying to subvert democratic Ukraine. So it's also will have far-reaching global implications in whether we will be able to preserve rules-based international order, or there is going to be some kind of might is right kind of approach.
Okay, yes, that is indeed very important. So, question to Dr. Maria Shagin. Do you see that strong political will to continue these sanctions, maybe to extend them? Will it continue also outside the European continent? Of course, in this global West, Europe is the important part, but of course also United States. Japan is also now it's actually in the East, but politically it's part of the global West. Do you see political will also in these parts of the world to continue?
Indeed, multilateral sanctions coalitions that happened this time are unprecedented. And it's not just sending the right message about norms and values, but it's actually been instrumental in terms of freezing central banks' reserves. The fact that Japan joined actually allowed us to freeze about twice as much as the UK did. And that's something that the Russian elites didn't see. That was the first shock effect for the Kremlin, that the fact that the Europeans and the Japanese joined on the central bank's assets was, I would say, the most powerful, the most shocking sanctions measure up till now. It is true that, as was pointed out by the previous speaker, resilience and security are now the key buzzwords when it comes to anything that is critically important, infrastructure, energy in particular. So that keeping that multilateral sanctions coalition is really instrumental, and we've seen it with export controls, as I pointed out earlier. The fact that the US and 37 countries join it, including Taiwan is another Asian country here, is really crucial for constraining Russia's access, curtailing access to semiconductors. Russia doesn't have any self-sufficiency in that, so it usually outsources its production to Taiwan. So the fact that Taiwan joined is really important. Other countries in Asia, worth pointing out, is Singapore is another country that usually never joins any non-UN sanctions. So there is a shift there, understanding that value-driven coalitions are important, and there are more values attached to it. Either it's human rights or green values or territorial sovereignty. So gathering these coalitions will be important. I guess looking forward here is whether we will be as successful with gathering these coalitions when it comes to China. Because attracting these Southeast Asian countries that are much more embedded into the Chinese economy will be a big problem, I guess, how to make them on board on the right side. Having said that, we still see quite a lot of backlash from the global south. The unintended consequences that have been partially triggered by sanctions, food and energy prices, are not landing well in countries like India, Sri Lanka. So we talked about European burden sharing, energy solidarity, but also there is a need to have that transatlantic or more global burden sharing to alleviate burden for these countries, for emerging economies who can't keep up with food prices rising, energy prices rising. So it's really important to keep also these more vulnerable economies on the right side of history.
Thank you. Jakob, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on that point, you know, the support for sanctions outside the West or the broader West or whatever you choose to call it, I mean, from a technology point of view, I don't think it matters, is the short answer. I mean, it was already mentioned by Maria that all the main chip producing centers in the world, Taiwan, South Korea, etc., with the exception of China, is part of the sanctions. And what we interestingly have seen, of course, is that the threat of secondary sanctions have clearly deterred also Chinese producers from supplying Russia. So, you know, from that perspective, it doesn't matter. On the energy sanctions, we should actually be happy that the rest of the world hasn't joined in. Because if you were in a world where the total Russian global gas and oil supply had been withdrawn from the market. I guarantee you that gas and oil prices wouldn't be where they are now, they'd be much higher. And we should welcome the fact that we should be happy that the Chinese buy a lot of Russian oil. Why? Because no one squeezes Russia harder on price than the Chinese. It also, by the way, means that, with all respect for the Vice President and anybody else who works on this issue at the G7, that the G7 oil price cap almost certainly will not work. Because it is premised, and I say this as an economist, it's premised on the idea that Vladimir Putin is a rational economic actor, that he would still continue to sell if it's just a little bit above the marginal cost of production in Russia. He won't. He will simply refuse to sell any oil that is subject to the cap, and it is withdrawn, therefore, from the market. What does that mean? It means prices go up globally. That's not what the Biden administration would want, but unfortunately, this whole idea of a G7 price cap, the way they have ultimately tried to implement it, not through the use of US secondary sanctions, but by this sort of voluntary adoption, is essentially a political stunt ahead of the midterms. That has obviously failed because of the OPEC Plus cuts, but that's an aside. Thank you.
Oh. Well, I mean,
yeah, please.
May I jump in? Because, again, I think that what is beyond what you can do, you can analyze, but say it's better or worse that China buys is beyond our reach. And I would like to take a different angle, which is what the Vice President has mentioned, which is this idea of the rules-based order. Because let's not forget that for Russia, the medium is Ukraine, but what in all the speeches Vladimir Putin is against this rules-based order. And by the way, on that, he's seconded by China. So if we understand the importance of the rules-based order and that in the end this battle is about the rules-based order, we in the European Union, you know what? We are the standard bearers because we want to be a regulatory power. So we exist by law and in law, that's it. United States, honestly, this is the ambivalent actor, as in so many areas. I mean, I don't have to prove my Atlanticist credentials, but that's the truth of the matter. Then we really have Russia, which is the disruptive power. And China, we could call it the smooth operator, because China has benefited from this rules-based order more than anyone. But yet, he plays their own system with the Belt and Road and with the institutions like the infrastructure, the Asian Infrastructure Bank, that is a copycat of the World Bank, but by China. And then we have the ones that have abstained, which have the potential. Right now, you address Brazil, you address, Africa, you address not just Brazil, but the rest of Latin America, many countries. They say, you know what, this is your stuff. We have nothing to win and nothing to lose, so we abstain. And our big challenge is to make them understand, and in some issues they have understood, is that this is about them, and that they have, they have an interest in supporting this idea, the idea of the rules-based order. Why do I say that? Because remember the voting on territorial integrity. This was not unanimous, but almost. Why? Because territorial integrity, they understand. What is the challenge for us? Is that honestly, we have, I would say, abused this rules-based order. That's the truth. We have to, and we need to translate this rules-based order in issues that are directly interesting for the rest of the world. And I think this example of territorial integrity is fundamental. And then use our tools. On this I will criticize, I will not praise the European Commission because I think we could do much more in how we address what we in a nominalism that is complicated to support, we call it the partnerships relations. No, we do a lot, but we don't take a direct approach, and we should.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back to this point which was raised on increase of food prices, also energy, but let's stick with this point of food. Because that's indeed the narrative which Russia is actively pushing, that it's Western sanctions which are responsible for growing food prices. And I think we should be very forceful in debunking this Russian fake news. Because it's clear it's Russia's war which is creating increase in food and energy prices and not our sanctions. Because if you look at food, there are no Western sanctions on food. There are no Western sanctions on transportation of Russian foodstuffs to wherever. So what is causing increases in food prices is the fact that Russia is blocking Ukrainian food exports, the fact that it's looting Ukrainian food storages in occupied territories, that it's destroying food storages in other parts of Ukraine, that it did not allow for neither normal sowing nor harvesting season in Ukraine. Those are the actions which lead to globally high food prices, because Ukraine is one of the biggest exporters of grain internationally. So what we are doing in this regard, as you know, there was a UN-led effort on unblocking Ukraine Black Sea ports, allowing for some shipments, but in parallel, we were developing what we call EU solidarity lines, so creating alternative export and transit routes for Ukraine to deliver its grain, to deliver its other foodstuffs to the world via the EU. And we continue to build up this capacity, because we never know how the situation with Black Sea ports in Ukraine will develop. And already in the spring, we took a set of measures addressing global food security issues, both providing support for vulnerable countries and also looking what we can do as a EU, which we are also major exporters of foodstuffs, from the supply side, how we can increase our supply by lifting temporarily some restrictions, increasing arable territory. So I think we should be very clear and very forceful in debunking this Russia's lies about us causing increases in food prices, because that's indeed how Russia is trying to split the global West, global South away from us.
Yes, I would add that your mentioned measures to protect the global food market have perhaps worked pretty well, as global food prices have declined already for maybe half a year. But now I would again like to give word to Maria, and there is a very interesting question from the audience that maybe she could answer best among us because of her background. What is the post-war economic relationship with Russia? Can there be a return to normal? Perhaps the answer partly depends what will happen with Russia first. Does it become a big Donbass where violence becomes just endemic and totally arbitrary? Or is there, I'm almost joking, but Navalny is the president of Russia, or maybe there is deep decentralization. There is whole big discussion about these matters too, but maybe you can elaborate on that question. What will happen after the war, whenever it ends?
I think it depends on how the war in Ukraine ends. That is key, and that actually links us to sanctions as well. While we have an objective of sanctions, there is no end game of the sanctions regime, because there is no fundamental agreement on whether the allies want to achieve a ceasefire, a negotiated settlement, or Russia's military defeat. From the US, we hear it should be some sort of strategic failure, and that's really hard to grasp, to define. and to bring everyone on board. So that will ultimately be the type of sanctions, the type of Western strategy that is now directed towards Russia is not necessarily in line with everyone. So within Europe, we have different understanding whether European security should be with Russia or without Russia for the time being when Russia is transformed. And that question, when it will be transformed and how, it is again a big unknown here. Because if this is something, the strategy is directed towards avoiding humiliation and not obviously provoking any nuclear responses, that, escalation element is really a constraint for some countries not to deliver weapons or not to impose other type of sanctions. So that is the very muddled waters that we're currently in because there is no end game. But I think what the war has shown is that Ukraine has gained so much agency, and that is shaping, the relationship between the West and Russia, and type of weapons, type of sanctions and actions overall. The West has been inspired by Ukrainian resilience and defiance, and that has actually shaped how the things are currently ongoing. In terms of internal Russia's transformation, again, that links us to sanctions in a way. We have talked mostly about economic damage that sanctions have unleashed, but whether we can translate it into any political efficacy is, again, that bridge that is very hard to cross. Paradoxically, that is what is called the naive theory of sanctions, because there is no straight line to transform, to translate that economic damage into political splits and into political impacts within the Russian elite. So what we are seeing, which is quite unusual from 2014 situation, that there have been some cracks within the Russian elites. The recent Ukraine's counteroffensive has actually brought a different type of opponents to the Kremlin's policy, and that's pro-war groups. We've seen Ramzan Kadyrov, other warlords who are opposing that the war is not effective. How much of that cracks will deepen and will penetrate within is probably, I don't want you to say that this is very promising direction to go, but they are the ones to watch in the months to come.
Yes, you mentioned the word that I think is very, very important, the word endgame. I think that the world will think about it more and more. And of course, this word gives strength to go on. So maybe I could also ask panelists present here physically, what is your idea of the end game? Do sanctions force Russia to stop war? Do sanctions make Russia so weak that it loses war? Or also do sanctions make Russia so weak also economically that it just becomes irrelevant, so its oil is replaced after a while, and so on, so on, so on? Yes, Anna, please.
First, one comment on this idea of can there be a return to normal? What do we call normal? And I will not take the easy way of Germany bashing for its dependence on energy in Russia. It's also true for Italy, for instance. And honestly, I spoke about Spain. In Spain, we could have been as dependent as other countries were on Russia, on Algeria. Algeria was happy to sell us. However, in Spain, we decided to have a fleet of LNG terminals, precisely not to depend. I think that we have to extend this to certain raw materials, certain rare earths on which we depend. We have depended on Russia because, as a great friend of mine and great European would tell me, who could predict that he had been so reliable, even during the Cold War? Well, you know what? we know. I mean, we know now. Now, on the end game, honestly, I think that we have to be respectful that the ones that are dying are Ukrainians, and not start just deciding when, yes, we are contributing, but they are dying. Let's wait and discuss with them before going and establishing endgame scenario. That's my approach. Do you allow me one comment on another topic that,
sure.
Which is food security? And this I tell my Latvian friends. We in the south, we didn't get Russia, but there is a need to get the Mediterranean. In the Mediterranean, in the southern border of the Mediterranean, the Sahel, of course we have a security issue, and this is the reason that supports NATO 360, but we also have famine that is coming. And this will destabilize. And there, frankly, the European Commission, hey, you know, the other day, one representative of the European Commission was praising the goodness of Green Deal for Africa. I mean, in Africa, the first thing that you have to do is not Green Deal, is to bring fertilizers, just to have this, in Africa, we have about 1/10 of the average fertilizers used. So we have to be realistic. We have to be values-based, but we have to be realistic. And this now partnership policy is frankly lacking realism, in my opinion, absolutely.
Okay, yes, Jakob. I mean, I just think it's important to recognize that I mean, the question says post-war economic relationship with Russia. When it comes to sanctions, it's not going to be the end of the war that's going to decide when these sanctions are lifted. It's the answer to the question, what happens in Russia when Ukraine wins the war? Because does anybody in this room really believe that the economic sanctions will be lifted on Russia just because the war is over? Are we going to lift economic sanctions on a war criminal? Especially a war criminal when we will discover what will have gone on in Kherson, what has gone on in Mariupol, etc. I will take a lot of money on that bet. That's not going to happen. So the economic relationship with Russia will remain on ice. I mean, physically. I mean, Finland is busy building a physical border fence. That will happen across, you know. This will not end. This will only end when the political system in Russia changes, which is certainly above my pay grade to you know, opine on. So we should sanctions is about Putin now. It's not about the war. Given the way that Russia has conducted the war. If you will just allow me to answer the final question here, because I think it's a common misunderstanding in some ways. The question is, how should the incoming recession be priced into the economic aspects of the Russian invasion in Ukraine? I think on a global level, there's no doubt that the global economy is slowing down. But I think it's also, we should be honest and say that this war is a regional war in Europe. It is not the Russian invasion of Ukraine that will likely cause a recession in the United States. And the recession in the United States is driven by the long-term lingering effects of the failed response to COVID, long COVID in the workforce, etc., and an excessive fiscal stimulus. And now the monetary response of the Federal Reserve. It actually doesn't have very much to do with what happened in Ukraine. In China, it is driven by the end of the Chinese growth model, this investment-led growth model of building ever more high-speed railways and more real estate, etc. That's over. And it's triggered by the completely insane anti-COVID policies being pursued, of course, now by Xi Jinping. Again, it doesn't actually have very much to do with what happens in Ukraine. It is an aggravating factor, but it's not the driving factor. It is, however, probably the driving factor in Europe, where clearly the regional relative price shock of energy prices has caused the ECB to have to raise rates. It's the reason why you have 10% inflation, etc., in Europe. However, we get a recession from that, but I would say good, frankly. Because we're getting a recession in Europe driven by a price shock on fossil fuels that have turbocharged the green transition across Europe in a way that probably wouldn't have been happening otherwise. So because of this energy price shock, we're probably facing the last ever major energy crisis in Europe and indeed across the West, because it will drive over the course of the next 5 years the introduction of renewable energy, so that going forward the price of energy in Europe and indeed the West will be driven by technology, not by whatever fossil fuel producers want to do, etc. And technology will ensure that the marginal price of energy, especially electricity, goes only one way in the long run, and that is down. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. So we have 5 minutes left. Any super urgent questions from the audience? Yes, there was the first hand was there.
My name is Victoria Rusnaite. I'm from the Hybrid COE. I have a question for Maria Shagina and Jakob Kierkegaard. And the question is about time and how long does it take for sanctions to work, and do we have this time? In your assessments, where, in what sectors or countries should sanctions focus now to strain Russia's ability to wage this war? And are there any easy gains left? And if there are no easy gains left, what options do we have? Thanks.
Okay.
I mean, I'm happy to go first, but maybe Maria should go. I mean,
Yes. Okay, Maria. So, Maria, please.
That's a great question from Victoria. Nice to hear from you. I think the energy sector is the key one to focus. While we have announced energy sanctions from the EU side, oil embargo, and the price cap, we haven't implemented them. So for those who are saying sanctions are not working because Russia has accumulated so and so much, and by the end of this year, it will accumulate around $300 billion, which is ironically almost the amount of central banks' assets that have been frozen. That is partially true, but we also need to look at the design of sanctions, right? So the key aspect here, the cash cow of the Russian budget hasn't been targeted. The US, the UK have imposed that measure in March, but the Europeans, who are the main consumers of Russian fossil fuels, are about to join only in December. So it is true that in a way that type of policy, by delaying it, has contradicted the objective of sanctions, which is again to erode Russia's ability to fund the war, because we have allowed basically Russia to have 7 months to not to adapt. It will be hard to adapt to Russia, but at least to accumulate the reserves from record high oil prices. Another area to look here is also secondary sanctions, right? That is something that is still on the table. The US is rather reluctant to impose them, but the recent development from the EU, from the 8th sanctions package, is to impose sanctions on third parties who circumvent EU sanctions. And that is, I think, an interesting move of extraterritorial nature that can maybe exploited with other allies, how to basically tighten enforcement. Because we have 8 sanctions packages, it's a lot, but what we need to focus on right now is not maybe as sexy as it sounds, and that's enforcement. To close down all of the loopholes, to tighten what is already implemented, and that's a lot of hard work, and that's sometimes hard to sell politically, but I think this is where the allies should focus on in the next months.
Okay, and thank you. And time for one more question. There is hand on that side. Yes, sir, please.
Oh, thank you. I have a question to Valdis Dombrovskis. In previous panelists discussed much about how to finance Ukraine in given war conditions. And also speaker mentioned the frozen assets. I think last month, Justice Commissioner mentioned there are 24 billion central bank assets frozen and about 14 or more private individual entities, being frozen. And the question is, some believe this can be legally expropriated and used to finance and help Ukraine. What's your take? Do you believe in it? Thank you.
Yeah, well, as regards financing Ukraine, Indeed, there are many questions. One, of course, what we are providing right now as a financing this year in terms of macrofinancial assistance, other support forms, and all in all, we have mobilized some 19 billion euros. It's EU together with EU member states and European financial institutions. And on top of this, there is also 3.1 billion euros in military support. We are now planning, so to say, to ensure stable and predictable financing flow to Ukraine next year, together with other international partners, because many of the decisions were taken on ad hoc basis this year, which led to a bit unpredictable financing flows towards Ukraine. So for next year, we can ensure it's steadier. And then there will be a question of Ukraine's post-war reconstruction, where the financing needs are huge. So the estimate of the World Bank was of 349 billion, well, euros or dollars, how you put it. We see that damage continues by the day. So the question indeed, how this reconstruction will be financed, and there we're ready to cooperate very closely with G7, with other international financial institutions and so on. But obviously we're looking also at Russia's assets, because there is a principle in international law that aggressor pays. So Russia is due to pay reparations to Ukraine for the damage it has created. Whether Russia would do it voluntarily, I think it's a big question mark. So indeed we need to look on currently frozen and seized assets, how these can indeed be confiscated and used also to support Ukraine's reconstruction.
Yes, and very, very briefly.
No, just very quickly on that very point. We just published recently a report from the German Marshall Fund on this very issue. And I certainly think, notwithstanding what the Vice President just said about European commitments, they need to be stepped up. I mean, if Europe wants a strategic leadership of reconstruction of Ukraine, there needs to be a lot more money on the table. That also, in my opinion, there needs to be common European financial instruments on the table. And what that means is that a lot of the traditional, quote-unquote, frugal countries, including here in Latvia, including in the Baltic countries, that traditionally oppose common fiscal policy, common fiscal European instruments, are going to have to make a decision. Are we with Ukraine in the long run, also in the financial sense, or are we just going to remain frugal and sit on the sidelines? And that is a question that's going to be answered here in Riga, in many other, quote-unquote, frugal capitals.
One sentence. One sentence. I agree with both of you, but I think that we, especially to our American friends, we have to explain to them, because they are, as always, overwhelming. No, I mean, I think that the European Union is contributing. I fully agree, especially that we need to have specific instruments. And we have to address how we change the enlargement, which brings us to another big hornet's nest. But we need. Ukraine has put us against the wall. We cannot just go on procrastinating, just dragging feet on the enlargement. We have to decide, and probably to decide again on realistic terms. And it will not be 35 chapters and then it's a membership. Probably it will be much more pragmatic, and what the Commission has done with the treaty. We cannot just obsess ourselves with changing the treaty. With the treaty, we have to do it. But again, in the international, with this approach of international, led by the Americans, we have to stand our position.
Yes. So, it's a great discussion. I would like to continue, but it's 5:03. The subject is very complicated, but discussion is very smooth and sometimes even slightly entertaining. So, thank you, distinguished panelists. Thank you, dear audience, and
great praise.
Me too. This way I could.
Benedetta, we are coordinated. And your tie is coordinated.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I guess I will
What
not
time is it? We've got. Well, on my watch, it's start time. And so any of you outside drinking coffee, come and join us, please, to this outstanding panel on the NATO strategic concept. Give it a minute before we start. Take your seats quickly, please.
There it is.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. Yeah. I'll hold it up. Do join us.
Thank you.
Right, while you're organising yourselves, I will crack on with the session. So organise yourselves quietly, please, so we can do this properly. We've only got an hour to discuss what I think is a hugely impressive and important topic. Well, this is it. The 2022 or NATO 22 strategic concept. And my congratulations to Benedetta and her team, to Baiba, for what I think is actually a very, very impressive document. We'll get into the realization of this document as part of our discussion. But this is NATO's future, and that is what we're here to discuss. And I'm honored to have three friends on the panel to discuss this. Our first speaker will be Benedetta Berti Alberti, who is Head of Policy Planning in the Office of the Secretary General of NATO. Our second speaker will be Baiba Braza, Assistant Secretary General of NATO Public Diplomacy. And our third speaker will be Elvind Vad Petersen, who is State Secretary to the Norwegian Minister of Foreign Affairs. They will all have 5 minutes, and I'm a stern chair, no more than 5 minutes, before I open the floor to you all and some social media stuff, which old men like me find challenging, but I'll try. If you want to ask questions from the floor, there are two mics. One to my right, one to my left over here, so you'll have to make your way down to these microphones, and if I have the time, I will recognize you. Before we get started, let me just try to frame the debate we're about to enter into. I think the NATO strategic concept is perhaps the most well-drafted, dare I say it, since the 1967 strategic concept. And I'm a historian of strategic concepts, Benedetta, so I can tell you I enjoyed it very much. And more importantly, it complements the military strategy and much of the vaguely classified material, which all of us have read, but we're not meant to, which I sometimes wonder why we don't simply publish, because that itself would be an act of deterrence, which is, after all, the core business of NATO. Deterrence and defence going forward. The challenge for our respective nations, and particularly for my nation, which seems to have a Prime Minister a week these days, but we won't go... I believe I'm scheduled to be Prime Minister March 2025. But we'll see where this ends up. It's still a wish list. And this will still have to be paid for. And the next 10 to 15 years will see a revolution in military technology. I know that's an overused word, revolution, but I'm convinced, having just written an absolutely brilliant and very reasonably priced book on this subject, that artificial intelligence, machine learning, quantum computing all this new technology, emerging disruptive technologies, will have a very significant impact, not just on how we do deterrence and defense, but also how we operate together, particularly with our American allies. So I think there's a whole range of implicit challenges which the strategic concept does indeed begin to grip. Now, Benedetta joined me a couple of weeks ago at a conference that I had the honor to lead called the Future War and Deterrence Conference at Wilton Park, a kind of stately home in the middle of the English nowhere, in which we looked at all these issues. The report will come out next week, and it's clear that the NATO force model and all that goes with it, and all the adaptation stroke transformation of the alliance going out to 2030 will require not countries, nations, not only to invest, but to invest cleverly and to invest with each other. And the NATO defense planning process becomes clearly more important than ever if we are to generate effective and efficient defense that is clearly value for money, which is what the alliance is there to achieve. Now, my panel have two specific questions that I've asked them to address. The first question is thus: what challenges, capabilities and values should NATO's strategic concept be guided by? My second is: how do we balance the ends, ways and means to realize the necessary strategic ambition in the strategic concept? I agree with the Secretary General. The 2% defence investment pledge, 20% on new equipment per annum, agreed many years ago, is now a baseline, not a ceiling. This is going to cost. So how, given all the other pressures that we are now facing, are we going to afford the capabilities, the capacities implicit in this strategic concept? So without further ado, 5 minutes, Benedetta, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Julian, for the kind introduction, for framing the debate, and also for saying that you think the strategic concept is very well drafted. I absolutely agree, and that's not because I drafted it. No, sorry. I will not use my 5 minutes unwisely, so I'll go right into the matter. I think the question you wanted me to address is: what is the vision and the strategic concept? What are the main threats, challenges, capabilities? In other words, what is it all about? I think a good way to start is to start by saying what this document is supposed to do, because I think the title of the panel is Vision or Plan. What is it? Well, I'm not sure that I would like to frame it that way. I would say the strategic concept is the second most important document for NATO after the North Atlantic Treaty, which is, of course, the foundations treaty for NATO. And it is a one-stop shop, if you wish, the expression of a allied grand strategy. So it sets the long-term vision, the long-term goals. It sets the strategic direction for the alliance. It is by itself not a plan. The plan is the follow-up. The plan is what we're doing now. We are operationalizing it through new policies. We're operationalizing it in political military advice that will then inform the NDPP, the NATO defense planning process. It will be translated into military plans. So it has a trickle-down effect and then goes into shaping the way the alliance operates. In terms of what the strategic concept is about, when I think about what is the 1-minute explanation, to me, this is the first post-Cold War concept. We had our 4 secret military Cold War concepts focused on one threat, one theater, deterrence and defense against the Soviet Union. The Cold War ended, our mindset shift. We have 3 post-Cold War concepts, framing security as a very broad subject, talking about the European, the Euro-Atlantic area peace, talking about risk of conflict being low, giving us the perception that the threats and challenges will come from without, the area of responsibility, we'll have to invest in crisis management at strategic distance. Very different word. This, I think, the 2022 strategic concept is de facto a testament that peace dividend decades are over. Those peace dividend decades are over. Geopolitics is back, real politics is back, and we're talking about the Euro-Atlantic area not being at peace. We're talking about a security environment that is only likely to be more complex, more contested, more volatile, and more unpredictable. And he really talks about, if I had to give you 2 words, I would say strategic competition. How do we prepare for an era of strategic competition in which we have Russia as the most direct and significant threat to our security and to Euro-Atlantic peace and stability, but we also have a broader challenge to the rules-based international order. We have assertive authoritarian powers pushing back against that order, promoting authoritarian models of governance, and testing and challenging us using all means and all tools in their toolbox. So we need to start thinking about these instruments of power in an interrelated way, from military to economic coercion and from disinformation to energy blackmail. It's all part of a spectrum. So I think the strategic concepts tries to capture this reality, and this is why this is the first NATO strategy that talks about China. I think very, very important. Talks about the PRC's stated objectives and coercive policies as posing challenges to our security, to our values, and to our interests, and talks about the need to address them together as a transatlantic community. This is a very important step forward. So to me, that's the general theme, how to prepare for an era in which we have to be better at responding to what we could call persistent competition or contestation, both above and below the threshold. So if that's our end, and I'm not going to talk so much about the ends, ways, and means, because I know that's the next question, but if that's their strategic end, it's clear that we need to be very focused in how we think about NATO's mission. And I think that's what the strategic concept tries to do, while recognizing that this is not the Cold War. We don't have the luxury to focus just on one threat,
1 minute, please.
One theater. And that's why we focus on collective defense, but declined in a very broad way. So there is, of course, the need to strengthen our deterrence and defense, and I'm sure we'll talk about more in the Q&A, but this is framed in a broader approach, multi-domain, and underpinned by a strong call to have a real collective approach to resilience, meaning not just infrastructure, but also recognizing, mitigating, and addressing strategic vulnerabilities at all levels. So it's a must. So that's a tall order, but I think it's essential for our deterrence and defense. And finally, in my last 20 seconds, all of this is grounded in a global approach, because we recognize that we deal with a lot of threats and challenges, from cyber to hybrid, from climate change to terrorism, that know no borders. Therefore, we cannot be limited to thinking only and solely in terms of geographical domains, and that's why we have this important call to work with partners. And last point, that's why this is the first time that a NATO strategy directly refers to the connections between the Indo-Pacific and the Euro-Atlantic, and mentions that actually security developments in the Indo-Pacific can affect us here at home. So the transatlantic community is one theater. I'll stop here.
Benedetta, thank you very much. Very clear. I love the peace dividend decades are over, and we are back in an age of geopolitics. Baiba, public diplomacy and strategic communications are very much the method of the strategic concept. Ultimately, strategic concepts are strategic communications, reaching out not just to a NATO audience, but to audiences across the world. So from your perspective, how does the strategic concept communicate with the world which NATO must engage?
Thank you for the question. And for NATO, actually, it's an instrument of power. So when we talk about the instruments of power, the information, so strategic communications is the only instrument of power that is across both civilian and military domains. So in that respect, it's indeed very important what we tell our populations, what we tell our adversaries, and what we tell to those partners who want to join NATO, and to those countries that are further away but are like-minded, but also to the rest of the world. And the strategic concept that is not classified, that is well written, that is very clear, very straightforward, is an important tool in that respect. It has to be, of course, implemented not only for reassurance purposes to our population, so they have to see that NATO is there to deter and defend if necessary, but also our adversaries have to be very clear that NATO is there to defend every inch of the Allied territory. And in this respect, I think it's very important that the strategic concept also presents the vision. It clearly says that we want to live in the world where the rules of territorial integrity, the human rights, the freedoms are respected, and where countries can choose their own path, free from aggression, coercion, or anything else. So in that respect, there is a vision that allies say that we will stand for that vision. We will defend these freedoms. And then when we look at the ways and means, of course, that is as important. And that's, again, it's in the strategic concept, in the military strategy, in the next decisions that we will have to take. So looking at the ways, again, we have to refer back to the fact that the strategic concept does define Russia as the most direct threat to Allied security and to the peace in the Euro-Atlantic area, and terrorism as a main asymmetric threat. So from there on, both our civilian and military authorities have worked out very particular ways, which is in-place presence. We all know that the summit decided to strengthen forward presence from the battalion to the brigade level. It prescribes, of course, the enhanced defense plans, integrated robust command structure, so improved C2, the readiness, the logistics, the infrastructure, prepositioning, and exercises, the new type of exercises, multi-domain reinforcement exercises, very clear, meant to show what the strategic concept and what the military strategy is. So all that comes, of course, down to means. So allies are discussing what does it require, how do we ensure the supply, how do we ensure production, how do we ensure that the defense industry gets the signals that the needs are there for not just today or tomorrow or half a year, but for the long term. We are discussing the needs for the defense spending, where, as Julian said, 2% is not a ceiling but a floor. What for this is going to be spent? And then, of course, very clearly, again, we have to remember that this is all about our values. This is what we stand for, that it's not just because currently this situation requires it, but the very fact that the rules-based international orders that countries in the world, 193 members of the UN have signed up to, actually matter. And what we see in Ukraine is that Ukraine is standing up for the UN Charter with arms. They are self-defending in accordance with the UN Charter, and it's actually that is what matters, and that is that line that we have to keep in mind.
Thank you, Barbara. Ultimately, the ultimate instrument of power is NATO itself, is our alliance. It's an instrument of power. And Elvind, at the end of the day, the nations have to pay for it. They're the ones who are the paymasters. And reading the language of the strategic concept, we're not only going to have to develop a new force model, but resilience is also going to have to be significantly enhanced to reduce the vulnerabilities of our societies, of critical infrastructures and communications. Before we can be credible in deterrence and defence mission, or indeed the full spectrum of missions that the alliance, to which the alliance is committed. Give us a sense of the Norwegian perspective on the strategic concept and where you see it taking us over the next decade.
No, I'd love to. Thank you, Julian, for that. Let me allow me to maybe two quick steps back. Just to,
sure.
Say that I came of age, politically at least, in the 1990s, when and I remember very well that the heading for the NATO debate was back then out of area or out of business. Then came the early 2000s, where at least from the Norwegian side, we were increasingly worried that an entire generation of NATO officers, especially in our armies, were more familiar with the valleys and mountains of Afghanistan than European North Atlantic terrain and coast. That now is in the past. NATO is back in area and back in business, and that is good. And let me also share with you briefly on the national side. In Norway, we're happy to report North Korea numbers in terms of support for NATO membership. 96% of Norwegians are in favor of Norway being a member of NATO.
It's like referendums in some of the
yeah, so the Secretary General, I know he was happy with that number as well. My perspective is, of course, from a national government of an ally, so somewhat different. But then, in general, I think all allies are now facing the same challenge. On the one hand, worsening of the security situation due to Russia's brutal war against Ukraine. And on the other hand, let's be honest, limited fiscal room for maneuver in budgets due to the need to combat inflation. Let there be no doubt that Norway and then our government is prioritizing security and defense. Recently proposed a national budget for next year. Defense budget 7.6 billion euros, a year-on-year increase of almost 8%, roughly €500 million, also adjusted for inflation. Because burden sharing is indeed important for Allied cohesion and solidarity. Over the last decade, European allies and Canada have made progress. We, as Norway, during the pandemic, were above the 2% ceiling target, whatever we now choose to call it. Unfortunately, right now, we are below again, but our commitment, of course, stands. And when it comes to investments, we are now roughly at 30% of our defense budget, well above the 20% target. But for NATO to really be able to operationalize the strategic concept, I'd like to mention that increased common funding also is essential. Common funding is the glue that binds the alliance together. One example in the new strategic concept, there are concrete ambitions for NATO's digital transformation. NATO needs robust digital networks, key for resilience, of course. And in addition, there's colleagues in the panel, of course, have other affiliations to NATO, but I'm happy to say this from a member state. NATO's command structure and the NATO international staff have long been understaffed. The NATO headquarters staffing today is at the same level as in 1990, when NATO had 12 members. Soon we are 32. And the agreement reached at the Madrid summit about an increase in common funding was very welcome, but it needs implementation each budget year, and as always, the proof is in the pudding. The Madrid strategic concept, we believe, confirmed NATO's intention to significantly strengthen the alliance deterrence and defense posture. Counting words is not the most sophisticated way of analyzing things. Nonetheless, deterrence in the 2010 concept was mentioned 4 times. In the recent 2022 concept, deterrence is mentioned 22 times. An indication, nonetheless. Overall, it is our view that NATO has been able to adapt well to the unprecedented situation in Ukraine. Collective defense has been bolstered. We've gone from 4 to 8 multinational battle groups on the eastern flank. Allied presence, including here in Latvia, has been considerably strengthened. And Norway, for our part, we have increased our presence in Lithuania as part of the enhanced forward presence. From a Norwegian standpoint, we are pleased that the strategic concept highlights the importance of the High North and the maritime domain. The Russian ability to disrupt Allied reinforcements across the North Atlantic remains a strategic challenge to European allies, beyond just ourselves in the Nordic region. And it has critical implications for Allied security in crisis and conflict, and something we need to address.
1 more minute, please, Robin.
In Madrid, of course, Finland and Sweden were invited to become members. Excellent news, very important for Nordic, Baltic, Nordic and European security. We remove grey zones and increase predictability. Let me finish on my introductory remarks with a few words on risk management on vis-a-vis Russia. We believe that needs to be part of our approach as well. We have to avoid misunderstandings and unintended escalation. In Ukraine, Russia has demonstrated that it's weaker conventionally than we expected, but President Putin's willingness to take risks is of concern. The strategic concept underscores the importance of maintaining military hotlines with Russia, This is prudent in today's situation. We believe SACEUR has a communication channel with its Russian counterpart. The Norwegian Joint Headquarters, we have, and they maintain a hotline with the headquarters of the Russian Northern Fleet. These hotlines are all the more important because most of the confidence and security building measures and arms control architecture in Europe is gone. Therefore, increased relevance also to maintain stability in what is actually, in at least recent memory, and unprecedented security situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Elvin. Spot on time, and thank you to all three for very clear, succinct, and good opening statements. The floor is now open, so if you want to make your way down to respective microphones, is there one there? I can't see it, but there's certainly one over there. Sir, the floor is yours. Questions should be short, succinct, and no counter speeches, please.
Absolutely.
Big question.
Thank you.
Yeah, and a question.
Dr. Lindy French, for the opportunity. My question is...
Who are you, sir, first?
Sure, sorry. J.J. Green, WTOP Radio, Washington, D.C., National Security Correspondent. My question is for Ms. Baiba Brazi. A year ago, a little more than a year ago, I had the honor of being on a panel discussion with you at another security conference. And this was shortly after the debacle in Afghanistan, to say the least, where the U.S. was heavily criticized and its commitment and actions towards NATO were questioned. So the question that I want to ask is, a little more than a year has passed. We now have a new challenge for NATO, and that is in Ukraine and some other things that are going on as well. So I'd like to ask, has this change, have the concerns been addressed? And I guess a broader question, if it's better, what's changed in that year and a little bit more than a year since we talked about this situation with NATO, the U.S., and its members? Thank you.
Thank you, J.J. Baiba. An easy question to begin with.
All right. We can go one by one question, or if there are more questions...
No, I'll take this question first, and then we'll...
Okay. The Afghanistan, I think, didn't start and end last August. It started in 2001. And during all that time, when the international community was involved in Afghanistan, it was not just NATO, it was the whole international community doing a really good job in making sure that there are no terrorist attacks coming from the soil of that country. The fact of closing of NATO's operation and the rest of it as we know it was not the way we would have wanted, but in the same time we did our best. And the fact that allies were able to take out so many Afghans who had worked with the countries, with us, and the way the military might was shown, no other alliance would have been able to show that. It was really also that extraction operation was very much the show of strength and commitment to those Afghans who had worked with us. And it's not finished. We are still doing that behind the scenes, so it's there. And there's international pressure on Taliban to make sure that they stand up to what they said they would do. And it's not ideal either. Coming back to today, and what we are about, there is the war in Euro-Atlantic space. And that's what we are doing to make sure that the allies, currently 30 allies, soon to be 32 allies, are at peace, defended, that the adversaries are deterred, and that we prepare for the adaptation for the future to be able to deter against all threats. That is what we are doing, and that is what the mission of the alliance is.
Thank you, Baiba. Do you want to make comments, Benedetta?
Yeah, very quickly, and just to add, of course, to agree with Baiba's comments, but also to say something perhaps unpopular, but at least from my point of view, and that is that we were faced with a number of bad options on Afghanistan, that we know. But I think in terms of NATO's core mission and mandate, that was the right choice for us. And I think 2014 for us was the wake-up call after Russia's illegal and illegitimate annexation of Crimea, that we had to shift back our focus to collective defense. We had to shift back our focus to do in territorial defense of the Euro-Atlantic space. And that's what we started doing since 2014. And I think that even though there are many things that were far from ideal, overall, when I look at the broad strategic picture, we are where we should be now, which is now here defending our own territory.
Many things were far from ideal. As someone who wrote 3 reports for operational commanders in Afghanistan, I think the problem was campaign design and campaign implementation. I think the extraction at the end of it was making the best of a, shall we say, a very difficult situation. But I take the point. I'm going to ask for this gentleman's question and then take one from the social media. Sir, and then this gentleman.
Shota Guineria, Baltic Defense College. So the objective of NATO's deterrence was always to deter somebody from attacking NATO member states, right? There is nothing new in it. But the severe security crisis in the Euro-Atlantic area landed from outside the NATO Article 5 coverage. And now the European security paradigm is effectively destroyed. So what should be the organizing principle in the future to make sure that actually this kind of security crisis does not happen again, either or not the countries are members of NATO, and how do we protect these countries outside the NATO themselves and the whole Euro-Atlantic area? Thank you.
That's a great question. What I'm going to do, because they are similar to 2 questions I can read online with my aging eyes. What are the next big tests and challenges for NATO? And from hybrid to energy security, is there fear of NATO encroaching on new areas? Can that weaken NATO? So it's all part of that big architectural challenge. Elvid, what's your take on this?
But coming back to the gentleman's question, looking at NATO, of course, you can argue that had Ukraine been a member, this would never have happened. However, there was not consensus among the allies to make that step. Now we are doing as much as we can to make sure that they are able to defend themselves, but they are also making progress. I think my reflection, however, on what should the future setup look like in Europe is, although the open door policy is there, there is, however, a limit. Every country of the world will not be a member of NATO. It's a simplistic point, but it leads to the next step, simply being that some gray zones, some periphery is unavoidable. And that is a challenge that we need to be able to deal with. There is very interesting thinking going on now on a new architecture. I tried to spend some time on that, but I must admit, in the midst of what is going on, I think our primary concern is to make sure that we do what we can for the Ukrainians to succeed, while spending absolutely some time and attention on those questions. But for the time being, it's more of a first things first, and gradually that will come on the agenda as well.
Well, yeah, no, and I would say the 2 questions are, of course, related, because I would agree with the premise of the question, meaning the European Security Order as the Helsinki European Security Order, so to speak, is either on dead support or deceased. So that's clear, and we'll have to find, in the longer term, a new European Security Order. So that I agree with, but of course, there is a clear, to me at least, and straight connection between what happens in Ukraine today and how the war ends and the future of the European security order. The 2 questions are related. A situation in which you have a stable, peaceful, sovereign, independent Ukraine gives us one path forward for a European security order that is also stable, peaceful, and where we can try to have rekindle those shared principles. A different path, a different outcome in the war in Ukraine completely changes the game. So supporting Ukraine today and ensuring that we get that outcome, to me, is essential to make sure that then we can return to having a European security order that is stable, peaceful, and predictable. If I may steal one more minute, I also want to take the question on, because it's the question of whether talking about hybrid, energy, climate, if this is about overreaching. I think that's a very important question, and we thought about it a lot in the process of negotiating the strategic concept. And the reality is that the world is complex. And that means that once upon a time, it was much easier to put clear boundaries and say, this is a military matter, this is purely civilian and doesn't concern us. That's great, but that's not how it works today. Think of resilience. Is it possible for us to deter and defend credibly if our physical infrastructure isn't fit for purpose? If our bridges cannot sustain our tanks, if our 5G is not secure, if a satellite communication is not safe and secure and accessible? So there are interlinkages that we simply cannot ignore. And that's the point of made in the strategic concept. Not that NATO needs to take care of, be the first responder on everything, but that ultimately we are as strong as our societies, and that there is a deep link between having strong, resilient societies and having strong, effective deterrence and defense posture. So we need to deal with that issue as a transatlantic community. Many of the answers will be national, others will be through the EU, and that's one of the areas why NATO-EU cooperation is so crucial. But certainly the notion that we can think about credible and effective deterrence and defense without thinking about resilience, it simply doesn't withstand the test of reality in this interconnected world. And then a lot of the threats and challenges we face are hybrid. Look at the energy crisis we're facing today. That's weaponization of our energy supply. And clearly that's something that we need to discuss also through a security lens. So I don't think we're overreaching. I think we're actually going back to our core mission. Only things that matter to defend and deter and ensure the defense of allies.
Thank you, Benedetta. Baiba, do you want to say anything on this?
On the big challenges for the future, very clear, again, the allies, the 30 allies, soon to be 32 allies, are united around that. It's the digital transformation, meaning how do you use the most hedge? How do you predict the abilities, the capabilities that you need to fight the future warfare? We see elements of that warfare currently in Ukraine, how the big data, how the private sector is used for enabling the defense, but also the authoritarian actors, how they are able to use their links in providing some capabilities that, again, we have to find the answers, and where the Ukrainians have to be able to figure out how to defend, changing so fast, in such a fast-paced defense environment. So it's a big challenge, I think, for everyone. And then, of course, what Benedetta touched upon, what we have on the economic side also, the question is the role of the private sector and the civil society, the society at large, for enabling the civil military preparedness. How do we all become part of that security of the future for our states, where it's not only military, but where civilian part, the private sector, plays such an important role. So the future exercises, currently we have the big exercises that exercise across all domains, the sea and the air and the space and cyber and everything. Furthermore, we need to do even wider type of exercises involving the private sector, involving the various angles, and quickly learning the lessons and making sure that it's really they are implemented and it works, and we are able to respond. So there is a whole set of we not only have the deterrence and defense in Euro-Atlantic area, a concept which provides for the ability currently to adopt in the next few years, but actually we have the future warfighting concept also right there, and that provides for adaptation to 2040. But it's this agile defense, agile development, the ability to respond on the go. And for that, I think every member of our society has to be just ready to understand that they play a role in all of this. And we cannot have private sector saying that, oh, it's government's responsibility. No, it's not. It's all our responsibility.
Thank you, Baiba. We've got 20 minutes left. I come from the Yorkshire School of brutal panel chairing, so I'm going to be fairly direct about this. We have 4 more questions. I've closed the floor to questions now to give my team a chance to respond. Let's take the 4 questions in sequence here, and you can respond to whoever wishes to respond to whichever question. Sir, who are you and what is your question?
Thank you very much. I'm Nicholas Hatiashvili, representing Parliament of Georgia and Future Leaders Program of Riga Conference. Amid the Russian aggression and war in Ukraine, we see that it's impacted the whole international security architecture. We see that European Union tries to decrease its dependence on Russian energy resources and looking for alternative supply chains. So one of the alternative ways lies on Georgia to bring Caspian. And
What is your question, sir?
So my question is, will this environment accelerate the accession of Georgia to the NATO?
Thank you.
Very simple.
Second question.
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Captain Wolf. I work for the commander of Multinational Corps Northeast, who is responsible for the defense of the Baltics and northeastern Poland. I have 2 questions actually. The first one is, do you think history is repeating itself? And by that I mean, if I look at it as a German view, the appeasement policy by Wandel durch Handel has failed just as Chamberlain's appeasement policy has failed against Hitler. I believe we are in a proxy war right now within Europe, just like the Korean War. And last but not least, I think we're again in state power competition. So does that mean we will go to another General Defense Plan 2.0 with standing forces close to the border? And do you think, is that realistic? And secondly, can we trust NATO to fulfill the Madrid summit? And do you think it is realistic? Thank you very much.
Sir, I wrote my Oxford thesis on British policy in the coming of war. It was definitely more complicated than that. We had the biggest rearmament program in our history from February 1934, but I shall lecture you later about that. Madam.
Thank you. I'm Dora Keshi-Borács, final year student at War Studies Department, King's College London. So my question is about the contested narratives about the future of international order between authoritarian and democratic states. So the question is, how can NATO strengthen its narrative about the success of rules-based international order, and what are the tools to counter disinformation by preserving democratic values? Thank you.
Very, very good. I used to teach at King's College War Studies Department. Good person.
Thank you. My name is Artem Surshulskis. I'm representing U.S. Embassy here in Riga. And my question goes mainly to Barbara Braže. We've heard a lot about very important global challenges to NATO and our approach towards them. What I didn't hear today much is our local challenges. And what I mean by that, we have several regions within the NATO which are, by different reasons, very vulnerable. Such as, for example, Latgal region here on the border with Russia, which is because of economic, historical ties and vulnerability to propaganda from Russia, it's quite challenging. And my question is whether NATO has any good tools, good strategies, something that NATO can do actually to strengthen these kind of regions. Of course, I'm not talking only about our region. We have several more, but I suppose in the X hour, this is very important that we are firstly united inside. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have Georgia's accession to NATO. Who wants to take that? Good man.
Speaking on behalf of the, well, just one of the 30, soon to be 32, I'm happy to say that my government supports the Euro-Atlantic ambitions of Georgia, but let me be straightforward and say that that path also comes with commitments and responsibilities for reform, and I'm unfortunately not an expert on the status of defense and governance reforms in Georgia, but my understanding is that some progress needs to be decided to actually be able to move forward. So while the support for the ambition stand, it comes with responsibilities to actually make progress on your own side as well.
Next question.
Can I just
Please
add a little
do,
bit?
Barbara, yeah.
Quite clearly, again, as NATO at 30 and soon to be 32, we are very committed to our partnerships, and it's very clear that those partnerships are individual. We saw that Finland and Sweden actually are ready to make that jump. They are not only now politically ready and applied for membership, but they've been a partner for many, many years, as long as NATO has been actually in place. and have worked with NATO on everything. They have strong democratic institutions, they have full interoperability, they have full political commitment. So the partnerships are very different. In the same time, we have partners who are in MENA region and Middle East, North Africa, totally different type of arrangement, who have chosen certain type of defense capacity building, like Jordan. We have partners now in Indo-Pacific, the 4 partners, who actually work very closely with us on hybrid threats, be it cyber, be it countering disinformation, and quite a number of others. So each partnership, it depends what the partner wants, how far it wants to use NATO's expertise, and it depends, of course, on what NATO also sees as appropriate. As for the membership in NATO, as the State Secretary said, the Bucharest language stands on Ukraine and Georgia. The Article 10 of the Washington Treaty says that it's a country that contributes to the Euro-Atlantic security, it's a European country, and it needs consensus of all allies to be accepted to the alliance. So it's very straightforward, and as far as Georgia is concerned, it's very much also in Georgian own hands. Georgia needs to demonstrate all those capabilities, needs to be fully committed to Euro-Atlantic integration and just work towards it. And then one day the Bucharest language will come through. So it's pretty straightforward, but in the same time, very complicated. And then also I will use the opportunity to answer the question very shortly on the contested narratives.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Benedetta will want to join on countering disinformation on that. Again, the rules-based international order is something that countries have agreed to. Nobody has pushed them. The parliaments have ratified. UN Charter is a document that has been ratified by the parliaments in those countries, by their legislative authorities, whatever ways they function. Are they democracies? Are they full democracies, part democracies, contested autocracies, a little bit autocracies, or autocracies such as not fully democratic or not aggressive, and so on and so forth. What is important in this case is, of course, we clearly see that there are a number of actors that are hostile, and as far as NATO is concerned, to NATO allies, that are hostile in their actions against NATO allies, be it in cyber, be it in disinformation, be it elsewhere. And we clearly see actors that are violating that international rules-based order with kinetic force and with everything else. So if we as allies don't stand up, if we don't have the wider international community united, it's going to be very difficult to maintain those international principles that have managed to contain conflicts, to prevent what we had in the Second World War, meaning that there are countries fighting wars on the territory, whether in Europe or elsewhere. So it's very clear that those principles have to be maintained, and we all have an interest, be it full democracies, partial autocracies, and so on and so forth. And that's why you have seen the international debate and those nuances in the UN with 143 countries now standing up for Ukrainian territorial integrity, where all the allies, all the EU countries, and many others worked very hard to get that document adopted. And I think, again, we have to be very clear. That's why Ukraine is defending itself. It's a UN Charter approved right. And those that question the neutrality or others, those principles have been superseded by the UN Charter that clearly provides for non-aggression, territorial integrity, and so on and so forth.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm going to give you, Benedetta, you're going to have something to comment on the narrative issues. I'm going to leave the question about appeasement and can we trust NATO as the opening of your closing remarks in a minute.
So because I want
well, just pause on that for a second. But this issue of regional security, how does NATO strengthen regional security in supporting nations in those regions? Do you want to have a bash at that, or Elvind? We only have 9 minutes left.
No, on the regional security, let me use Swedish and Finnish soon-to-be accession to NATO as an example, because at least in our debate back home, you can hear people being worried about NATO's land border with Russia being doubled with Finland's 1,300 kilometers new border. And that sort of contributes to potential risk and instability. I wholeheartedly disagree. What this year's events in Ukraine has shown us is that having countries sort of with a, pardon the expression, and a NATO light membership, sort of being connected but not full NATO members, having gray zones, lack of clarity, that leads to instability. Now having Finland and Sweden clearly on the inside under Article 5, that leads to predictability and stability in our region, including, of course, for Latvia and the wider Baltic region, and the sea just not far from here will soon be de facto almost a NATO lake.
Thank you, Robert.
Which is a good thing as well.
That's great. Right, I'm now going to enter into closing remarks.
Okay.
And I'm going to start with Benedetta,
All right.
who's bursting to attack the appeasement
Am I?
and can we trust NATO question. So,
Sure.
Benedetta.
Right. Can we trust NATO? That's a good question. But the question, if I'm not mistaken, is can we trust NATO to deliver on the commitments agreed in Madrid, so more specific, and in terms of the military and political adaptation. Let me turn it around. The question, can we trust NATO, is really, can we trust ourselves? NATO is but 30, soon to be 32 countries. We have come to, all decisions are made, as you know, by consensus. It is not a supranational organization. We have 30 sovereign nations at the table. They have come together. They have assessed together the security environment. They have seen that today our peace and security cannot be taken for granted, that we face the gravest security crisis since the end of the Cold War, that the Euro-Atlantic area is not at peace, and that we face a decade of upcoming strategic competition, pervasive instability, and recurring shocks. They have agreed all this, and that they have said, well, there's only one recipe here, and that is we gotta spend more. We gotta spend on our defense. We gotta invest in our defense. We got to modernize our armed forces. We got to think more about resilience. We got to embed security conversations and security considerations into how we do our economic policies. We need to think about our critical assets, infrastructure, technologies, also through a national security lens. They have committed to this because they believe that this is what's required in this historic phase of the alliance. I believe that was the right decision. I think the signs that we have seen, especially since February, is that there is a change. I think Russia did not expect our resolve to be as steadfast, did not expect us to step up as quickly as we did. We need to keep this up, both in the support for Ukraine and in our own military modernization. But the question ultimately is, I believe we can and we will, because we have no alternative, meaning what is the alternative? Can we not, I know that we talk in terms of affordability and budgets, and that's really important, but we also need to see affordability ultimately is a political question. You can afford based on your risk and trade-off, risk and benefits, and risk calculation. In this particular case, if we really believe what we have said about the security environment, then we cannot afford not to spend in defense. It's simply not an add-on, it's a must. And that requires, I'm close, I have maybe 20, 30 seconds, so I think I'll do good by you. That requires the most important change that we need, and I think that's what we're going through, is a change of mindset. And that's something that I would say actually a lot more in Western European capital than here, but the point is we need to simply wise up to the fact that we're not in Kansas anymore. So we just cannot afford to have others take care of our security. We have to do it ourselves. And on appeasement, in 10 seconds, I'm not a war historian, but I have kids. And as a mom, I would tell my kids, you know what, if you encounter a bully, whatever you do, don't give in. Yeah. It's not going to work. If you don't stand up to a bully, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. I think that principle applies. I think we could think about it a little bit more, and if we had, perhaps things might have been slightly different, but what do I know? But that's what I would tell my kids.
Thank you, Benedetta. You both have a minute each, because I have something brilliant to say at the end. Elvin.
Question here was whether history is repeating itself. I can't remember who actually said this originally, but history does not repeat, but it rhymes from time to time. Let me just, in closing, echo the last sentiments that now viewed in the rearview mirror, Putin's Russia, what happened in Ukraine in 14, what happened in Georgia in 08. It's just so abundantly clear that the appeasement road would just lead them to take the next step and the next step. And that's why it's so essential that collectively and individually, as NATO allies, we continue to support Ukraine to make sure that it stops here.
Thank you, Elvin. Very disciplined. Barbara.
On trust in NATO, I will just use data to say that we poll our audiences at NATO every year several times, and the trust in NATO has never been higher than it is now. So not quite the Norwegian level of 98%, you said? Or
96 only. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. But overall, it's well above 80% generally across the countries in NATO. So there is trust of our publics, also trust to be responsible with regard to nuclear deterrence, increased support for defense spending or maintaining. So there's a full package of trust that we can see. In the same time, obviously, for a question such as whether NATO will do something for Latgale or whether there are quick fixes, the point is that I don't represent Latvia here, I represent NATO. So we look at the whole area of responsibility of NATO's area of responsibility together. And in that respect, of course, NATO has indications and wordings about all types of situations, all types of issues across the border of NATO at 360, that includes also the south, and secure our military leaders, our civilian leaders, our intel, make sure that those indications, our warnings are as sharp as ever, that they are taken into account, that we know what's going on, and that we are ready to respond for any scenario. As for the internal situation in Latvia, I'm sure there are politicians you can ask, and NATO doesn't deal with internal politics of its allied member states, and you won't hear NATO officials criticizing our allies. With that, we are NATO. We are stronger together.
We are NATO. Indeed, we are indeed NATO. And let me conclude this excellent panel. I thank you, all three of you, for superb insights. I think the most important thing about the strategic concept, and in many ways it's a wish list, but it indicates a mindset change on the parts of our heads of state and government. And there can be no going back on that strategic concept, because the next 10 to 15, 20 years are going to be extremely challenging. We have a decade of risk ahead of us, which NATO is the great stabilizer. But make no mistake, Europeans, the United States is fully committed to the alliance. But the United States is busy, and it's going to be very busy worldwide. And at the very least, the United States has the right to expect that the burdens will be shared equitably. And that means that we Europeans collectively do more for our own defense in and around Europe. That's the implicit contract that's at the heart of the strategic concept. And if you merge the strategic concept with the military strategy, that means a European future force, from seabed to space, across air, sea, land, cyber, information and knowledge, which is credible as a high-end first responder in an emergency, because our adversaries will not offer us single-packaged crises. There'll be simultaneous crises the world over designed to complicate America's life. And that's why what heartened me about the strategic concept and the military strategy was it was the beginning of a return to the worst-case planning that was the heart of the 1967 strategic concept of NATO, which I regard as being the most grounded in its attempt to balance strategy, capability, and affordability. And one final word on European strategic autonomy. European strategic autonomy, or responsibility as I like to call it, it's about bloody time. But Autonomy is a function of power, not words. The more capability we Europeans generate, the more capacity for responsibility and autonomy we will have. The age of words is over. The age of delivery has just begun. Panel, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Nice.
I'll tell you nothing. So many of them, you can't see a thing.
I will go for steel then. You absolutely can't see a thing, and then these people come up to you waving fists and say, "Why normally blue is steel?" You said you would. I said, "How am I to know you are you?"
Well, you've been on the circuit for a long time.
Blinded. It looks like it's
blinded by the light. Oh, I must just go back and get my glasses. I'm dead without them.
Oh, really?
Have you got time? Oh, no.
They're worn my... They're there?
Just like I hate
socks.
Yeah, well. Have you got bifocals?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live.
Yes.
And the organizers have violated their first promise to me because they promised to start the clock only when we began, and now it says 4 minutes have gone, so maybe they will readjust it. But the reality is we only have 1 hour. That means you might be relieved or distressed to know I am going to say virtually nothing at all. This subject, the Arctic, has always been highly important, very interesting, and extremely esoteric. And it's esoteric because of necessity. It straddles a number of different disciplines that are very difficult to master and require a high degree of expertise to master. Commercial realities, environmental realities, geopolitical realities, and military realities. The war that began on the 24th of February has unsettled whatever balance there was amongst these different dimensions of things. Not that anyone agreed as to what the correct balance is, but it's different now. But fortunately, we have speakers who have spent a long time addressing different aspects of this problem, so you'll have a good interplay of perspectives as well as views, and hopefully avoid the vice of many people dealing with the Arctic matters of having commanding expertise in your own area and displaying dazzling blindness about all the others. So at that, I will introduce the speakers as I call on them, initially for 5-minute opening statements. Then we will have a brief exchange here, and then hopefully have at least a good half hour for discussion. I'm always reminding people the audience at a Riga conference is not a random collection of people. They are highly expert, experienced people in their own right, and you should play a full part in these proceedings. To my right is Tim Riley, who is, I forget all his illustrious titles, but he is from the Scott Polar Research Institute of the University of Cambridge. He also has a diplôme from MGIMO, which is the Moscow State Institute of International Relations. And it's interesting British military background as well, and overlapping with an institution I've been well connected with. But at that, Tim, tell us what you need to tell us. The floor is yours.
Well, thanks for that, James. That's a marvelous start. Let's see why it's important. And I've got to romp through this because I've got my man on the left here who's going to jab me with a pointed stick. The Arctic is important for 3 or 4 reasons. One, it is at the epicenter of climate change and probably one of the most important regions in the world in the physical change in the atmosphere and the climate and therefore the environment. And it is the rate of change which is so important for the scientists amongst you in terms of collecting data so that we can model. So it is the most vital area on Earth at the moment for collecting data on the changing physical state of the Earth. The second reason is that the strategic, as we well know now, has not gone away. There's nuclear capability in there. There is the emergence of a new SLOC, the Northern Sea Route. And of course, there are still hydrocarbon reserves and rare earths, which are especially important when we've had talks about chips and all the rest of it earlier on. So those are 3 reasons. The fourth emerging reason is the cislunar. Arctic is the highest latitude on Earth, and therefore its proximity for low Earth orbiting satellites is part of the reason that China's there, certainly why the United States is there, Russia has always been there, and why NATO will have an interest. That link is critical, the thrust of what I was going to say. We heard earlier today about talking about regions of the world. The United States now considers Indo-Pacific, Eurasia, and Arctic the 3 geopolitical centers of the Earth for the 21st century. Note that the Arctic is obviously part of Eurasia as well. So it is now a very, very important part of the world. And I would say that as a result now of sanctions, there are 3 effects as far as the Russian. There is now absolutely a deepening relationship with China in the region, unfortunately. There is a move now from apparent securitization, search and rescue, and anything that debatably could possibly be involved in the military. Quite a good argument, actually. But a move from securitization to militarization. But probably most important is there has been no effect at all on the freedom of movement of Russia in the Arctic. That is really important, and something that, not an unintended result of the sanctions, but it has not made much effect. If anything, it has deepened that relationship with China for reasons we'll hear. What are the threats? Let's get to it. Number 1, short-term military Russian. Number 2, Sino-Russian geoeconomic. Number 3, long-term, full-spectrum Chinese, including cislunar aspect of it. Those are the immediate threats heading our way. So Russia is rightly the military power. I would be worried, frankly, about the Sino-Russian geoeconomic, and finally, that will spin out of that will be the cislunar aspect, which is about Chinese governance over the region. From the Sino-Russian point of view, James asked me to talk about this, 3 things that they're getting that are specifically useful for China in the Arctic. Number one, by working with Russia, they have 70 years of institutional Russian knowledge of space. They have institutional Russian knowledge of STEM and technology and R&D. And they have, number 3, institutional knowledge of the Arctic. And Russia is predominant in the Arctic, just geographically alone, but from the point of view of a launch pad for science, search and rescue, Northern Sea route, and knowledge of how the area operates. So those are 3 reasons. From the Russian point of view, interlocutor between the EU and China for trade. That's the NSR. Hamburg, you get for your trade in return for Nord Stream. Didn't quite go well, but you can see the thrust of it. So Putin wants to be an interlocutor. Number 2, the Greater Eurasian Program is taking shape there in terms of a regionalization, a look at New World development, how it would go about, and multi-regional, not multipolar. Multipolar would get an immediate, it would be seen as existential threat to the United States, and they get slapped. So it's multi-regional approach going on, and one of those areas is the Arctic. And of course, Russia would like to benefit from the technology that China's developing, which is the underpinning of the service economy, which is the GDP of the 21st century, and what the US-China war is really about. And they see by hanging on with China, giving them STEM, that they may benefit from that in the long term. So the outcomes so the strategy is one of geoeconomic, really, not so much military, multi-regionalism, undermining globalization, undermining American status as a leader of the world. It is building confidence-building measures because of the problem of trust that people like Bobolo have rightly pointed out, but they're building it through these projects. There actually are confidence-building measures in and of themselves. The outcomes of this, really, Belt and Road is a geoeconomic governance tool into the Arctic. The NSR is a platform for technologies into the cislunar. That's why China is investing so much of it through LNG, Novatech, and all the rest of it. The Arctic Council, my view is if the Russian Federation is thrown out of the Arctic Council, it would be akin to the United States leaving NATO. It is too powerful, and it will get into bed with China. And I would say now that we're facing no longer the European Arctic, a change in mentality. Number 1, it's the Eurasian Arctic. And number 2 is the link to cislunar aspect and the space aspect. That is the framework in which we're looking at with Sino-Russian to a greater or lesser extent. If you want to look, the Chinese view was from the general, if we control technology over the Arctic, we control 2 oceans and 3 continents. It's about governance for China, not necessarily kinetic presence and taking on the United States spatially, technology, culturally, governance-wise. And from that point of view, if I was to ask, what is the weather vane of Chinese support of Russia in Ukraine? Don't look to Ukraine. Look to the Novatech project. That is critical, not just for LNG exports to the biggest LNG market in the world in Northeast Asia. It is what it says about the point of the Northern Sea route, sea power developing along that route, platform to space, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So,
jab, jab.
Jab, jab, okay. What do we do? Solutions, a geoeconomic 3-dimensional view of framework. The TAOR for NATO has to go to the Bering Straits because that's where the Chinese and Russian effort will be. Domain awareness is utterly critical now. Space governance is where the game is going to be. And my final point really, and that we can expand, if you take the AUKUS that you'll be familiar with, I would say now for the Arctic, put a C at the front for Canada, and put an A at the end for Asia, Japan, South Korea initially. So we get AUKUS becomes Caucasus, and then you get a circumpolar containment of that region, which I think should be very much looked on as an ISR to begin with. It's too big a region to take on. TAOR, Eurasia to Bering Straits. Caucasus starts looking at the northern dimension, helping the United States with Quad and AUKUS. I'd leave it at that.
Congratulations. You have, with impressive clarity, just made an extremely complex subject even more complicated. Pavel Bayev, an old friend for 25 years, is a Russian who is also a Russianist, but he's also a Norwegian as well. He is a senior research professor, and other things, at PRIO, which is the Peace Research Institute in Oslo. And he writes about once a week or every fortnight very intriguing and interesting original articles for the Eurasia Defense Monitor of Jamestown Foundation. Some of you have seen it. And he is very interested, of course, in the Arctic as well, and writes a lot about that, and even a bit in China. So in view of what you have heard, but also in view of what the thoughts you arrived with, what would you like to contribute to this discussion?
3 points, very quickly, in my precious 5 minutes. One will be about hard winter. We have heard a lot about hard winter which is coming for Europe, but I want to emphasize that it's extremely hard winter for Gazprom. It has to shut down a lot of its production facilities on Yamal. LNG from Yamal is still coming to Europe, but the piped gas, that's a different story. There is nowhere to go and no way to use it inside Russia. And shutting down these production facilities essentially means that they're gone for good. You will not be able to shut them back up in spring. Probably with the best service companies in the world, with Halliburton's and the likes, it might have been possible, but they're not there anymore. And this hard winter for Gazprom is not coming, it has already arrived. That's my first very minor point. My larger point is about militarization of the Arctic, which was always the main track of Russian policy in the Arctic, parallel with the economic development, parallel with the Gazprom's in Yamal. We had a lot of worries about this massive and sustained military build-up Russia had been doing in the Arctic in the last decade. Now it's time to reevaluate these worries. And not only because a lot of assets, a lot of capabilities which Russia developed for the Arctic and paraded on the Red Square in the Arctic camouflage are now redeployed to Ukraine and destroyed. So Finland cannot worry anymore about the Arctic Brigade right next to Rovaniemi because that brigade is gone for good. There is more than that. I think now we can recognize that this strategic priority Russia set for military build-up in the Arctic was one colossal blunder. It's completely wasted investment. Every military base Russia created along the long Northern Sea route means 1 battalion tactical group less in Ukraine. Every nuclear strategic submarine Bereit class constructed and incorporated into the Northern Fleet means 10 battalion tactical groups less in Ukraine. And these berets are sitting idle, doing nothing. You cannot harvest any dividends from these investments. So our worries about this Russian military build-up are less, but it's also interesting to acknowledge that Russia has really wasted a lot of effort doing that, building that position of power, which is completely useless. Trying to sustain confrontation with NATO, which it now cannot engage in. NATO had big exercises in the Arctic this spring, Trident Junction, biggest ever, and Russia used to interfere with those exercises outrageously. Not this year, no capabilities. Right now, NATO is conducting the strategic deterrence exercises, Steadfast Noon. What is Russia's response? Pretending they're not happening. That's the situation. So in conventional terms, we have much less to worry about in the high north. But there is one new worry, starting with big letter N, which means nuclear. And that's my last and third point. There is a lot of discussion about possibilities of nuclear escalation in Ukraine, about the Russian non-strategic weapons. The plain fact is that these non-strategic warheads were sitting idle in the 12 storages for more than 3 decades. If you take the decision to use them, the first thing to do is to test. The only place you can really test is Novaya Zemlya. And that's a serious worry. That's a development we all need to watch and be worried about. Certainly, there were many tests in Novaya Zemlya. Khrushchev's Tsar Bomba in the year 56 was a colossal explosion, and planet Earth generally remains suitable for habitation. But a test will not amount to crossing nuclear threshold, but will be a very worrisome development, and I think that is something we need to watch. My 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. You've said a number of things that I've never heard you say before, but others will pick you up on them. I don't have time to do that, because for one thing, I must introduce Balkan Devlin, who is Senior Fellow of the MacDonald Laurier Institute in Ottawa. He is, of course, Canadian, but more surprisingly, maybe not surprising, he well understands what many overlook, that Canada is a major player in the Arctic, and he has ideas about it. But Balkan, you are also a geopolitician, if I dare use that word, and you think ahead as to how geopolitics is evolving in general. So, in view of what you've heard, what would you contest? What would you add to this discussion?
Thank you very much. It's going to be a hard act to follow these two excellent presentations. What I will try to do is try to channel a recent project we did with Konrad Adenauer Stiftungscanada office on the Arctic and how Canada can work with its allies in the Arctic. And I'll touch upon 3 themes here, I think, that we need to think about: infrastructure, close cooperation with allies, and thinking Arctic-Baltic connection perhaps more thoroughly. The first one is on infrastructure. At least when we particularly think about the Canadian Arctic, there is a challenge on every level: getting things in, getting things out, transportation, communications, energy. That needs to be really solved to be able to operate not only on the military basis, but also in terms of economic development and prosperity. So pretty much everything you need to, when you think about the infrastructure in the Canadian Arctic, it has to be dual-use stuff. And the way to deal with them, with the climate change changing, the permafrost is melting and all that stuff, you cannot really count on having a 25-year plan for those buildings to be there. It's hard to get them there anyway, and all that problem. You need to think more technological solutions about dealing with the infrastructure trouble. That includes pan-domain awareness, includes undersea surveillance capabilities, space, cyber, the whole understanding of what is going on in the Arctic. And that also requires, again, communications infrastructure that needs to be operated there. That requires proper energy infrastructure to be able to fuel that capability. Transportation, ports, airships, other things that one needs to really focus on. So infrastructure is going to be the essential component when it comes to the Canadian Arctic. And as Arctic's importance really increases over time, we need to be able to address that, and new technological solutions will probably be one way to go. That also includes, of course, NORAD modernization on the Canadian side, and actually paying both attention and devoting the necessary resources to be able to do the NORAD modernization and really improve and what has been last time done in 1985, I believe. The second one is we need to really think more innovatively when it comes to the institutional arrangements in the Arctic. It has to be probably a set of overlapping institutional arrangements that should include an Arctic working group, a formal one perhaps in NATO, that includes not only the Arctic nations, and hopefully soon that will include Sweden and Finland, but also those countries like UK that have been showing interest in the Arctic, as well as the Baltic nations, which I'll come at the third point. But that cannot be the only institutional structure in which allies need to take security in the Arctic seriously. One way to go, Tim talked about AUKUS and making it extended. One way to also think about is the Arctic 7 now, when Sweden and Finland become members. 7 of the 8 Arctic Council members will be NATO. But it is also possible to think Arctic 7 as developing a technology and security structure, which the Arctic Council's remit was not really security. So in a similar structure to AUKUS or Quad, one might perhaps think about an Arctic 7 on technology and security. And the third is perhaps rethinking about NORAD and perhaps having our Danish allies being integrated perhaps a little bit more onto that structure. But that overlapping institutional arrangements that deal with technology and security in the Arctic needs to be done, because we can't really do it alone ourselves. I have about 30 seconds, so I'm just going to be very quick on the last point. That might also include, by the way, rethinking the northern flank in a more institutionalized way, and perhaps new commands that will be perhaps stationed either in Norway or both in Norway and Alaska or in Canada. So we need to rethink. We need to bring northern flank to the same level with the eastern and the southern flank as we go forward. And in 20 seconds, I think we need to think more thoroughly about the Arctic-Baltic connections. That what happens in the Arctic doesn't stay in the Arctic. And Finland and Sweden becoming NATO members, you have a much stronger connection between two regions, and we need to approach a holistic way to these both regions, as Russia is looking at in a relatively holistic way. So I'll just stop there.
Thank you. You have my admiration, all three of you, for staying within time limits and behaving like good citizens, so please come again. I have 2 questions before we turn to the audience. The first one, very general, and the second, topical. General question. Tim mentioned critical words, institutional knowledge, which you mentioned both with respect to China and Russia. Now, we look at the so-called collective West and with all of its moving parts, including NATO with its Arctic group, and the United States with its loci of thinking. When it comes to knowledge and the ability to think about the Arctic in integrated terms, how do you assess this particular balance?
Would you like me to answer?
Please.
I'll have a shot. The Arctic Council is assured of its sovereignty, and through the Ill-Elucet Declaration some years ago, it made it clear we rule the place. China agreed. But the Arctic Council concerns now, because of environment, is sovereign rights. Environmental protection, sustainable development, underpinned by law, UNCLOS, and hard science, which helps the politicians come to a consensual decision. That's how the region is run. Under pressure now, if NATO comes in, they are concerned with sovereignty, borders, boundaries, etc. And there is a danger that the very good work of the Arctic Council, although appearing fairly soft, is critical because of environmental protection and sustainable development, and it doesn't get involved in strategic matters. So we have Arctic Council sovereign rights mandated environmentally. We have NATO concerned only with territory and borders in terms of sovereignty. And then we have the EU quietly saying, perhaps we should introduce the Antarctic Treaty as a form of governance of the region. The beauty of the Antarctic Treaty was that there were various countries, including my own, inevitably in those days, said that we have rights and territory in the Antarctic Treaty. The beauty of it is we suspended it along with the United States, and we said there would be no further claims of territoriality. Think through, therefore,
yes,
especially what the French are doing, suggesting with the Antarctic Treaty, with the Arctic Council. And when I mentioned that if Russia moves out of the Arctic Council because it feels that it has been under NATOization, and therefore what's the point of the Arctic Council? The champagne will be popping in Beijing because they go, we don't need NATO, we don't need the Arctic Council. What the Arctic is the heritage of all mankind. Infrastructure, Chinese, is moving from onshore, where it's been spotted for what it's been doing with railways and gas pipelines and building stations and all the rest of it. It is moving infrastructure offshore, UAVs, submarines, etc., cables, linking it to space, and essentially through AI, robotics, social media, and all the rest of it, it is imposing from there via Arctic offshore links, which don't impose upon your sovereignty, ladies and gentlemen, in the Arctic Council. No need to worry. We are then imposing our governance systems there. Take the heritage of mankind on Earth, then link it to the new concepts of the global commons, deep seas, deep Earth, deep space. And that is the way they're looking at it, where there is no governance in the Arctic. That is the threat and the link between institutions and infrastructure. And the point about infrastructure, just I may add, is China is looking at infrastructure in terms of the Northern Sea route, both for oil and gas and an entry into Europe and a platform. But the infrastructure is also the offshore infrastructure being put in place. Russia knows about this and watches it, that is linked directly to space for the cis-lunar governance of the region. That is the institutional linkage with what's going on.
Before I ask the topical question, any immediate comment on my question or on what Tim has just said? Is Pavel, please.
Just probably a very short note, that about the institutional tradition and memory in the Arctic, it is a very peculiar arrangement that all hard military security matters were always bracketed out of the mandate of the Arctic Council, the Barents Council, and many other Arctic groups and cooperations and institutions. That was something too complicated to touch, too loaded with all sorts of controversies, and that's why the Arctic Council was able to continue working normally after the beginning of Russian aggression against Ukraine in the year 14. None of their business, essentially, business as usual. And that blunder is exposed now. It is impossible to bracket these things out. This institutional memory, yes, and tradition, important as it is, cannot be sustained. Arctic Council is dysfunctional. We need to find new ways of cooperating, and hard security matters will have to be incorporated this way or that way.
Well, there's this terrain of a very interesting debate, which we're not going to have here. Very quickly, the topical question. We have witnessed since 2021 the rupturing of cables between Norway and the Svalbard archipelago. We have witnessed in September explosions under the Nord Stream 1 pipeline. We have witnessed very recently surveillance by highly sophisticated drones of offshore Norwegian energy installations. If this pressure, and indeed, should it come about, attacks on critical infrastructure in the Baltic and Arctic regions progress, how do you see this affecting the strategy of key players, Russia, China, and the West? What will need to be rethought about the current Arctic policy and strategy? I suppose that is not a simple topical question, but a very big one. Anything immediate? I'm looking at you, so you might as well.
Yeah, it's good.
All right. Yes, we have not very long, but already convincing track record of this unexplained, generally hard to attribute incidents in which Russia is certainly the prime suspect. And none of them so far is of such a scale that all alarm bells need to be immediately rung. They think it's more about signaling than about inflicting real damage, particularly when the damage is inflicted on Russia's own gas pipeline. But this signaling also means that we have an early warning in the collective West. We know what to watch, we know how to what to prepare. We can contemplate not only measures related to resilience, but also measures related to creating threats to Russia's own infrastructure. I am not advocating about kind of cutting cables leading to Russian naval bases, but nevertheless, Russia is not really a great cyber power. It can do some cyber hooliganism, but its own cyber systems are extremely vulnerable, and I think it might be important this way or that way to indicate that.
When Nancy Pelosi went to Taiwan, one of the things that was fairly disastrous for a lot of people, probably in the defense and intelligence community, is you lost strategic ambiguity. The question is not to ask whether the Americans or the Russians blew up Nord Stream. The question is, whether you like it or not, strategic ambiguity is back. And pipelines being cut, the Russians have a capability to do that, so do the Americans. Cables being cut, so do the Americans, so do the Russians. So there's a restoration of that. Pavel's previous point is linked to this in terms of the usefulness of the Arctic Council. At all costs, keep it, because as we heard in the NATO talk just before this, we have to think of the future, and that is a damn good conduit to Russia and perhaps China. But the United States, in terms of what we're doing institutionally and in relation to this present question, they have now coordinated the Coast Guard with the DoD, and perhaps more importantly and significantly and strategically, they have coordinated the National Aeronautical and Oceanographic Agency. So you can see that those sort of agencies, which are more kinetic, they can have more frank talks with Russia in time, and China, I think, should augment the Arctic Council and not replace it for reasons now. But America's fortunate now. It doesn't matter whether they did it or not, or whether Russians. The strategic ambiguity is back, and that makes people think before they reach for their weapons.
A very good point, and that is doubtless the intention. Let me pick up two online questions.
Just at maybe one quick point, just following Pavel's comment. I think the idea of engaging in a Quad-like or AUKUS-like development with Arctic 7 that includes security, intelligence sharing, etc., would actually prepare us for these early warning and get better with the critical infrastructure, which also should include offensive capabilities, given the fact that Arctic is a lot more important for Russia and Russian development. What 25% of the GDP comes from the resources there. They have a lot more people, etc. So it's that they also need to be able to understand that there is this other development that can threaten them, that they have a lot more to lose compared to others. So I think that requires, changing the mindset of not only being on the reactive side of things, but also thinking about offensively when need to be, and develop that institutional memory and reflexes, which can be done in a unilateral setting with like-minded allies. So.
We have 3 online questions, all anonymous. In principle, I don't believe in answering anonymous questions, but the questions are sufficiently worthy and serious that I think we can make an exception. I'll answer the first one, which is, who needs to be convinced of the importance of the Arctic? Well, if we have more signaling of the kind that Pavel referred to, my answer would be not many people would still need to be convinced.
Yeah.
But the other question, which is a fundamental question, which comes out of this opening salvos of a debate between Pavel and Tim, is if not the Arctic Council, then what?
Yes. It is an open question. At the moment, we don't have an answer to that. We need to work on it, because I don't think that in the situation where Russia is firm set on the conclusion that it is at war with the West, that NATO is the enemy, it will be possible to resume the workings of our Arctic Council as we know it. It is, we need to find new forms, new formats, set on new traditions. But I am also worried about question 2,
yes,
about Russia-China.
The question is, I will read it aloud, what is the price for the West of letting Russia, China control the Arctic? I think it means Russia or China, and it might also mean Russia and China control the Arctic.
I am always kind of finding it confusing when in the same sentence, kind of security threats produced in the Arctic by Russia and China. Listen, it's two entirely different policies, two very different stories. Russia's militarization of the Arctic, very sustained policy, flawed as it was never really in tune with Chinese ambitions and interest in the Arctic. China was really never doing anything regarding militarization of the Arctic. It was always in favor of broader international cooperation in the Arctic. Militarization and nuclearization in particular never really was a part of this agenda. And presently, Russia-China strategic partnership in the Arctic remains very limited, and China isn't really that particularly keen on expanding it, because there is a growing convention in Beijing that Russia is a loser in this confrontation. And they don't really want to put all their eggs in the basket which is about to burst open. China is very interested in setting new format of international cooperation in the Arctic. And I think this is something we need to take seriously and not necessarily reject as a hostile intention.
I would. Unless Tim wants to dispute that latter point, I would be inclined to, but I'm not going to do so now. But Tim, please.
In the Dongbei regions of the 3 provinces making up the Dongbei region in northeast China, they are moving northwards towards Yakutsk, and there's a lot of other things going on. Strategic purpose, get to Yakutsk by rail, along the riverine access into the northern sea route, which gets over the Bering Strait choke point. The relationship there, I tend to agree with Pavel. This is a question of degree and not a question, I think, of absolutes. If you want to work in the Arctic as an Asian country like China, you have to be sponsored. And Russia, from a technical point of view, the size, the geography, the question, the points I made, to some extent, Russia will sponsor China in the region. And it also gives it its license to operate. So submarines and things like that are an absolute red line. But what you have is a movement with China financing the NSR through the Belt and Road and the underpinning of the Novatek operation of moving east to west. Then China's moving Dongbei up through to the Arctic to the NSR north-south. And then we have the cislunar opportunity. And as 85% of the NSR is in genuine, unclassified territorial waters of some form or another, exclusive economic zones, then that is a launch pad there. The key thing to look at in this relationship is it starts with little projects, farming, refining in the Russian Far East with the Chinese. It then moves to a technology innovation program. It then puts infrastructure up to Yakutsk and looking towards riverine passage up to Tixi. And then they discuss ballistic missile early warning systems. Yes. And then they fund Novatek. What you're seeing is each of these operations are in and of themselves confidence-building measures where they're testing each other's relationship and they're getting strategic. So the very last thing, which some of you may have heard about, it's public knowledge now, talking to Russians, Chinese approaching them and asking if they can put cruise missiles inside Russian territorial or EEZ waters in the Bering Straits. for second strike capability.
Yes.
You do not allow ships, not that the Russians have agreed to it, but if you're offering to build ballistic missile early warning systems, you're giving access to a new slot, and you are considering that sort of question.
Sea line communications.
My view in the Arctic is we're moving from a land-based geoeconomic relationship between the two of them, bearing in mind Pavel's reservations, which are correct. They are being reduced by conference building measures, and we're moving from a geoeconomic, land-based relationship, partnership in the Arctic, to a non-territorial strategic alliance. And it has very little to some extent to do with the Arctic. It is about space. So I think that incrementally there are some basic things. I just repeat last time. If you want to operate in the Arctic, and in that part of the Arctic, you must get Russian permission. 95, 96 type submarines are going to cause a problem. And it is a point, though, the good side is, if that is true, and all the stuff I'm saying, then this is fantastic leverage points in terms of driving a wedge in the Sino-Russian relationship. But it is moving, generally, land-based partnership, geoeconomic, CIS-based over the Arctic, geostrategic alliance, and it's about the governance aspect. But as Pavel says, there's a lot of reservations about that, whether it'll happen. But the direction is pretty clear.
Very challenging thoughts. I take the relative absence of raised hands in the hall. I don't know whether it means general fascination or bafflement, but Bobo, I saw your hand very early, so please. And I've seen the two behind you as well.
Tim, you make a very persuasive case for the Arctic being a source of converging Chinese and Russian interests. And yet, when you balance it out, I'm really struck here by the imbalance of benefits here. That China gets 70 years of institutionalized knowledge on STEM, space, the Arctic. And what does Russia get? Russia gets the square root of sod all. Intermediary between EU and China, it never was. And it certainly won't be now. Shared Eurasian space, I would say there's a real changing of the guard in Eurasia. So I wonder whether this imbalance of interests will make it, the Arctic, not a source of convergence, but increasingly a source of tension and divergence. And I'm really struck when you mention the global commons, the Chinese focus on global commons. No matter how Beijing packages it, it's still about a vision of the global commons versus Russia's vision of hyper-sovereignty.
Yes.
And it strikes me that even if the tensions don't happen straight away, it won't be that long, say the medium term, say 10 years, maybe even earlier, given the pace of the Arctic melt, that those tensions will start to become more pronounced and less maskable.
Thank you. Quick response, because now interest is building up. No,
you're right.
If you have a quick response.
No,
you're right.
I'm
That's a brilliant response.
Facetious. There is tension there. The Russian benefit is they know where they're up against it. They're making a lot of money on the STEM transference. And what they're banking on, as I said, global GDP and therefore superpower status in the 21st century is the service sector. That's underpinned by technology. And their only bet, when I talk to them quite frankly, is they hang on and they hope they get some benefits when China, they hope, wins the battle with the United States over technology, gets the service sector, and they think it's pretty marginal about that. But on the other hand, I think we misunderstand or misinterpret or underestimate just how much this is a bit of a petri dish for the two of them to begin to look at regionalization instead of globalization, virtual technology to get around the problem of containment and the development of a multi-regional world on the route to a multipolar world, which they will not announce first because that's an existential threat to the United States and they'll hit them. So you do a multi-regional world, 3D technology, the changes in the IP and shortening global value chains. And that part of the world is, you're quite right, in a way the virtue of it is, who knows the Arctic? Just let them get on with it. But the Pacific Arctic is forming up as a region on the back of oil and gas.
Must stop you. The lady behind Bobo in red, please.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Lolita Sigana. I am an international consultant based here in Riga. And my question actually somewhat follows Bobo Lowe's question about the general feeling that Russia might be experiencing about China's influence that is definitely should be ambiguous. And in this respect, given that Arctic Council has always been a place where, before Ukraine war, Russia behaved rather pragmatically, has anyone heard any informal signals from Russia where it has been signaled that there is discontent with the present state of affairs?
Well,
I think that's yours.
Discontent, I think, is definitely there because there were great hopes for Russian chairmanship in the Arctic Council. There were kind of a very ambitious plan, and there was a funding behind this plan. And now it's all wasted. It's all one big fiasco. But as far as cooperation specifically with China in the Arctic is concerned, yes, I think that Russian obsession with sovereignty, with declaring that Northern Sea route is ours, that we want to expand our territorial shelf, even if it doesn't contain anything of value, just because it answers this idea of owning the Arctic. I think the clash there with the Chinese Arctic policy is very strongly built in. And I think in the course of the 8 months of this war, the hidden tension between Russia and China have greatly intensified. Russia is disappointed about the level of Chinese support, which is much more verbal than material. China is disappointed in the whole enterprise of Russia going into that war and losing it. So I don't really think we are set to see in the near future any expansion of Russia-China partnership in the Arctic. I think China would be looking for other partners in the Arctic, and I don't think it's a wise policy to push China out of that region.
May I just add one 30-second point to this? And I think one thing to watch out for, and I agree with Pavel, that for Russians, it's like we'll be selling the family silver to go for the Arctic and basically turn it over Chinese. But one thing to watch out for, I would say, is to see whether they are interested in conducting military exercises in the Arctic. They did everywhere else, in the Pacific, in the Black Sea, in the Mediterranean, right? But not the Arctic. So I think that's like the last man remaining, right? So if that starts changing, then we can think about maybe whether Russia is changing its policy because it is in such a dire strait. But I think until it gets there, I don't think we'll see that.
This year, Russia is compelled really to very seriously reduce the scope of its exercises in the Arctic, and the Northern Fleet usually goes in the long cruise along the Northern Sea route in September. It was very symbolic this year, and we had no usual strategic exercises, which typically happen September, October. There were exercises in February, just before the invasion, but nothing this autumn. So I think that Russian military are too busy with other tasks. Exercising is not really a priority.
I think the weather vane, look at Novatech. China's investment there is not just economic in oil and gas, it's Belt and Road, it's Northern Sea Route, it's sea power. In terms of, again, I mentioned that changing a view of this and having a more dynamic view in 3D, we're looking very much at Bastion and the west side here. I'm talking about the Eurasian Arctic. 2 weeks ago, I think the US Coast Guard picked up a Chinese destroyer in the Bering Straits, surrounded by 5 or 6 Russian destroyer ships of some sort or other. The plan is most definitely seeing the connection between the NSR and the Western Pacific in terms of its Malacca dilemma. So I would say that that aspect is still going on. But the key about this, as I say, is follow Novatek like a hawk. If they pull from that, that's a really major strategic problem, both for Putin and for Russia, because there was economic leverage afforded by that over South Korea, Japan, and China if Russia could have achieved that, along with the power of Siberia in terms of manufacturing ability, which is what the US was very keen to have, and lost it with Exxon when in the first round of sanctions. There was no then America along the NSR designing it, putting the search and rescue, ports of safe haven in, and then getting to that Northeast Asian market. There are no economic tools for the United States along that Northern Sea route. So again, I agree with Pavel to a large extent, but I wouldn't write it off. And this Northern Sea route aspect out in the Pacific Arctic with this Dongbei region, the things that are going on there behind the more that Russia is, in a sense, de facto covering the hinterland of China in those sort of regions, the more you see the aggression coastally in the East China Sea. So there's an element there that they help each other. That's part of the reason why they're so more aggressive at sea, is because their backdoor, the hinterland, is now partially, not covered in a physical sense, but in terms of the thinking there, putting in infrastructure, Primorye, Dongbei, Yakuts, and other things that are going on there, Para-Siberia. So I don't think it's that black and white, but Pavel's points are valid, but look for Novatek.
There's a lady, another lady behind. I see two up here, and also Alan Riley, I think. Were you? No, you weren't. Oh, right. Well, there's a lady on the aisle, and then there's a gentleman here. So we have the lady on the aisle first, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Amelie Theusen. I'm senior researcher at the Danish Institute for International Studies. My question is related a little bit to the title of the panel, and I would like to hear a little bit more about the connections between the Arctic and the Baltic Sea as areas of operation, as areas of strategic thinking, now that Finland and Sweden are hopefully soon members of NATO as well. Thank you.
Are we taking...
I think I still
we can
a
take
big
maybe a couple.
Why don't we just take two more questions from back here first? Because now the clock is really running down.
Yeah, I guess we can give the mic for two of us.
Can you stand up, please?
Yeah.
Do you mind? And introduce yourself.
My name is Alex. I'm yet a Latvia member and also International Secretary of the Youth Wing of Political Party Unity. My question is regarding Greenland. As you know, China attempted many times to build infrastructure in Greenland, and China also try as hard as possible to get to mining access in Greenland. And Americans see that. Americans are worried about Chinese presence in Greenland. And that's why ex-president of US even suggested to buy Greenland from Denmark. And taking all of that into account, as well as the fact that Greenland is not part of the EU, and there are some discussions about independence from Denmark. The question is how much the EU is present in Greenland, how much EU shares American worries, and are we willing to engage in that fight for geopolitical fight? Yeah.
And there are Canadian interests here as well. Can we just have one final question up here?
Hello, my name is Viesturs Bērziņš. I represent Jata Latvia, and I wanted to ask a question about the Northern Sea route, as everyone here basically. So we all talk about China and Russia all the time when talking about Northern Sea route, but we keep forgetting that there are 7 Western Arctic Council member states. So I just wanted to ask, so what should these 7 Arctic Council states do to ensure that their benefits are maximized without helping China and Russia too much when we're talking about the Northern Sea route? Thank you.
Volkan, do you want to start off on this?
Sure. Maybe I can just touch upon the first two questions very quickly. The second one, I mean, we have Danish colleagues here who can talk more on the Greenland, but if you're interested, work by a former colleague, Camilla Sorensen at the Royal Danish Defense College, who's a China expert, but also has been doing quite a lot of work on the Arctic and Chinese role and intentions in the Arctic. Might be a good place. Might be a good place to look. On the issue of, I think, the Arctic-Baltic connection, I think that's like I pointed out. I think that's something we need to engage in multi-level, sort of overlapping institutional thinking, and how operationally we need to think both in the Arctic and the Baltic. What are the connections you have? You have Denmark sitting right in the middle, and controlling the straits to Baltic, but also with Greenland and a major Arctic power. Canada here having significant security commitments, as well as a major Arctic power. Finland, Sweden. So we are actually Norway. So we are talking about. We need to think more about how to operate, but in both of these theaters, and as Russians move their sort of forces, how we need to think about that. I think that requires institutional memory building, that requires structure building, and that requires coordination in a much deeper level, and that's why I was making the case that we need to have a much more formal understanding and a working group and perhaps regional commands in NATO, as well as developing a Arctic 7 kind of structure when it focuses on technology, security, intelligence sharing, etc.
With just less than 3 minutes remaining, including 20 seconds from me, your final comments, please.
Okay, I will try to combine the two answers in 1 minute. On the reconfiguration of the Arctic-Baltic geostrategic space. One point I want to make, it come as a complete surprise to Russia, which really was working on separating them. And that's why the Northern Fleet Command was granted the status of separate military district and separate strategic command. And Russia was really thinking that's the Arctic area, that's the Baltic separate area with different command. And now suddenly they are in fact reunited, which Russia still needs to reconceptualize. On the Northern Sea route, well, the economic viability of this route is still a big question mark. A lot of investment is needed in the infrastructure, and Russia was investing primarily in its kind of military defense. So even for China, not to mention Japan, the idea of Northern Sea route as a kind of transit corridor has kind of really moved away into midterm future, and many midterm horizons are now really beyond a vision covered by too thick fog of this war.
Jim.
Baltic states, sea power and the sea warfare will be real pressure now, and so the advent of Sweden and Finland there greatly assists that in terms of US carrier group security from the north. So that they'll be very much involved in that. The requirement for Russia to get S-400 in very fast as it takes on the United States on that sea battle now is going to be enhanced with Sweden and Finland on board, and therefore the air power that the US will subsequently bring in after winning the maritime battle along Kaliningrad and this part of the world will be solved. The complication, again, is China suggesting they build a rail from Finland under the Bay of Gulf of Finland into this state, and onward is the geoeconomic aspect. So buckle up. But Sweden and Finland there for the north is greatly going to help the United States and NATO in terms of the air power and the maritime battle that would ensue should the worst happen. Greenland, China wants to be there for the same reasons that the United States is already there, certainly from the base in Tula and the uplink and downlink to Cisluna. China, if I were them, one of the things they can play around with and look at is they encourage the indigenous people of Greenland to go independent, because then what they do in terms of disruption is they have the first indigenous people on Earth who are running a sovereign government. And then the Maoris in Australia say, in New Zealand say, well, what about us? And then the Aborigines in Australia say, well, what about our rights? And then even in the United States. So they begin to to sow discord. In terms of the last question about what did the Arctic Council do, in the very broadest sense, I would say educative. Teach NATO about the Arctic. Look after the Arctic Council, because when this is all over, you're going to need a conduit to Russia and possibly China. So educative, sensible, not knee-jerk and emotional. Think about what Russia is going to do or not, in it or out it. So mainly educative and itself learning about NATO and the limits of both organizations, both the Arctic Council as an institution and NATO as an institution in this new region of the world where most people know nothing about it. So it's quite a dangerous area for policymakers and politicians that are not that familiar with it outside of this immediate audience, but many in NATO are not aware of it.
No. Thank you all. I suspect I am not on my own in this room in saying that the points made, the arguments generated, leave a set of feelings that are not the ideal ones to have just before dinner. The first is that we can now add points of controversy to those we arrived with about this question, but the main one, which is very worrying, is that here's yet another case where rules are being erased without being rewritten. And this is part of the world. This is just one aspect of the post-24 February world we find ourselves in. So, with that cheerful thought, I do not know if he has arrived, but we are expecting His Excellency the Mayor of Riga to come and say some words in conclusion before our conference dinner.
Before Mayor comes, Janet Ozolini comes, who is Dagny. So, dear friends, thank you very much for everybody who joined this conference this year. I have two announcements. The first announcement is that due to the very lengthy period of European Council, Prime Minister tomorrow will not be able to join the conference, but we will start with a panel on German foreign policy, which I think is a very tasty piece for the discussion. And the second announcement is that I'm passing functions of the chair of the Transatlantic Organization to new chair, Dagny Elēņa, and next year she will be welcoming you. And without further ado, I invite the Mayor of Riga, Mārtiņš Staķis, to say some words to the conference.
Dear guests of Rīga Conference, I know you have a tense first day, so I want to thank everyone who has made the trip to be here in Riga today, and especially our colleagues and friends from Ukraine. I know that your thoughts are back home with all the men and women who are fighting to liberate the occupied territories, and with all the Ukrainian families who are suffering from the brutal bombarders on your cities. I know that you are fighting not only for the liberation of Ukraine, but you are fighting for all of us. And it's an honor to have you here in our city. So some of you may know that before I became the mayor of the city, I worked as a parliamentary secretary in the Ministry of Defense. And you might also know that a parliamentary secretary has a quite limited power to influence decisions. But when the ministry needs to attend the conference, you are the right person to call. So I want to start with a confession. Back then, I never liked the conferences. I used to work in business where everything was about getting things done. And conferences never seemed like a place where anything got done. But it's important for politicians to admit their mistakes. And as a mayor of Riga, I have understood how important events such as the Riga Conference, they actually are. How vital they have been to put Riga and Latvia in Euro-Atlantic security sphere. and especially know how important they are for unity of Europe when our neighbors in Ukraine are bravely fighting against the brutal and oppressive Kremlin regime. International cooperation has been key not only for the countries, NATO and EU. It has also been a key for cities to become voices of democracy on the international stage. For me, it started last year when I raised the Belarus opposition flag in our city, and it has continued ever since. During the last 6 months, I have been to numerous events together with my colleagues, the mayors of the Baltic countries and Nordic cities and other cities in Europe. We have visited Ukraine and seen the firsthand and bravery and resilience of Ukrainian people. And we have shared experience and worked together to make sure our cities are doing their part to help Ukraine. So even before the war started, Riga made sure that our cities was full with Ukrainian flags. We quickly established a refugee center to make sure Ukrainians can feel safe and welcomed. Thousands of families in Riga opened their homes to help Ukrainians. We have sent money and buses, and very soon we will send generators to our friends in Kiev as well 10 more buses. But there is a lot more than cities can do and should do. Last week, I and other mayors met with Madame Ursula von der Leyen to discuss the European package of reconstruction of Ukraine. And we agreed that cities should be strategic partners. One example for this is renovation. If you walk around Riga, you will notice that a lot of our buildings are similar to those in Ukraine. We know how to rebuild them, and we will be ready to help Ukraine in this effort. I know that during the first day, you discussed a broad range of topics: energy security, sanctions, joint defense initiatives, hybrid threats, NATO strategy, EU integration, and cybersecurity. But let us not for a moment forget that just as we are here today talking about how to make Europe safer and how we can stand united in our support for Ukraine, people in Kremlin also are talking. They are talking about how to divide us, how to use the threat of nuclear bombs to discourage arms shipments to Ukraine, how to use the energy crisis to pit Ukrainians and Europeans against each other, and how to influence our elections to get their friends into power. So, even if we are united today, we cannot take it for granted. It's a battle that all of us, myself included, will have to fight every single day until Ukrainian victory. And that is the most important role of the Riga Conference during these 2 days. It took me too long to understand the importance of conferences, just as it took Europe too long to understand where we stand on Russia. Know that we have and know that we are united. Let's not forget it tomorrow. Let's not forget during this winter, and let's not forget it in years and decades to come. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a Friday. So please enjoy your dinner, and don't forget also to walk around the city, enjoy the beauty of this marvelous town. Thank you so much. See you tonight.
Let me say thank you to the Mayor of Riga and welcome to the autumn stage of the Riga Conference. For those who are exiting now the main spring stage on the ground floor, I can tell that this is a stage on the -1 floor, so you need to go 1 floor down. And I know it's a trek now on a Friday night when the dinner is being served on the ground floor. However, the dinner will be there for quite some time. So you will have time to both attend this session and then the dinner, so please do come, because this is a session about the cybersecurity and data governance at the times of war. My name is Kirill Sukhotsky. I'm the regional director for Europe at RFERL. I'm based in Prague, but we are now opening a big Russia-focused hub here in Riga. And we will be talking about the cyber threat and cybersecurity during this war in Ukraine. And as much as the war in Ukraine at times seems like a conventional war, with tanks crossing the terrain, with Ukrainian soldiers hunkering in trenches like it is World War I, like the bombs falling on Ukrainian city like it's the Blitz in London in the World War II, still this war is different. And to a various degree on both sides, it's information and data that drive many decisions. Cyber threat became a national security threat. Cybersecurity became a vital point. What lessons have we learned from this war in Ukraine, and what do we expect to come next? So at this panel, I'm joined by three distinguished guests. Liga Rosenthaler from Microsoft, who is the Senior Director for the EU Cybersecurity. Welcome. Jeffrey Edmonds, who is the National Security Strategist and Senior Analyst at the Center for New American Security and former Director for Russia at the National Security Council. Welcome, Jeffrey. And joining us online from Warsaw, Marta Musidlowska, Digital Economy Analyst at Instrad Foundation in Poland. Thank you for joining us, Marta. Thank you to all the panelists. So I will start, Liga. Microsoft is a huge digital giant. What was your response to the Ukraine crisis, to the war in Ukraine?
Well, I think we can start looking at how Microsoft has been cooperating with Ukraine and states far in advance of the war. So ever since 2018, we have been tracking nation-states and their activity in cyberspace and notifying countries when we see a nation-state attack. So we had been doing that with Ukraine already for several years, but these are also attacks that are based on cloud adoption. Ukraine's government did not use cloud services at the time of the war, but we could at least have visibility of adjunct services that were using cloud services. So already in the last year, we saw increases of attacks. The attacks are increasing on critical infrastructures, on NGOs, on education services, and these attacks were quite apparent. We had developed closer and closer cooperation with Ukraine to notify of these attacks, but there were significant attacks, of course, in February. And as those attacks started, we immediately started to work with Ukraine on a continuous basis. We established very tight cooperation so that we could have real-time experts. We worked with governments who were very involved with what was going on, and we established excellent communication so that we can give them as much information as possible. But there was a big restriction for what we could do for the Ukrainian government. They had a national law which restricted data from exiting Ukraine. They had a national data center. Their information was sitting, and it was under, territorial integrity became a significant factor in the data of the Ukrainian government. So on March 16th, in the middle of a war, they went through parliament, an act so that data can exit the country. Immediately, Microsoft worked to have cloud adoption for as many ministries as possible. I think now we serve 17 out of 20 ministries approximately to have all that data exported outside of Ukraine so that there would be resilience of government services to the maximum extent. And this has continued until now, and Microsoft has been working endlessly to provide all digital services that Ukraine needs to defend its country, to provide continuity, and to provide that resilience. And that's been extremely essential, along with many other tech companies. So in order to have the entire ecosystem of digital infrastructure, there has been excessive commitments from many tech companies, not only Microsoft. So But to this point, I think we've contributed about 280 million euros of products and services to Ukraine for free to be able to keep up that effort, and that's a small part of what Ukraine needs. So that's how we've been involved until now. Would you like me to go on?
But what do you think, it's very interesting how we all expected cyber attacks against Ukraine. We all expected in the run-up to the war, and actually in the first days of the war, that those cyber attacks could cripple Ukraine. Why do you think that hasn't happened?
I think there's many reasons. There are ongoing attacks, but we have already had, before the war, established the good connections to be able to warn and to mitigate those attacks and to address them as fast as possible, which we can do if we have, the maximum services that Microsoft can provide. That is not going to be the solution to every single attack. We've seen significant attacks that have been mitigated with the combination of intelligence from the private sector and from governments together. And by doing so, it has been at least mitigated to the point where it hasn't had significant implications. However, there have been, we've released 2 different reports that have really looked at how the cyber attacks have been combined with disinformation attacks, have been combined with kinetic attacks, and that there's a significant cooperation between espionage, influence operations, cyber attacks, and kinetic attacks that are very strongly coordinated and have to be taken into consideration for all the defenses of Ukraine. And there's definitely lessons learned how other countries need to address these issues in tandem.
Yeah, we'll talk about those lessons just in a second, in a moment. Jeffrey, were you surprised that Ukraine was able, to a large extent, to withstand that cyber threat and withstand the attacks? So, again, I remember we were talking about, Russia has weaponized hacking, so we all expected the power system to be completely destroyed by those hacking efforts, and now Russians were not able to do that, and they are trying now to do this with conventional weapons rather than with cyberfare. So were you surprised, and what do you think the security and military community learned from Ukraine? And obviously everybody was surprised about how this war panned out, but to what extent that surprise was down to that resilience on the cyber front from Ukraine?
Right, so Russian failures in Ukraine have been pretty shocking. And that goes for regular conventional operations, but also their management of information broadly. And when you think about it, the Russian military has spent a lot of time thinking about information warfare, under which you would have cyber, electronic warfare, releasing people's emails. All of that fits under a broad umbrella in Russian thinking, the psychological and the technical aspects of information warfare. And this was really kind of an initiative after the Georgia War. Really, even the Soviet Army was, I wrote this article called "The Bear is Getting Glasses," because during the Cold War, the Soviet Army couldn't see very well, right? Couldn't manage information very well. If it got a hold of you, it could inflict a lot of damage, but didn't see very well. And then there were tremendous efforts on the Russian military's part to better manage information broadly, whether that's psychological warfare, whether that's managing battlefield information dominance, something they've talked a lot about. There was a lot of effort put into that, both money, a lot of very intricate articles that kind of revealed a very complex view of how information works. There's this talk, cyber attacks against or planting information that soldiers can see that misleads them about how the war is going, to electronic warfare, to anti-space efforts, and so you have this body of information. And all of us, I don't know a single person that was like, the Russians really haven't made progress in this area. And this is where a lot of us were wrong, right? Their ability to manage information has been pretty abysmal. They did launch cyber attacks. I put a plug-in for Rīga's reports online.
Is it because they didn't have the knowledge, or they were too arrogant?
So I think the problem that Russians are having, and it's not just in information. I mean, there's 2 things. There's 2 buckets. When you look at Russian failures, there are those failures that are contingent to the way the Russian military has been employed. Telling your military commanders they can take Kyiv in 72 hours is a technique. It's not a very good technique, right? The other side of that are the inherent weaknesses in the Russian military that we didn't know about. And I think, to your point, what they have not been able to do is scale, right? They can't manage digital information to conduct large aerospace campaigns, right? That's one of the reasons their Air Force isn't very active. And while they may launch cyber attacks and try to, from a Russian perspective, disorganize and create chaos within the Ukrainian government, they can't pair that at the operational level to take advantage of that, right? And so in many ways, the Ukrainians have obviously done incredibly well, I think, in the information sphere and on the ground. But the other part of this is the Russian military just hasn't been able to scale up to the type of war that they've engaged in.
Do you think they're learning?
I'm sorry?
Do you think they're learning as the war progresses?
Some. Things like managing command and control, for example, is something they've improved somewhat. In the beginning of the war, command and control was managed 3 different people. One of the reasons they couldn't, in a certain sense, try to gain that information dominance on the battlefield. And since they've solidified in the East and kind of simplified their command and control, that's, I think, led to some better information management on their part. But then you see things like the Kharkiv counteroffensive. It was no secret the Ukrainian troops were massing opposite Kharkiv, and the Russians knew that. All of the military analysts and bloggers in Russia saw this happening, yet the Russians couldn't capitalize on that and actually adjust to meet that counteroffensive. And so I do think they're going to learn. It might take some time, though, because the initial failures were so bad, and the Russian military is in such a bad state right now that I don't think it's in a position to just kind of sit back and think about, well, what lessons have we learned?
Marta, let me come back to you and let me kind of reflect and continue on something that Liga said about the initial obstacles at the beginning of the war, when it was issues actually related to digital sovereignty, where Ukraine asserted the right that some data could not leave the country. So, we see those digital sovereignty issues playing in various ways in various sectors. How do you see that issue, that we can overcome those issues during the times of war, as Microsoft helped to do? But what are the ways to gather those data in a more secure way that does not pose those digital sovereignty issues, that the country nation states can be secure digitally, but at the same time cooperate with each other and solve the issues together?
First of all, I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can.
And I'm very happy that although I'm in a different place, I can still join your discussion. And first, I would like to say that we are, as you mentioned, we are all talking about data and how important it is to secure them. But recently, I heard a really interesting view regarding the fact that data is just a buzzword itself. And it doesn't mean anything that it's shredded, and they are not important when they are kind of separated, but altogether they are really valuable, right? And how we manage them is more important. And many people say that data is the new oil, but it's not a new oil at all. Data are more like air. They are like a resource that exists in the human environment, let's say, or like they are made by humans or with some other devices, but they are not competitive in consumption and other resources, and that's why certainly the advantage. But what is the new oil for certainly is the data management, as you said, the data governance and things what we do with that, because that's our information, it's our knowledge. So I really think that here we have to change somehow our way of how we perceive that, because we are talking about how to make Ukrainians' data secure from Russians, but we are not thinking about what kind of data we have right now during the war and how we can actually use them for better security, for maybe better AI or maybe better new technologies in different ways, right? Because they might be used in war, right? And they might be used for civilians. And when we will manage them properly with proper models, that might make certain decisions quicker and more accurate. So when it comes to models that we with Instrat were talking about, and we prepared a pilotage kind of a pilot for Poland, it was for medical data and agricultural data, but I think it might be used also here. It's called kind of public data commons. So not everyone has an access, of course. It's not like open data, because we already know that Ukraine is very good in opening data, but it's more like giving an access, so not everyone has it. And it's governed by certain institutions. So it can be governed by public institution or by universities or by, I don't know, any other national academy, let's say. And the basic is that you can use it for certain sector, as I said, for medical or agriculture, or for different types of data, for example, for personal or non-personal. And the main concept is that, first of all, MIT made this idea to move algorithm to data, so that data are always in their secure environment. So if someone wants to use this data for a certain purpose, for certain AI, they have to send the algorithm to the base, to this public data commons, as I said. Then someone is checking this algorithm, if it's secure or not. And then maybe the algorithm is operating on the data within this base, this secure place. And then the results are turning back to the person. Then there are another additional safeguards that can be adopted to prevent data from flowing out of another party using, for example, homomorphic encryption, which involves operating on encrypted data without decrypting it, or how to, for example, make sure that who is taking the access. It can be, of course, strengthened by blockchain technology, and it can be here served as registry of permissions granted. So we always know who, for example, sent us the algorithm, who is getting the results. And I really also liked what you said about Microsoft with it, because I was also reading a little bit about that, and I also know that here it's very important for Ukraine, for sure, to make sure that their servers are outside of Ukraine, right? Because, and they have to decentralize it. For example, there are certain servers in Poland right now, because, and also they are on Microsoft, as I know. And there is a need to kind of cooperate in that regard. So
thank you, Marta. I will just turn to Liga here, because that's one of the digital vulnerabilities that that were identified in the service and physical location. What else have we learned? So Jeffrey was talking about Russian vulnerabilities, but obviously there were Ukrainian vulnerabilities too. So what have we learned from them and from the way how the first half a year of that war panned out? And how did you kind of, what do you think the current challenges that you are trying to overcome?
Well, I think the one thing that we can certainly say is that the Ukrainian vulnerabilities are not unique. There are vulnerabilities that exist in every digital infrastructure, and that's simply the way it is. Of course, trying to mitigate those vulnerabilities and address them is a different issue. And since the war started, there have been attacks in Moldova, in Georgia, in Montenegro, and Albania. There have been attacks in NATO allies as well that have been uncovered and quite significant as well. And there will continue to be these attacks. So no country is immune to such attacks. I wanted to reflect also a bit on what Marta was saying about data governance for different issues, but I think at the core of cybersecurity is data governance at this point. Before the war, I think that there were still some considerations that where you put your data is still a question. There are still those who think if you put it in a basement, if you lock the door, if you have your own staff watching that data, that it's the most safe. But that's simply not the case anymore. Those people are vulnerable. A small staff is vulnerable. People are only human. And so the question is this the choice that you want to have for your data? And more, as we see in the case of war, if you need resilience, you need to use cloud services and move your data, or at least have the ability to move that data. And if that data is processed globally for cybersecurity, you will have the highest standard of cybersecurity, because I can just use the statistics for Microsoft. We have 8,500 security professionals working on data, on our global data, to make sure that data is secure. We process over 4 trillion signals daily to make sure that that data is secure, and we return what we learn from processing that data to every single user of our cloud.
How difficult will it be to actually try to breach that cloud data, and is that a new front in the cyber warfare?
There's always a risk of breach. You should always operate on the basis of how much can you risk, and there's always the opportunity of breach. To say that there's 100% cybersecurity in any case is just simply not true. We aim for that, but it's just not possible.
Do you know, have we seen any nation states trying those breaches of cloud data?
Certainly, and more and more. And I would say that those states who certainly attack others are used to attacking on-prem services. And this is where they have the most experience. We don't have visibility about that. But we do see that as cloud becomes more used, attackers also become more familiar with it, unfortunately.
Jeffrey, we saw how Russia weaponized hacking, and they are one of those nation states that are probably trying to engage in cyber warfare much and much. Do you think the West and the Western security community has an adequate response?
I think they're building one. I think they're getting there. I think they're growing. I recall being at the White House in 2014 and during the presidential election. And this is something we really struggled with. There was something that the weaponization of intelligence that the Russians were using and information was something that we really hadn't dealt with very much before, and we really kind of struggled to respond. But I think that looking at the trajectory from then until now, at least within the US administration, I think there's much greater knowledge and tools in place to respond to those kinds of threats. But one thing I would add to, just kind of staying more in my lane of military analysis and information, the other part of the information part of this war that's very new that I think we need to take lessons from is how transparent it is, how much information is available. And I think the Russians found this very frustrating, that you have this whole army of people that are not actually government employees that are tracking the Russian military to a high degree of precision just on the internet because of publicly available information. And I think that's something that military planners, NATO, and everybody else needs to really think about, that if we get involved in a conflict, not only should you always plan for a breach, you should also almost always plan that your adversary is going to know where you are. Then it's going to be even harder to protect operational security in that kind of environment.
How much do you think, to what extent, if we can compare, now we know about the West providing a lot of hard weapons to Ukraine, how much assistance in this cybersecurity issues and in cyber warfare issues that the Western alliances and Western countries are now providing to Ukraine?
I imagine they're providing a lot, but also a lot of that because of operational security and national security is not purview to the public. Actually, my esteemed panelists might know more about that than I do. What I do know is that information in general, the Ukrainians have dominated the Russians in this sphere, I think, largely because of the information we've been giving them about the movements of Russian units. Not that
it's pretty much everybody saying that Ukrainians are able to watch the Russian moves pretty much in real time. In real time, but also to project where Russian forces are going to be in the future. And that's where intelligence comes in, that the O centers on the internet can't predict as much. And I think, again, in 2014, we had a very difficult time sharing information with the Ukrainians and with the public because we just weren't used to it. And I think the big contrast between then and now is that we do have the tools in place. The intelligence community has come around to this idea about sharing information, and I think that's really made a huge difference. Before we open the floor to questions, I would like to touch upon another very interesting topic. We're going forward, we don't know how this war will end, and hopefully the mayor of Riga just now said that we hope that Ukraine will win. But after that, following whatever the end will be, there will be a reconstruction of Ukraine. And there will be a lot of attention to infrastructure. So, Liga, how do you think how do you foresee that reconstruction and building more resilient infrastructure, how we need to approach that in Ukraine in the future?
Well, I think that we are working in the situation of a crisis now. So this is not a sustainable effort, certainly, that it can go on forever. So I think in the rebuilding of Ukraine, we have to take into consideration Ukraine might be one of the most forward-thinking examples of how they rebuild their national security once the war is over. And learning from what component the cyber warfare played in the national security, and what are the resources you need to maintain that national security in the digital space has to be taken into consideration. And how is a national budget set up? How is a defense budget set up? And to reformulate thoughts of, where you put your resources to protect yourself adequately.
Okay, Marta, you were talking about various not only military sectors, but also the healthcare sector and agriculture. And how do you think, now we're talking about wartime and using various ways in using AI in wartime, in combat and military strategy, but how do you see that those resources and those tools and AI specifically can be used further on in reconstructing Ukraine and its infrastructure?
Oh, that's a very broad topic, I have to say. But first of all, we have to make sure, as I said before, that countries that already have that kind of tools, countries that already have, for example, Finland, which has one of the best healthcare services, and it's the best when it comes to digitalization and managing data and data governing, that they kind of provide Ukraine with certain good practices, because we have to make sure that right now this data that are there in Ukraine, in, for example, healthcare, as you mentioned, that they are recorded in a way that they later can be used, because this is very important. Because, for example, in Poland, it's very different, right? There are data that are saved properly in a proper format, that they can be later read by AI, and they are in a very good quality. But there are also a lot of people, when they want to be fast, they just write something down, and then there is a lot of data that are just flowing, like they're just somewhere in nowhere, let's say. So first of all, good practices like other countries who have good way of doing that, taking care of Ukraine later, providing also with medtech, because as I mentioned before, medtech can kind of improve and make faster certain things, and it for sure will help. And then helping in building that kind of pilots, as I said, also as we are doing right now in Poland, and as we are going to do in European health data space. So that might also be a good idea to kind of, but maybe it's a little bit too idealistic for me right now to kind of put Ukraine into that project of European health data space, to give them to that kind of support them with our data, to maybe also help their medical devices to learn on that data, to have it more, to get faster, better, I would say. So this is for sure. And as you mentioned before, there's always a question of making it doing it securely. So for sure, some measures to do that will also have to be done.
Thanks, Marta. Jeffrey, we are talking about the future Ukraine, and obviously the damage to infrastructure is immense, and Russia is attacking infrastructure right now, pretty much as we speak, and that's their target now. In the future, how do you think we need to secure Ukraine digitally and technologically?
So I think one of the things that we really have to look at is, you're right, the Russians are just now attacking critical infrastructure as a way of trying to undermine Ukrainian morale for the most part, and to just basically break down their society. And I think going forward, the Ukrainians need to give them the ability to predict that and protect those sites. This is one of the only areas, it's a little late in the game for the Russians. Normally they would have done this early on, and that's what we expected. They had this idea of different nodes in a society, and if you can target different nodes, you can kind of create a collapse. I think that's what they're trying to do now. And I think that understanding how they see that network and being able to protect that network is pretty critical.
As we in Europe now look at what's happening and look at that attack, Russian attack on infrastructure, should we be concerned here on this side of the border?
So I think we should. The problem that Russian military analysts historically face is that we're fighting two battles. One is the view that the Russian military is 10 feet tall, and the other one that is 2 feet tall. It's usually somewhere in between. And the problem coming out of this is that a lot of the assumptions are going to be that the Russian military is 2 feet tall. And that's probably not correct as well. And so understanding Russian military power going forward to include the digital and information aspect of that is going to be challenging. And so I do think it would be wrong for us to walk away from this and say, well, the Russians just can't do any of this, right? Again, a lot of the failures have been because how they were employed. If you really wanted to mess up your own military, it's really hard to do better than Putin did in the way that he employed the military. And so I think that we do need to be concerned, and we need to continue to focus on that and try to have at least a good calibrated understanding of what Russian combat power, I say combat power, national power, power in the information sphere, what that is going forward.
One question here, and I would like really then to address it to Liga, after you, Jeffrey, as well, is you know, we saw Russian army in action, you know, conventional army, and, you know, is it 2 feet tall or 6 feet tall, you know, we'll see. What about Russia, those cyber forces, either visible or invisible? What is our impression now? Are they 2 feet tall? Are they 6 feet tall? Can they, what is their potential to wreak cyber havoc in the West?
Yeah, sure.
Start with you,
so, I mean, I
Jeff.
think, again, part of the problem is that you can conduct cyber attacks against critical infrastructure, you can create this chaos, but unless it's paired with something, right, we're talking about multi-domain operations here, unless it's paired to a broader operational concept, I'm not sure what the point is, right? Because I think typically, I mean, especially...
Just all chaos?
So chaos, but it's a limited time frame, right? And so if you're going to do that against your adversary, you need to be able to take advantage of it, and the Russians simply have not been able to do that. And that's, I mean, they've lacked an overall cohesive concept across domains to do this, whether it's information, their air forces, their Navy. I mean, they just can't bring this thing together in a way that most of our militaries talk about doing now.
Liga, what's your view? What's the potential for Russians to wreak havoc, cyber havoc beyond Ukraine?
I think this is the million-dollar question. We've been asked to predict what the Russian capabilities are and what they'll do next, and I wish I could tell that, and then we could just mitigate it. But I think this is we all have to take an educated guess. We have all had the impression that the Russian capabilities have not all been used, and so we have to operate on that assumption that there could be more. And we have to be extremely vigilant on continuing the cooperation and working with governments and private sector to be able to mitigate all threats that arise, especially as they go up in sophistication. But they don't have to go up in sophistication at this point. It is really the lowest common denominator where the attack is happening. It's not sophisticated attacks that can cause the critical infrastructure damage and attacks that's necessary. It's bad cyber hygiene. It's people using bad passwords. It's not using multi-factor authentication. You don't need a sophisticated cyber attack.
But what sort of cooperation do you think is required now between EU, NATO, the United States, and also between the private sectors you are and the governments?
I think we have to continue to have a bit more systematic threat intelligence sharing, which is extremely difficult. There are we talk to governments who do not want to talk to other parts of governments, but they talk to private sector willingly. So how do you get past that threshold of sharing that information that different governments have? We have to be able to have governments adopt technology in a way that's necessary. There are governments across Europe that are raising their military budgets and specifically addressing the attacks in Ukraine and how they need to address, from a budget perspective, technology. But it's extremely difficult in a very quick time to have the staff available, to have the capabilities to adopt those technologies. We can try to help with that, but you can only skill people so fast to get into the positions that are necessary. We have to definitely work on the next crisis while we're still in crisis. So how to have, the sharing platforms that are necessary, information flows that are necessary, the opportunity to have data flows as necessary in whichever crisis arises, whether it's a natural disaster or if it's war. So to have the opportunity and to work between NATO or the EU to match what is happening on the civilian side with the military side, to be able to take advantage of both, to have kind of seamless interaction when necessary.
Thank you. I would like to open the floor to questions. So if anybody has questions to any of our panelists, please raise your hand and we'll bring you the microphone. Yes, please. please introduce yourself. And
Hello, this is Shota Gvineria from the Baltic Defense College, and I wanted to talk a little bit more about the military considerations of the cyberspace. We have been talking a lot about how cyberspace is important for the military operations per se before February 24. But are there any lessons now that we can already talk about how cyber considerations play an important role as the force enablers or the force multipliers, and specifically in which military components that has been more visible? Is it like target acquisition, ISTAR, or any other component of the warfare that we can already take away as the lessons? Thank you.
do you want to take that?
I could only reiterate the point that any cyber attacks are usually done in tandem with other disinformation attacks, influence operations, espionage, and kinetic attacks in the end. Trying to figure out how to map the connectivity between those different types of attacks will certainly benefit any military in going forward to understand that these things don't happen in silos, and that if you only address your cyber defense, you will be overlooking the possibilities of the combination of different attacks that will be the future of hybrid warfare.
In addition to those great points, I think one thing we need to learn is that the Russians haven't been able to do this well, right, from the get-go. And so I think what we need to take away from that is the importance of having a strategy that's executed through good operational art that functions across domains so you can bring this together into some kind of cohesive whole idea. You have to be able to fit the cyber domain in with conventional capabilities and your strategy and just your ability to manage information. If anything, what we've seen from the Russians is how not to do it. But it's also, it's hard to do, right? You can only talk about it so much before you have to actually get out there and do it and then see how it goes. And so you have to have this adaptability too, because we've talked a lot about it, but a lot has changed since the last time, at least for the United States and NATO, entered a conflict of this scale, right? And so it's not clear how we would do. I think we would do better than the Russians. But I think that there's a lot that we need to think about and take away from the mistakes that the Russians have made and just how difficult this is to do.
And actually, Jeffrey, do you think that is China watching what's happening in those mistakes that Russians are making and learning how to perform better than they did?
I do think they're watching. I think that they're wondering like, okay, actually what is our military capability? So there might be a moment of pause there, but also certainly watching to see what kind of mistakes the Russians made. I mean, for example, the initial air assault on the air base in the beginning days of the war wasn't coupled with anything else, and so they were wiped out by the Ukrainians. Things like that, or the lack of connection between the cyber attacks and anything that resulted in operational success. Right, there's just a complete divorce there because the Russians just haven't been able to operate at that scale. And so I think that's something they're definitely watching.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please.
I'm Ton Nguyen. I'm from Boston Global Forum. And we set up a global alliance for digital governance, for cybersecurity and AI governance also. We have question. We need alliance and ally and collaborate between big corporations as Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and to face and to face challenge from Russia, from China, and protect, maintain our democracy value. So, but big corporation, how we can collaborate? How to big text together. That is, we try to find out solution and to do that. So, could you contribute your ideas first?
Liga, could you talk about?
Yeah, sure. I think that there's a lot of cooperation between industry that's not necessarily visible to the public. When it comes to threat intelligence, there's a lot of daily intelligence sharing between companies to identify threats for the benefit of all of our services, and that's not readily available. I think it was in 2017 we founded the Cybersecurity Tech Accord to get all companies who are interested in various aspects of cybersecurity to cooperate on more from the government, the industry side. What can we do among industry? So we've been working a lot on issues such as how do we promote cybersecurity norms at the UN? How do we get companies to put forth, the multi-stakeholder view on what's important on stability in cyberspace? If we address companies thrive in more secure cyberspace. So it's definitely an objective that we share with several governments around the world, and if we can support those governments in finding ways to amplify those norms, that's another way. I think, I sit in Brussels, so we have, I would say, a very healthy environment of lobbyists that work together on different digital issues to give input into legislation to make it make sense for industry, not only in our benefit, for the benefit of our users, for the benefits of the governments, and to make products more secure and do it in a way that makes sense and is implementable. So we do have lots of cooperation. We can certainly do more, and we're really ready for ideas, but I think that there's a lot of things that go on between industry that maybe we just don't advertise as much.
Yes, we hope can connect with you and Microsoft and Google. In Google we have Vincent. He is also very close with us and ready. So we will contact with you and Microsoft later.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would turn to Marta, because we're also talking about a participation of various different countries in technologically securing Ukraine. But there are a couple of questions. Questions are coming also online. They're anonymous though. But two questions that I would like probably to combine is, we're talking about managing data and data governance, and digital sovereignty that we touched upon with Marta. Does that mean the end of globalized digital business like finance? But at the same time, we see another question that digital warfare is contrasted by very decentralized data governance in the West. So should it be centralized? So this is data governance, which is decentralized. So does it mean that globalized digital business is under threat, or should it be centralized rather than decentralized? Marta, what do you think?
You touched so many points at the same time. It's very hard for me to address them all together. Maybe first on centralizing. In my opinion, it all depends, as I said, on the type of data, on the sector that we use, on the country as well. Because as we know, for example, for Ukraine in 2014, it was centralization that actually really helped. Centralization of data, obviously not making the databases near Kyiv or in Ukraine, as they right now, they had the lesson, they moved some of the places, they have the servers outside, as I mentioned before, but it really depends on the need that and why do we want to manage, why do we want to collect certain data, what are the values or interests, because values and interests might be the same thing, that we want to use it. I kind of don't understand the point of the question of decentralizing and the powers. Can you repeat that one? Because
yeah, so the question was that, as we're talking about digital warfare now, is that that digital warfare in whatever forms that they take are contrasted by a very decentralized data governance in the West. So should it be centralized instead?
Well, again, I think that my answer for that is it depends on. It really depends of the type, because if it's about typically data that might be used in a warfare, really warfare, not like for civilians during the times of war, but on the warfare, so in the battlefield or for fighting, then maybe decentralization it's a good idea, or maybe it should be like of decentralized forms, but also some kind controlled by one central, because it's important to have that body that give the access, that kind of rules, set the ground which rules should be governing the access, but also it's maybe sometimes safer it's in different places and devices. So I know my answer is a very lawyer answer, so it really depends on the type, really.
What do you think, Liga?
I'm a bit more in favor of real rules-based order on data. Centralized, I don't think that you could centralize globally, certainly. But where you can centralize is EU can certainly centralize and is doing so very actively. There are, I wouldn't even count how many rules that govern data at this point. You have the AI Act, you have the Data Act, you have, I work actively on the cybersecurity cloud certification that focuses on data and where it's based and where it came from and where it can move and all these kind of things. And for which kind of critical infrastructure you need what kind of certification. So there's very active data governance, and it's centralized in Brussels, certainly. In the end, I think it's up to who uses the data, who contributes their data. It needs to have choices and needs to understand where data goes and have more understanding about types of data, non-personal data, personal data, and what the kind of telemetry is necessary for cybersecurity, which isn't necessarily data. Data is a very wide word, so I could understand the lawyerly aspect because you can see how these things are defined in different acts and so on. So I think some centralization of general rules is very important. And educating the general public on these rules and how data flows, moves, and kind of debunking myths about data would be beneficial.
We still have a few minutes left, so if anybody has questions, please raise your hand.
I might maybe add some. Okay, somebody has a question.
Yeah, I will wait, but there was a very broad question that is almost of philosophical nature that I just saw came online. We're barely capable of governing the internet. Are we totally unprepared for what's coming for Web 3.0?
Oh, that's a good one.
Okay, can you, do you want to answer, Marta?
I love ethical, philosophical questions, so I might try a little bit. I think it might be very controversial. I think we are not prepared for Web 3 yet. I think this is just a buzzword right now, kind of, and maybe I see some points for blockchain, as I said, because it's very good for securing, for making sure who has an access to something regarding, for example, data governance, as I said. But, for example, if metaverse can be also in Web 3, or we are talking only about Bitcoin or NFTs, I don't know. But I think that metaverse right now is just a kind of a concept that might be, important in some time. But right now it kind of make people more, how to say that? Make people more against each other. Right? I mean, that there are some better people who can, who can have NFTs, who can have access to metaverse and stuff, and there are people who cannot. I see that as some type of new tool, some type of new entertainment. I see the point for entertainment, for metaverse, but for other reasons, I feel that it's too early, in my opinion. And that's a very good point, that if we still have some struggles with governing internet, I'm not exactly sure if we can start already thinking in Web 3, because we always forget that we are in some kind of information bubble, that if in our environment, if in our countries, I don't know, internet is governed very well, or the digitalization of state and the services that are provided are very good condition, like, I don't know, Estonia, for example, of course. It doesn't mean that in another country in EU it's the same, or anywhere in the world. So I think there's still a lot to do, as this person mentioned.
Jeffrey, do you think that now the military and security services and counterintelligence services, they are really afraid that those particular tools, and that Web3, be it metaverse, be it blockchain, be it other things, can actually be used by bad actors much better, and we may be having a hard time to sort of resist that?
I mean, I think there is concern. I mean, blockchain can be used for many different types of things, totally separate from things like crypto and things like that. I think there is concern on our side, and being a Russia guy, what I can tell you is the Russians have struggled with this as well. in digitization in general, they've identified a real problem in their own society. I don't like oversimplifications, but brain drain is a real thing in Russia. And through their laws that they've enacted on artificial intelligence and the digital economy and things like that, they're struggling with these technologies as well. And so I think that concern that we have on our side is on our adversary side as well. So I think it's just a very broad concern on how these different, the inherent transparency of blockchain and other things like that, how can that be employed in malicious ways? So I think that's definitely true.
Can it be employed not in malicious ways, but actually for the purposes of actually fighting cybercrime and fighting or protecting for cyber protection?
Yeah, I think I would defer to my fellow experts.
Yeah, what do you think, Liga?
About Web3, I'm not going to speculate at this point. I think I'm still in the learning phases, and I won't venture there. But I think with any technology that's up and coming, it's interesting to see how the EU and the NATO address it. I mean, there's a division in NATO called Emerging Security Challenges. It's not emerging security opportunities, So it's very much looked at how these things threaten us and how dual-use technologies will be misused. So I would say that when looking from large institutions or governments, it's always looked at as a threat, and that's maybe not the best way forward. I think focusing more on the opportunities that are from new technologies should be also looked at, especially as these are the technologies that are going to drive economic opportunities.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our panelists. I just hope that when we come here to Riga next year, we will be talking more about opportunities rather than challenges, but probably not. So thank you, Liga Rosenthaler from Microsoft, Jeffrey Edmonds, U.S. National Security Strategist, and Marta Mudlowska from Warsaw at Instrat Foundation. Many thanks to everyone who attended that panel. I think it was fascinating but scary. So thank you very much. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know if you still hear me, but it was a pleasure.